So you're about to watch the most extensive Amazon FBA course that I believe has ever existed for live implementation. This isn't going to be definitions or how-to guides. This is going to be real-life businesses diving into how to source right now in today's day and age for 5 hours long. And here is what is going to be covered. So we have sourcing quality listings and identifying quality listings for both OA and wholesale as you go into that, sourcing quality suppliers and identifying quality suppliers for OA and wholesale, building systems for the business, live training with current Amazon businesses, live one-on-one roadmap for an OA business with 3K in starting capital, if that's your position, and live one-on-one roadmap for a wholesale business with 7K in starting capital. So here we go. Let's dive on into it. Enjoy. This is going to be quite long. Block out some time, go into it, and enjoy. All right, here is the listing sourcing masterclass, and we're gonna be killing a few birds with one stone on this one. We're gonna talk about what to look for when we're identifying listings and then how to source through reverse sourcing. And I'm also gonna throw another bonus in there of another way to reverse source. And you probably have a little bit of familiarity with this if you are currently selling, but there's gonna be certain tidbits to pick up on this and rolling into the next module just to look at some of the more nitty gritty and detailed stuff with it, okay? So the number one tactic when it comes to sourcing Amazon, and this is what my team does on a daily basis, this is what I still do whenever I pop into sourcing, is reverse sourcing. You're essentially stealing like an artist, looking at what other sellers are doing who have done that past work of finding leads and opportunities and trying to also carry those products in your catalog and share sales. Pretty simple is the easiest way to break it down. But I first want to talk about what we're actually looking for really briefly on these potential leads and listings. Because there's no better way to find potential opportunities from starting with good quality listings. If you're reverse sourcing for an hour, 2 hours, 10 hours, and the listings are bad, they don't meet some of the quality and criteria that we're going to talk about here, then you're just wasting your time looking at bad, and more bad opportunities, okay? So we're going to start with what we're going to be looking for. And this chart right here is a Keepa chart. So if you don't have Keepa yet, you have to get Keepa. It's an essential software when it comes to sourcing. And for Selleramp, which is the second software, this is going to be required when it comes to reverse sourcing and actually doing the tactic. This actually has another sourcing method, which I'm going to talk about in a second, but this is the data software, okay? And this is where you're going to live and die with Amazon. All of the opportunities, all of the decision making comes from this singular chart. Of course, it comes from instincts a little bit and test buys once you get into that point of things. But when it comes to making a decision, if you get a degree and you master this Keepa chart right here, understanding what you're looking at, then you will be, on Amazon for a multi 7 or 8 figure business for many, many years to come to build things out. Okay. And I don't want you to feel overwhelmed because it's actually really simple and easy to look at. So I'm going to toggle some stuff off here on the right just so you don't feel overwhelmed of what you're looking at. But essentially, I just want you to master these 3 things. And again, if you're selling right now, you know it like the back of your hand. I'm going to touch into some tidbits in a second. But we have price. The first chart here is price. The second one is volume, how many sales per month that product does. And the last one is competition, other sellers on the listing, okay? So above all, what you want to see in each of the 3 charts is consistency, right? So there's obviously little few details we're going to talk about, but as long as you see consistency in each of the charts, and I don't mean one seller or one price or one sales volume, but if you have a good little, consistency of pricing, being in the same price range for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, same thing with volume and same thing with sellers. There's not too much competition at a certain given time. You're seeing that kind of wave side of things. Then you're put in a really good position. You can also toggle it off to 3 months, to 1 year, to all time to see the different data off of all of the history that it's ever been on Amazon. Every buying decision you need is right here on this little chart, this 3 graph chart, okay? So the first thing you want to look at on the top chart is making sure that the price is rotating, the buy box is rotating to different sellers. So we have this seller, this seller, this seller. You can see it's flying like crazy. That means there's opportunity for everybody to win sales. That checks out. There's no bigger sellers on the listing. You don't want to compete with bigger sellers, and it stays consistent. Then down here for the volume, you want to make sure it has enough volume to actually make it worthwhile, okay? So if this product is selling for $30, 50 sales per month, the entire listing does $1,500 per month. So there's an opportunity for you to go in there, share some of those sales with some of these other sellers, and also win some of those $1,500 to bring that into your catalog. And lastly, with the seller count, you don't want to have a seller count of 1 to 2 sellers or a seller count of 90 sellers. You want to be in a sweet spot, maybe 10, maybe 6, maybe 20 or 25. I wouldn't go above 40, but as long as you're seeing a wave in the chart, you're seeing the sellers go in, sellers are selling out their inventory, then they're coming back in stock. That's a really good sign to look at. Now, you don't want to see like a skyrocketing chart in the past like week or 2 weeks, something like this. This would probably push me away from buying it because I know when this goes up, excuse me, the price is going to go down and just kind of like it did back here, okay? So that's first things first when it comes to the Keepa chart. But now I want to dive into reverse sourcing, the number one way to do this. And again, the best way to reverse source is starting with quality listings, which there's 8 listings that I've provided for the US market at least at the bottom of the module to start reverse sourcing. But if you don't, I'll show you Keepa Product Finder as well in a second. So you can see here, we have a bunch of other sellers here on Selleramp. This is the Selleramp software. It's going to tell me the price, the profitability, everything right here. You want to scroll down to the bottom to see other sellers who are also on the listing. People who are just like you know, building out the business. We have this guy with 49 reviews, this person with 12 reviews, this person with 141, 8, 124, and so on. They all have different seller names. What you're going to do is you're going to click on these sellers to open up their opportunities to see what they actually have in their storefront. So open up that guy, we'll open up this guy, we'll open up one more, maybe we'll open up this guy. Again, it's best to reverse source other sellers who have under 200 reviews because you know they're not just beginners, but you have a better opportunity of competing with them on listings, and also you're probably going to be finding your supplier in the same spot that they do. Okay, so you're stealing like an artist in that sense. So I've opened up 3 different sellers, and what we're going to be seeing here is their storefront, right? This is literally all the products that they carry to sell and make revenue and profit in the business. And if they have some opportunities, we want to dive into those as well. So you can see here, these are all the brands that they carry. These are all the ASINs they carry, the amount of listings, 57, and these 8 reviews, okay? So if I had to guess, he's probably been selling for about 5 or 6 months now, pretty much of a beginner. And what we're gonna be doing here is literally just going down his storefront, looking at opportunities that we think we can relate with or make opportunity with by checking our criteria. Pricing looks good. It's above $20. That's what I recommend. The volume is 50 sales per month. I would like a little bit more, but in the beginning, you're just looking to get sales and looking to get opportunity. The buy box, $26. And the amount of sellers, 27 sellers. Totally fine. Maybe I want a little bit less for less competition, less quantity of volume of a listing, but it's okay. And some of the other the sellers check out on the listing because they're all smaller. He's small, he's small, he's small, and this person's small, okay? What I would do is I would open up that listing. I would do another deep dive of the Keepa, just like we did here, to go through it. And once that checks out, I'll go into the supplier sourcing side of things, which is in the next module. But this is by far the best opportunity to come across a lot of these because you just get so much done going through these listings, right? You can see here, it's this product. Do I relate with this, right? Is it a category I don't want to work in? If it is, you just move past it. If it's not, you go to do your check and balance on it. Selling for a good price, you know, good offer count, good 28 other sellers. I go to some of the other sellers here to look at like a quick snapshot. Looks good. I'll open up the listing, go to do my next check and balance. And it's the same thing. And reverse sourcing is all just about going down their list of opportunities that they carry in their storefront, see if the pricing works out, see if the volume works out, see if the competition across other sellers works out, open up that listing, then go to the next check and balance. And that's what Amazon is all about, right? Reading the data, making a good buying decision by understanding if it's doing well, if it has longevity, or if it has an opportunity for me to jump in on it, okay? I would do the same thing with this seller. Okay, here's another guy, right? CC&D Supply, the other seller that I opened up. I'll go down all of his products that he has. And the best way to do this is really doing it with speed. This doesn't happen in month 1 or month 2, but month 6 to 9. For whatever takes you 10 minutes to do, it'll take you a minute or 2 minutes because you know right away, I don't work with these brands, I don't like these categories, or I like this selling price, or I know this will work out for me, I know this won't work out for me, and it just happens quicker. So your output of opportunities goes up while your sourcing time goes down, and you start to become a master of reverse sourcing. Same thing with this seller, right? Another just tons and tons of opportunity across these 3 sellers, 151 listings. This guy has 73 listings, and this person has 57 listings. We have 250 opportunities that other people are selling to make revenue and profit that we can sit down, search through, and bring in our catalog. Will some be gated? Of course, most will be gated. So maybe some will be auto-ungated. Those are the ones you want to focus on to sell. Then you want to save the gated ones in your catalog because over time, you can turn into this. Remember, these sellers also went through the same fight, the same problem. He now has 151 listings he's eligible to be gated in, but in the beginning, when he was month 1 to 2 or 3 or 6, I'm pretty sure he was fighting through maybe just through a few months, but he was fighting through some of those early day hurdles when it comes to gating as well. This seller and this seller, okay? He hasn't been doing this for a while, and he has 57 listings in his catalog. Now, I want to dive into Keepa Product Finder really, really quickly. So for the US market, you have listings in the bottom of this module to reverse source to start this process of clicking on other sellers, clicking on their opportunities, and starting to go into that rabbit hole. If you're in other markets like UK, EU, Canada, Australia, you can just see if the product is also selling in those markets and start with those opportunities. If not, we have the Keepa product finder. And this is for you in the US market as well, right? This is the way to essentially find these initial listings, because you might be saying, how do I even get to this, right? How did you just land on this potential product that looks somewhat decent? And this is how things spark. And then eventually you go down the rabbit hole of reverse sourcing to find more of these. So this is called the spark listing tactic by me, okay? So what you do is, you go to Keepa Product Finder, same software that's here at the bottom of Amazon listings, and you're gonna be searching in potential products that meet your fit and meet your requirement. Now, I'm not gonna go through all of this, but basically you can change it by category, by seller count, by price, by exactly what you're looking for, just by going through Keepa Product Finder to potentially land on a listing like this or more listings like this, and so on. Once you get to these listings, let's say you have 4, 5, 10, 15, I recommend you start going down the loophole of reverse sourcing. Because what happens is when you open up listings that you think are quality to you, like this one, then you have their listing open up. Let's open this up here. What am I now going to look at? I'm also now going to look at 27 more sellers on this listing that I can reverse source. And the rabbit hole and loophole goes on and on and on forever. And that's the beauty of reverse sourcing. That might be a little bit repetitive, but the opportunities are endless because you find new sellers, new opportunities, new listings, and so on. So that's the number one way when it comes to reverse sourcing. And it's still the number one way. And it's the number one way I've been using it since I first started with the business. And I'm sure it's going to last on literally forever. And AI is only going to make it easier when we incorporate with it. So there it goes when it comes to reverse sourcing and identifying listings. This is going to be reverse sourcing the unknown way, and I think it could very well be the difference between driving yourself crazy with reverse sourcing and finding a ton of leads and products. And this is by far the number one way I think it is to reverse source. This is what I teach my team on a daily basis, and this is what provides us the most success with the business, okay? And that unknown way is dictating what kind of leads you want to be able to find by dictating the listing and dictating the type of suppliers that you're looking for, okay? So the biggest issue that most people run into when it comes into reverse sourcing is you're typically finding a lot of the same products, you're starting to see the same go around, and your head is starting to go crazy saying, how do I get out of this rabbit hole, right? Because that's what you're doing with reverse sourcing. You're opening up storefronts, you're opening up other sellers, other listings, and you're going down a rabbit hole to find more opportunities in the ecosystem of Amazon to see which one is going to be profitable and available for me to sell, right? Ungated and profitable. But this method is specifically focusing on reverse sourcing, but doing it the more low-key way by finding those unknown brands and then extracting the sellers from those, okay? So let's dive into this example here. So this product here is super, super niche, right? Selling for $40, 200 sales per month. The entire listing does pretty well as far as sales volume per month. But the product here is some sort of natural joint health supplement with, certain vitamins and such for horses that weighs 5 pounds. This is super niche of a product that's not obviously clothes, Nike, beauty, the popular beauty brands you could find in your local retailer, regardless of the marketplace that you're selling in. This one's a lot more specific, a lot smaller of a brand that I've never heard of, right? I've never heard of this brand. So my chances of finding more smaller brands or better sellers to reverse source by reverse sourcing a listing like this is much, much higher than if I were to find something that everybody can look at that is available to buy at Walgreens. If I had to guess, this probably isn't sold at one of the bigger retailers in each marketplace, right? Because it's a little bit more low-key. It's not as common. It's probably sold by maybe the manufacturer, maybe a bigger like a smaller retailer that you can buy in bulk from, maybe an unknown website, kind of down that rabbit hole. So what I did here was I went to the sellers, through the normal reverse sourcing process. We have a few sellers on this listing, and I'm opening up the storefronts of these sellers, right? Just going through the normal reverse sourcing process. And what I did was I opened up one of these sellers, and as you can see here, just kind of how I drew it up, we get a lot of unknown or smaller name brands after reverse sourcing this listing, right? This seller here who has 184 reviews, which is a good size to reverse source. Anything under 200 is good. And you can see all these brands that are here. Dervet, I can't even pronounce this one, Bimectin, Vortex, Horseshape, all of these low-key unknown brands that I don't know, and I would never even thought of when it comes to selling on Amazon to potentially sell these. But again, we're reading the data, we're making buying decisions on what's quality and what's not quality, okay? So this just brought me an entire rabbit hole, an entire loop of products that I would have never even really, focused on or would have had an opportunity to. And what that happens is that allows you to put yourself in a different category, a different strategy than other sellers. The more people that are doing what you're going to be doing, the more saturated that the leads are going to be, the more price tanking, the more difficult to find it profitable. But when you're working in different directions, right? I'd rather small fish in that small pond with no one else fishing with me. It's a lot easier to pull profitable products off of. So you can see here, there's a ton of niche stuff that, this brand, this product that does 3,000 sales per month does really, really well, right? This one right here, I've never heard of. This one right here, the German horse, I've never heard of. Ton of opportunities. It doesn't mean they're all going to be profitable, but it just increases your chances and it increases your output of reverse sourcing rather than just finding those everyday brands that you continue to see, the same rabbit holes you keep going down, okay? And here's another example here. This is also a niche product, right? It's a pump spray foamer, maybe not too niche, or maybe it is super niche, honestly, for car detailing. I think that's pretty super niche, okay? So what I did was the same exact process. I went into the sellers here. I found a seller. I clicked on their storefront and say, what else are they selling, right? The normal reverse sourcing process. And what we have here is other niche products or brands that you wouldn't even think of. Now, of course, are these listings the most quality listings? I'm not sure. I didn't really do a deep dive into them. I don't know if these leads are all quality, but it increases your chance of sourcing in the right direction and it increases your output while doing a whole heck of a lot less sourcing. And this is by far, like I mentioned, the number one way that I've seen in today's day and age, and the number way I've been doing it for the past 5 years with Amazon, and it's only getting easier and easier with smaller brands and smaller opportunities popping up literally all over the place, okay? So you increase your opportunity, your lead output, as well as your opportunity to find leads that have longevity and don't tank. So this is that niche reverse sourcing method of finding these smaller brands, these more low-key brands that leads you into the smaller sellers who also are sourcing that direction. Whatever they're doing profitable, we want to follow their same exact strategy. Remember, reverse sourcing is stealing like an artist, and if we can find the best artist to steal from, it puts us in a really good position. So there it goes with that one, and we will keep it rolling into the next one. So this product, you can tell right off the bat, which is a little bit hard to even understand what it is. It looks like it's a brush cleaning tank jar. So it's something where you store this stuff in here. Outside of everything, it's super niche. I mean, this is something that where if thinking about selling on Amazon 5 years ago or now, before you even knew about Amazon FBA, you would never think about, I'm going to sell on Amazon because I know I have this brush cleaning tank jar that's going to do really, really well for me, right? And it sounds funny enough, but that's actually where most of the power comes when it comes to building out this business is finding the most niche opportunities, right? So a lot of times, you can watch videos online as well. One of the most easily highlighted things is the bigger name branded products that everybody can find. I'm not saying there's not an opportunity there because again, when it comes to whether it's wholesale or whether it's OA, which of course I recommend entering with OA and then building on wholesale over time. But regardless of the business model you're doing, it's much harder to acquire the product from a bigger brand because they have higher order quantities. Suppliers are harder to reach. Some of the bigger suppliers, like you can acquire the product, but sometimes it might not be profitable because of other sellers. So we're going to dive into one of these niche products where I have literally built the back of my business off of, starting with semi niche, and then I just went all the way niche. And that's why I run into a lot less issues, I would say, on a day-to-day basis. We're having to worry about price tanking, seller count tanking, and so on. So let's dive into this a little bit. Now, this is not a 1000% perfect Keepa chart, but I want to just take you guys, whether you're a beginner, you have no idea like with Keepa charts, or whether you have a super advanced level of knowledge of what you're going to be looking at these opportunities and what I look at like at the next level. Okay. So this is the Keepa chart here, obviously. If you're brand new, you're just going to be getting into this. You'll be getting Keepa. You'll be playing around with it a little bit. I'm going to toggle off some of the points here, which you could do as well if you're currently selling. Feel free to play around with whatever kind of viewing that you want to see with toggling it off. Because if you have everything on, it's going to be chaotic and crazy, okay? So we have the top three charts. And this will be kind of recap information as you're selling currently. So we have price, we have volume, and we have seller count. Above all, with all these numbers, colors, and charts going everywhere, the more consistency you see, the better. Okay. And when I say consistency, you probably don't want to see a straight line right here down at the bottom, which I'll talk about in a second. But if you can work towards as consistent as profitable, the more it is over the course of 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, the higher chance, not a guarantee, but the higher chance that lead becomes a reoccurring client for you for 6 months, 9 months, 10 months, and so on. Okay. So you want to, I'm just going to be real quick, Tammy. Sorry the echo, but the longer you can have it for longevity is typically based off of the history of the listing. Now, of course, are there opportunities where you're going to buy and within 2 or 3 months it's not as profitable as you'd want it to be? 100%, right? It's going to happen. It happens to me even to this day, 4.5, 5 years into the business. But the more consistency that you can see, and that's what you're shooting for, the better it will be. And you'll get to the point where even if you're 6 months in, or 9 months in, or 3 months in, you'll know how to read Keepa charts. You'll have a degree, a master in it, hopefully after these 7 days, literally like that, right? Like you'll look at it and you'll know right away this is buyable or not buyable. Okay, so this first chart is going to highlight us the price. If I play around with my toggle, we're going to go back and forth, lower price, then it gets higher. Might be becoming seasonal, might be becoming the less sellers are coming in stock. There's many different factors of why this price could be increasing. Typically, as competition goes down, price goes up. It's kind of like the normal going and saying of business. Same thing for different seasons. If it's an ornament, obviously the volume is going to skyrocket. Sellers aren't going to be able to stay in stock, so they'll go out of stock and the pricing will go up. Okay. But what I want to highlight here, because it's a little bit more high level, is this pink chart. This is the FBA buy box. Majority of people, and this matters even if you do a little bit of FBM, you're going to be competing against the FBA sellers, right? Because you want to be winning buy box and getting sales, winning majority of those opportunities on the listing. Okay. So when I toggle my cursor back and forth, even with all the charts and numbers kind of sporadically, trust me, it's super simple to read. They make it a little bit confusing or overwhelming, but it's just telling me which seller at what point of the day is winning the sales, right? Winning the buy box or the opportunity for sales. Okay. So if I go from right to left, you'll see these different names pop up on the pricing here. And this is literally just random third party sellers, whether they're established or completely new, winning sales and trading sales. And if I go fast, you'll just see the name flip like a million times. And this is actually good. Okay. So that's exactly what you're looking for. Outside of consistency, you want to make sure that name flips as much as possible, right? You want to make sure it flips and you want to make sure the people that it's flipping between aren't massive sellers. So this guy here has 556 reviews. Regardless of his rating, if he's a 5-star seller or a 4-star seller, it doesn't really matter too much to Amazon. It matters of how long he's been doing it and how big he is. With 556 reviews, he's probably a 7, maybe even an 8-figure seller. He's really established, okay? But if we go someone with 60 reviews, like MS Kamalvi, this seller right here, he's still a really good seller, but more in the earlier stages. So when it comes to who's winning these sales at certain times, obviously pricing plays a factor, but Amazon has a massive algorithm at the back end. I'm not sure what it is, and they decide who should win sales. Okay, one second. And those sales, that decision typically becomes who's going to give the best customer service to the customer. And that usually means pricing, and that usually means who can we trust the most. If they have a seller with a million reviews versus a seller with one review, who are they going to trust, right? Especially if pricing is the same, it doesn't even matter. So that's why you'll hear me say a million times, and I want you to take this principle literally for the rest of your life, for the next 5, 10, 20, 100 years with the Amazon FBA. There's no room for competition with a massive seller. Unless they don't stay in stock, unless their products aren't typically available, or unless you don't see them a lot in the listing. If they're there, if they have enough stock, typically they're buying it for a lot cheaper than we are because they have better resources, better outlets, better suppliers, and they're not letting go, right? They have no problem dropping the price to lose money on the product because they have a million other products to crush us on, right? Even 5 years in, being I guess a somewhat mid-sized seller, I would consider myself, which is actually really hard to get reviews. That would still get crushed. I've been crushed by massive sellers. So when you're analyzing these charts, you want to make sure you're doing the checks of a few things, and I'll write them down here. Okay, you want to make sure no big sellers, frequent at least, buy box rotating quickly, and consistency. And this is another high level pro tip as well, which some people may have seen this, but when this little chart is like flickering like this, right? It literally looks like a light switch flickering as quick as possible. This is like the best possible thing that you could see with Amazon when it comes to jumping on a listing because you know that the buy box really rotates. If it's one flat line, typically it doesn't rotate that much. Even if it's smaller sellers, it could be one flat line at $20 for the last 1 year. It makes me a little bit scared to jump on. But if it flickers like this, that's the best possible situation to be in. Okay. So that's a little bit of the price. Now I could play around with going from 3 months to 1 year to 1 month to 1 week to 1 day. So you can get as accurate as you want with the data. I could see here this seller, daily supply code, 0 reviews, 0 stars, just probably started last week or 2 weeks ago, jumped on this listing and he has had buy box. So new seller and he's coming in here dominating as a new person on the block, doing well. And for the past day, he's traded buy box a little bit. But you can see he was here. Then we have a new seller. We have another new seller. Or not new, but semi-new, and another new seller. So you can see buy box rotates, and they try to divvy up those sales against who they can trust the most. Now, to stay in buy box the best, have the best price and stay in stock. Easier said than done, but it comes with overtime, right? That's the top chart. Now, the middle chart, you don't even want to worry about this green wave you see behind you, right? This green wave, it's a little bit overwhelming. This is the old school days of Amazon. Well, you'll learn it eventually. We'll learn it over time. But these are the old school days of Amazon. So before, Amazon never had this line called monthly sold. Like, it's only about 2.5 years old. And to be honest, if I go into the chart here and I click all time and I go back here to 2025, the beginning of it, you see it's not even a chart anymore. I think it was like 2024 when they announced it. But that used to never existed. So you had to master the green wave. The green wave is called the BSR, which is basically how well the product ranks within its category, right? So you would have to understand what's a good BSR. And you'll learn this over time, but I don't want you to overwhelm yourself now because you don't need to, right? You have the yellow line. It tells you it sells 100 times per month. And a pro tip as well, when something says it sells 100 times per month, look at where it bounces. So you can see here, this went from 100 times per month to 50 times per month. Not literally, right? Not in that moment, but that's just kind of how an average that Amazon uses. So, if it bounces down like this, I can pretty much consider that it sells probably about 100 times per month, and sometimes it dips down to 75 or 80. Amazon just uses the average and it rounds. But if it goes from 100 times per month and then it pops to 200, then I can guess pretty well that it's in between 100 and 200 times per month. And usually it's more than what you think. Okay. And of course, that's across all the sellers who are competitive in buy box and so on. But you don't have to worry about this green wave. Just worry about this yellow line. You can make a really accurate decision. And for the Canadian marketplace, typically, the volume is much less. Same thing for the UK. So you'll see a lot more of those 50 sales per month, 30 sales per month, and so on. But for the US marketplace, it doesn't go lower than 50 sales per month of what it tells you. If it has no yellow line, that means it sells less than 50 times per month. Okay. For the health and household category, it's different. Sometimes it doesn't have the yellow line because like it doesn't get whatever, it doesn't generate on Keepa. That's a story for a different day. If you have a situation like that and you think that it sells 500 times per month, but it's not saying it, it's like a 1% of the time it happens. Send it to me. We'll tackle it. All right. So this is kind of what you see here with the volume. Again, you can go from 3 months, 1 year, and so on. You just want to see consistency. You'll know it's a seasonal product really well if the volume goes up crazy and then it goes down like crazy, right? Usually happens in December or one of the bigger holidays. It doesn't really happen randomly unless it's like, you know, the summer and it's like I don't know, a fly product, right? Like there's a lot of bugs outside. So you have like a fly spray. You'll see that happen in the summer, but a lot of times you want to see consistency. I prefer evergreen, is what they call it. Products that sell the same year round, whether it's Christmas, whether it's January, whether it's February, the lowest months of customers purchasing. I like it year round because I know exactly what I'm buying, the exact same buying schedule. But of course, you can do a mix of both. All right, last one here is the seller count. Okay. Again, we want to see consistency across everything. We don't want to see one flat line, but we want to see sellers coming in, sellers going out. So if I open up the chart to a year, because it's a little bit harder, easier to read. If we look at just 3 months, you can see it's just slowly going down. You'll see it says new offer count. New offer count just means a new seller. There's 20 people on the call. It could be 20 of us on this listing. This is all of us, right? On this listing, just a bunch of third-party sellers and so on. So if it's going down, right, sellers are obviously losing out of stock. Now, there's a few reasons it could be doing this. One, the supplier that everybody's buying from could be out of stock. That's number one. Doesn't happen too much unless it's like a you know, big discount or online arbitrage, big bulk discount, whatever opportunity. That's number one. But number two, this price is unprofitable for all the sellers, 1844. But it's there because all the sellers competed with each other. And I'll tell you what happened right now. If we go into the 1 year chart, right here, all these sellers came flying into the listing. You'll see here, it came up like a wave, like the biggest wave you ever seen in your life. And the price was at $28, right? This guy, Dark Moon Distributions, he was selling at $28. He was probably feeling really good for himself, right? He's probably doing 80% ROI, 70% ROI. All of a sudden, all of these sellers ruined the party and they came on and on and on. And look at the price. It just goes down the stairs, right? Down, 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 all the way down to $18. So all these sellers, by the time they bought it and they were in stock, they said, dang, I'm no longer profitable right now. I'm either break even or maybe I'm losing a little bit of money. So what are they all trying to do? They want to just sell their inventory, right? They don't want to have their inventory sitting on Amazon. They want to sell it to get their money back, right? So they can put it in a new product. So what happens is a lot of times you'll see this chart slowly trickle down because all these sellers are just competing to wait to get rid of the inventory, right? So a lot of times when these happens on these charts, typically when it gets to right around about here, I would say a little bit lower maybe, what happens is the price starts to come back up, right? Because the competition is lower now. So people try to take advantage of that little small window there is to buy it profitable, right? So now we're getting back to 23, back to 24. Now, this isn't the majority of listings, right? This is just this case scenario. Every single Keepa chart is different. Some are just flat line consistent. Some of them are popping up. Some of them are going down. But I'm glad I brought up this example because it kind of shows a listing that's I consider tanking, right? The price is tanking because competition went up. Everybody's trying to win the sales, and there's only 100 sales to go around, right? And people are greedy, right? At the end of the day, we're all greedy, right? We want all 100 sales. So it's kind of how this thing trends this way. But if you were on a listing where, for whatever, 3 months or 4 months, the sellers were just bouncing between a few guys and so on, that listing will probably be profitable for many, many more months to come, years to come, and so on. And that's kind of where you find the gems, right? The replenishable items, the ones that are the top of your catalog, the best clients in your business. And then you look to slowly add on more opportunities, even if some of them are seasonal, even if some of them have a really big discount now, you just do it one time. But the more you can build a catalog of leads you can buy over and over again and slowly build the bottom of your catalog to make it stronger and stronger is what Amazon FBA is all about, right? It's literally very simple when you break it down when it comes to it's not about having 100 or 200 listings in your catalog. It's about having a strong top half and slowly building a better base so it beats the top half. And that just comes with time. Obviously, once you get through your first sales and once you get through a really good base of 2K per month, 3K per month, and then it's just about consistency, knowing where you're buying from, knowing that you're buying at a profitable price, understanding that there's a certain little level of time delay, right? If you were to buy the product right here on February 18th, which you can see the date here at the bottom, February 19th, you're not going to have the product available for sale if you're doing FBA till probably early March. I would say maybe like right around right here, maybe a little bit earlier. You never know because the supplier has to ship the product, whether it's OA or wholesale. You have to get it. You have to have it prepped, or you have dealing with a prep center, which will have to have it prepped. They'll send it to Amazon. Amazon has to take it in and check it in. Okay. It takes a few weeks, right? Just standard shipping process when it comes to the buying and selling process. So by the time you bought it, it was 18 sellers you're competing with. By the time you're selling it, there's 36 sellers. And there's a big price difference. It went from 27 to 25, right? And it went all the way down to 18 eventually because a lot of people bought it right here and it kept on going down and down and down. So that's kind of like a little bit of a broad, rapid rundown. And you'll see a little bit of this in the modules today. And I go into detail when it comes to sourcing. Unfortunately, I can't source because Selleramp, for the first time I've ever seen in my life, is down during the live call. Okay. So I've never seen this before, but Selleramp is not working for me. It says 504 gateway. But we'll dive into some questions. And if anybody has them in the chat or if anybody wants to unmute on a certain situation, and maybe we'll dive into some like live hands-on stuff to see that. And of course, if this is the first time you're seeing some of these charts, that was a good crash course, but it might be overwhelming. So we'll dive into any questions that people have. And then if anybody wants to unmute and dive into it, we can do that as well. So, okay, I'm going to go into Tawana's right here. So what about looking at the date and buy box statistics? So I think you meant data there. This is a really good one as well. Let's take it like a little bit. So this is more of like high level advanced information a little bit. And I want to sprinkle some of the more important stuff that I look at here. So when it comes to getting Keepa, whether you have Keepa or about to get Keepa, you need it. Tells you all the information you need. This is the price history tab. It's like the front facing thing, like when it comes to reading the Keepa chart. Okay. So when you're making buying decisions, by the time you're saying, okay, I'm confident I'm going to buy this product, you said yes, or no, you're about to say yes. I have said yes. You've sent the listing to me. It's all about doing checks and balances, right? Yes, yes. Think about it as a committee, right? But it's not a human committee. You're making decisions based off of what you're seeing. So when you see the price history looks good, that's a check. When you see the volume looks good, that's a check. When you see the seller count and the competition is good, that's a check. Now, if you want to take it to the next level of checks, what you do here, you go to this data tab on Keepa, and this is where you get a high level advanced amount of information on this chart to understand, okay, the number one way you can figure out if you're really going to sell the product is to actually sell the product, right? And of course, you can increase those chances to 99.99% by just reading all the data cues beforehand. And this one right here, the data tab, really, really helps with that. Okay. So I'm not going to dive into too much with this. We'll talk more about it too as well, Tawana, but I want to dive into it a little bit on the number one thing that I use the data tab for, because I sprinkle this. I don't use the buy box statistics, which you can use, which tells you what percentage of which seller is winning the buy box. You can get really detailed there, and that could be helpful. But the number one thing that I use in the data tab is I go to the offers tab, right? And the offers tab is telling me how well every single seller is doing. So if all 20 of us on this live call were here in this listing, we'd all have a certain stock level of history. Maybe Jay has 10, maybe whatever. Maybe someone else has 5, maybe someone else has 30, maybe someone else has 50, right? Everybody has different stock in the listing, but we can literally see how well they're selling out their inventory. I wouldn't pay attention to this right here because sometimes it's a little bit not right, but all you want to pay attention to is this mountain right here. Whenever a seller has stock, you'll see their inventory slowly trickle down. So you want to look for the seller name, right? Random seller, Storelia. I can't really pronounce that one, but you want to see how many reviews they have. Make sure they match your level of selling. Under 100 reviews is totally fine. Under 200 is fine as well. This one has 21 reviews. This one has 176 reviews. And you can literally see how much stock they have and how fast they sell it out. On June 12th or June 23rd, um, the seller had 20 units. Then in 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later, the seller had 5 units. So they sold 15 units. And looking at a bunch of different sellers and offer counts, you can kind of get a really good idea on how much inventory they sell out in a certain amount of time. And that could help give you idea or give you confidence that, okay, knowing that Dreamland sold this and Storelia sold this, I can probably do a test buy of 10 units, and then I can probably work my way up to selling 30 units per month because I'm the same size seller as Dreamland and he does it. But now, obviously, we'll be competing on pricing and sharing sales a little bit. But that's the kind of confident decisions you make. Now, I won't dive into that too much. Maybe we could do it tomorrow as well because it's a little bit of the next level. And I saw here, Lewis said, isn't it somewhat inaccurate because of max order quantity limit? So, this is a really good question as well. This is also high level information when it comes to Amazon. But as a seller, you have the ability to toggle something on your Seller Central that says max order quantity limit. So you don't allow customers order more than 3 units or 2 units or 5 units. Now, there's a whole different strategy for that, right? The reason you do that is because you can be hiding your storefront stock count to other sellers, but also during quarter 4, you want to make sure that competition and whatnot. There's a lot of stuff on the back end of why people do that, right? And I do that as well. But when you do that, what happens is it tells Keepa chart that you only have 3 units in stock. So you can see here, this seller Art Materials, he looks like he never sells a freaking unit. And if he's in the business of making money, he's doing the opposite right here. He's not selling anything, right? So it could deceive you. But really, he could be selling inventory, but his stock will never go below 3 if he has an order limit quantity on the back end on his when he uploaded the listing, which I could show everybody to do as well. It's really simple. And this shows other sellers that, oh, his stock never goes below 3 because he always stays in stock. So it gets a little bit deceiving. But the best thing you could do for yourself is ignore these listings. Only look for ones that actually show life of trickling. This guy right here, this one right here, this one right here. You could just kind of zoom in right here and see where their storefront is trickling. See how much time it's taking them. And look, and even for a better case scenario, they're all kind of losing stock at the same time. That means that they're sharing sales. And that's kind of what we saw here in the buy box when it got rotated around a little bit. So that's a good point by Lewis on that. It's more of like high level stuff when it comes to Amazon, not really like the early day stuff, but you'll get into that as well. So that's a good one. But all right, we got a lot of messages, I think, over here. Anybody want to raise hand, mute too as well? If
Um,
totally up.
I have a couple of questions. Sorry, I don't have the icon to raise my hand.
Right,
Um,
that's what do it, Tammy.
okay. Okay, so I have a couple questions. So, I had spoken with you before about a product that I had where I kept getting, this notification saying that my pricing wasn't competitive. And in fact, everybody on this one listing was just sky high. And then there were other listings to where the price was maybe like the buy box price was maybe like $4 lower. Well,
Mhm.
that I checked it yesterday. The buy box is gone on that
Mm,
listing. So now I'm wondering what now? And I can still see that everybody on the listing is still maybe at, 18, $17,
mhm,
opposed to another listing that's competitive at 11.99. So now I'm
mhm.
wondering, what do I do? I lowered it to maybe like 14.90 to see, okay, is it a way for me to sort of like trick the buy box to come back,
Yep.
or just what I do? And then I got a message still after that saying that it wasn't low enough, it should be lower, as low as the competitive price, which is
Mhm,
11.99. And
mhm.
so now I'm kind of like wondering, what do I do because I'm on this listing?
So I'll coach you through this one, and a little bit is kind of like guess and check. So this
Okay.
is this is one of the dumbest rules by Amazon, if we have to be blunt here, called competitive pricing. And I know we talked about it a little bit on the call, but it's their way of saying that they want this price to be showed, or else they feel like it's price gouging a little bit, which is
Hmm.
sometimes unrealistic, right? So Amazon does these audits. It could be frequent. It could be triggered by a customer saying something. It could be anything where they feel like the pricing should be audited. Okay. So now what I want you to do, Tammy, and this will be after the call, but I want you to send me a screenshot of that listing and I'll walk you through it too. I'll send you a little Loom recording to your messages on where to
Hmm.
find this. But you're going to see something when you click on your offer, on your pricing. It's going to give you a few options. It's going to say featured pricing. It's going to say competitive pricing. And it's going to say like another one, right? And typically, on most listings, especially ones that have smaller brands, the competitive pricing will be blank. There'll be nothing here, right? And your featured pricing will be the buy box cost. This means the buy box, right? But when the buy box goes away, 90% of the time, right? And I'll talk about the other time as well. This competitive pricing, a number will pop up in here and they'll say the competitive price is 10, but the buy box cost might be 20. So what happens is the buy box goes away because Amazon says you're not the competitive price and you have to be here to make it competitive. Now, what you do is, and it's unfortunate, but what you do for the short term, you try to trigger the competitive price and then try to walk it back up. Sometimes there might be situations where you trigger it and you go down to the competitive price, and every time you go back up, they just take it away from it. But also sometimes Amazon will no longer will delete the competitive price maybe after a week or a few days or a few weeks, sometimes never. But now it'll go back up to the regular buy box price. So it's an inconsistent algorithm from Amazon where you're trying to play a game by still selling through some of your inventory, even if it's for break even or a little bit of a loss, to try to trigger the health of the listing back up. And any seller could do it on the listing. But of course, you want to take charge and try to do it because you don't want to wait for anybody to try to do it. So send me a picture. Let's see what the competitive pricing is. Let's see if it's even profitable. Usually it's not profitable anymore because Amazon wants you to
Right.
sell it at the same cost you buy from the supplier. It's impossible. But they will try to do it, try to play around with it. Sometimes it's just an unfortunate situation where now Amazon has a new competitive price and they stick it there. Honestly, it hasn't been that much of an issue as it was a few years ago. It's actually been better, but they'll stick it there. And if that's the case, you want to just sell through and then just not try to restock until you see a good amount of data showing that the buy box stays consistent for a while. And I've had many run-ins with this, right? I've tried to lower the price and then I've sold through my inventory at break even, and I've waited 2 months to watch the buy box be there, and it's been there for 2 months, and I come back in stock, and right when I come back in stock, it's gone again. So it's sometimes it's a little bit of a game like whack-a-mole, but again, these situations aren't that common. They happen more with bigger brands because they're alerted a little bit more that bigger brands are selling for a lower price on other retailers or wholesalers and marketplaces. Not wholesalers, but retailers and so on. So you're gonna send me a screen. I'll walk you through a little bit after. I'll send you a little Loom recording. Send me a screenshot and we'll break it down a little bit to see if we can try to trigger that or play around with it a little bit to see if we
Okay.
can make something happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
And a follow-up question to that. Is it that do you have the opportunity once you've sent in a product to change the listing once they've already received it?
So change the listing in the title and such.
Well, I guess the ASIN.
No.
Okay.
So Yeah, you won't be able to change the ASIN once they receive it. And if you do it by mistake, right? You send an inventory and you sent it in for ASIN XYZ, and it goes in for
Mhm,
ASIN XYB or CYB or whatever. What you have
mhm.
to do is the worst case scenario. You have to do a removal order with Amazon, which is sending the inventory back from from fulfillment center.
Okay.
You have to close the listing, send it back to you, reprep it. Unfortunately, they don't like remingle it, which they have the capability to do it, they just don't. So I don't know why.
Mhm.
It's that's obviously a big hurt in a business is a time delay if you mess up there.
Okay, okay. And I saw in the community, I think his name was Edison, and he was asking a question. I guess it was related to product or reconciliation or something like that. But
Mhm.
what happens, and it made me think of what happens to products that are returned? I mean, does that go back out for resale? What happens?
So what happens is that's another really good question. So for return items, when you get a return, there's a few things that happen. So one option is it's returned, but it's not opened. It wasn't damaged. So it goes back into your inventory. So that's the best case scenario because that way you don't really lose. So back into your inventory. The second case scenario is if it's opened, if it's damaged, it's what on. That will go into your inventory, not as sellable, but it will be called unfulfillable, right? And that's where it's essentially just a refund. It's a loss. So you lose the cost of the product. And eventually, you know, to handle unfulfillable inventory or returns, what you have to do is you have to do a removal order, which sends the inventory elsewhere out of FBA. They say, this item is no longer sellable. You got to do something with it. So you can liquidate it. You get like 5% of the cost of the item, which is essentially nothing. Or you can send it back to your home if you want to use it. You can, or just have them remove it, which is a small fee, I believe, too, or maybe I think it's free or something. But I typically just liquidate it. But now I work with a returns company, which I haven't yet brought them in the community. I plan on doing so, where they take in the inventory, they try to remingle it, repackage it, and they try to resell it on their marketplaces or their method of ways. And it's a way to recoup some of the money. And it's a really good opportunity to work with them. And I only onboarded them with about 6 months ago. So that's a good opportunity as you get to scale. In the beginning, you don't really have to worry about it. Some losses are going to happen. You have to bake in some of the returns. It's going to happen. But these are kind of the two ways it goes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So let's dive into some of these here. Do you agree not so Gina said, "Do you agree not to sell the brand if the brand is selling?" Yeah, avoid it. Avoid it 100% of the time unless in the rare case scenario, if the brand gave if you had a brand direct relationship, which is the ultimate level of doing Amazon, right? This is something that a lot of people grow into, right? Brand direct is very, very hard, but eventually you grow into it. If you're working directly with the brand and they said, you can sell the item, but we also sell the item, you probably still don't want to sell the item because they're going to win majority of the sales because it's their listing, it's their brand and their product. But that's the only case scenario where I would say you're allowed to do it. Otherwise, I would avoid it. And again, there's situations where there's listings where the brand is selling, let's say, for example, but they rotate the buy box. You still should just avoid it because if the brand wants to at any given time, they want to say, you know what, game's over. We're playing and we're the only one playing. They can do that. And it causes issues with having inventory. Now you have, 20 units or 5 units or $100, $500 and all of a sudden you're like, oh, where do I move this inventory? So I don't recommend, you know, playing around with the brand a little bit. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. All right. Mojadar, asking my question before I forget. When we have a lead with the supplier, how do we decide how much units to go with? Do we look at the volume and decide with it, or maybe the type of supplier? So, whenever you have a lead, especially in the first 3 months or 6 months, if you're doing OA, online arbitrage, you're going to do a test buy. 10 units, 5 units. If you're buying leads, while you're in the community, or stick around, obviously everybody sends them all to me, and I'm going to give you a good perspective on what you should buy, but on how many units you should buy. But it should always be a test buy in the beginning. Eventually, you get to the point where you have so much confidence where okay, I could sell 50 units on this listing 100%. So you go right into 50 units and it skips the delay of having to do a test buy and reordering and so on. But at the beginning, I would stick with 10 units. I wouldn't kind of limit it per unit. Like, if it's like a $50 item, right, and you have $1,000 to spend in inventory, you never want to go more than 33% of the money you have to spend. Okay. So you never want to go more than 33% in one particular item because that puts too much risk in one item. So 30% of variety, I guess I'll call it, right, across the amount of money you have. And honestly, This is the max you want to spend in one lead. Max spend in one lead, even if it's the best freaking lead ever. Even if it's 100% ROI, 200% ROI, unless your best friend is the owner of the brand, like then it's okay. But like this, max lead you want to spend, max money you want to spend is no more than 33%. So that means if you have $1,000 to spend, never spend more than $333, right? Even a little bit less to have a little bit of a wiggle room, because and you put too much risk in one opportunity, right? So do a test buy, 10 units, depending on the how how expensive the item is. 10 units, 5 units, right? Five is a little bit less. It has to be a higher ticket item for it to be five, maybe like $30 buy cost or $40 buy cost. But if it's a $10 buy cost or $20 buy cost, buy 10 units, test buy, see how it performs, then restock and go all in on the next one. But of course, send them to me as well. That will that would be a good little learning there as well. All right. Um, I get my inventory returned and sell on Facebook Marketplace. There you go. So Gina gets her inventory and she resells it, which you can 100% do, and you can kind of try to make up for those losses there, which is pretty good. eBay is a really good option for that as well. You could sell it used on Amazon, cause a little bit more logistical issues because you have to kind of like have inventory at your home and whatnot, but there is. And there we go. So, all right. So there's some of those questions there. Is there any other questions, or does anybody want to raise their hand to dive into anything in specific?
I've got two
Anybody?
quick questions for you.
All right, let's do it, Tammy.
Okay, so the first one, is there a way or how can we solicit reviews from our customers?
Meaning request reviews.
Yes. Hmm.
So there's a button on Amazon. This is another high level question. You can also do it through Seller Board. Right down here, Seller Board or Amazon, where it's like a mass click button, right? For seller reviews, not for the listing reviews, because not that you care too much about like the listing reviews, but as a seller, you can click a button basically on Seller Board and Amazon, which I'll show you again. I don't have it pulled up here. It's a little bit of a loophole, not a loophole, but you got to go down the rabbit hole. So you click on this, and it'll basically send out all of the reviews automatically, like 2 weeks after the customer receives the product, and it increases the reviews a little bit. But also something important to note: reviews are super uncommon. In the space. So like when it comes to it's like one review for every like 500 orders or something like that, or 200 orders,
Hmm.
like something really
Wow.
a lot. Yeah, for some reason, customers just don't. They'll review the product, but they don't review the seller. A lot of customers don't even know there's third party sellers on the marketplace, but they're uncommon. But you can do it with a click of a button. It increases a little bit. I saw a little bit of a jump, but it's not that big of a deal. But it's useful to be able to build up your seller account. So that's another one too. And you can also remove bad reviews if you get one-star reviews on certain situations. If it's a fake product or inauthentic, you can't do anything about it. But if they say it was damaged and you sent it with FBA, you can have Amazon, you can have it removed by submitting it to Amazon and say, look, this wasn't my fault. This is your fault. And they'll do that. So yeah, but I'll send you a little screenshot. I'll try to find out on Seller Board. They make it pretty easy. And Amazon has an option too, I believe, somewhere. I got to play around with it.
And so one more question, Jay.
Yeah.
So tax wise, is there something that we should be paying or doing when we're making sales throughout the year before tax season? I keep getting these emails from the Georgia state tax saying that you have a message. You have a message, and it's giving my company name. And so I'm wondering, is there anything, how is that done? How are the taxes, collected and all of that stuff when you make a sale?
So this is specific for the US because I'm not sure all
Mhm,
the tax rules overseas and whatnot. I mean,
mhm,
also I'm not an accountant or advisor, but from what I know, what I've been told is that Amazon collects all the sales tax, right? So like
mhm.
they handle all the sales tax submissions, and that's really the big thing on sales. When you sell
Okay,
something, you have sales tax, right? But us as sellers, we're not collecting sales tax. We Amazon takes care of that process. So
okay,
when you get into the business side of things, you registered with your state and you're going through that process. What you do is, on a monthly basis, and I believe it might be quarterly in Connecticut, it might be monthly, if I remember right, what my accountant does. But basically, they submit to show that we collected zero sales tax, right? So you have to
mhm,
do some sort of submission. You could check with Georgia as well. I'm sure it's a very, very similar process,
mhm,
where you show that, hey, basically they ask you how much sales tax do you pay. Those sales, Connecticut is 6.35% sales tax on every item that's sold, and you go in there through your business portal for your business name and whatnot, and you'll tell them, I collected $0 of sales tax. Sometimes it's quarterly, and you'll submit it, and they'll say, okay, good, and they'll give you a check mark, and you'll be good to go, right? So you might have to do that. Check that out with Georgia to see
Okay.
if they require that on the requirement, but you don't have to pay any sales tax or anything like that. I think it was Dylan who's in the community, who's been in the community for a while, like 6, 7 months now. You guys probably see him everywhere on school. He paid the sales tax by
Mm.
accident. He was taking 6.35% of the money. He was on total payouts on items, and he was paying it, a little bit confused, but he was able to recoup it when he told the state, like, "Oh, this is not, confusion here." So, but yeah, you get check that out. That'll be a good one.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Well, question here from Joy. What's up, Joy? Do you need an Amazon account or need to be an Amazon user to start product sourcing? No, you don't. So you need an Amazon account to understand what items you're ungated for. So I'll write that down for ungating. But you don't need one to start sourcing. So you can get your seller amp, but it won't be connected to your seller account. That will tell you which items you're able to sell, which items you're not able to sell. It's not the end of the world because I know you have to be, able to sell to be able to sell it, but you still can start building on a list of quality listings through that. So you don't need an account and you don't need anything for Keepa either. So you can get seller amp and Keepa right away. And I guess you could save the $40 per month with your seller account without holding off to get it. It's good to get it right away because you have to go through the account setup process anyways, and you're investing to the business, so it's worth it, right? You're kind of getting knowing at an early stage what items you're available to sell, and it gives you like that extra push. Funny story. I mean, this is a little bit side note, but funny story. When I first started Amazon, I had very low capital to start the business, and I remember I was so worried about the seller account being charged at the beginning of the month, at the end of the month, because I was trying to keep the capital for inventory and other things and such, and it gets you charged right away. And I was like, I had a heart attack when I got charged, but it really put me into the business to be like, okay, I'm all in now, right? I gotta have to build this out and really be all engaged. So that could be an extra, like, little bit of accountability too. All right, last one here. Reginald. I have a 204 account health rating after selling 300 plus items, and I have been selling low ticket items. I'm seeing a lot of new brands ungates. Okay, this is also something really important that Reginald mentioned right here, and this is awesome. So as you build your account health, you start to get ungated and more. It's hard to hear that or see that in the beginning when you're seeing gated, 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 but it's about pushing through the hard stuff in the beginning. So your account health starts at 200 for every seller, and it goes up by 4 units every 4 points every time you sell a certain amount of units. I think it's 200, but he sold 300 plus. So now his account health is up, and Amazon starts to say, all right, Reginald, the floor is yours. Let's start to open up these brands and opportunities. Okay. So he's seeing a lot of new brands that are ungated. Is it time for me to target higher ticket items? What would be a good range of price taking into account that I'm currently doing my own prep? So whether you have more opportunities ungated or not ungated, I love higher ticket items. I love high ticket because there's just so much room for wiggle, especially if you're doing a prep center. This allows you to get into a prep center very easily because if you pay a prep center $1 or $1.50, it's not going to kill you. But if you have an item that has $5 profit, and then you're paying a prep center, $1.50, right? You have very little room for margin here, right? So it's taking like 30% of your profit. But when it comes to higher ticket, $1.50 divided by what, $20 of profit is really not that much, right? It's still obviously there. But I would 100% recommend doing high ticket, not high ticket, but getting into higher ticket as much as possible. And $30 to $40 is always a sweet spot. $50 is a really good range as well. I wouldn't go over $80 or $70 really as a newer account because you don't want to get crushed on the returns. If you have an item that doesn't point out that well because maybe it was a mismatch, maybe you just didn't expect what it was going to do. Maybe it was like clothing or shoes, which I don't recommend regardless. But if you did, and it didn't pan out, those returns could really beat you up. And honestly, I think lower ticket is much more risk than higher ticket because you don't have much room to wiggle there, right? You might have $2 profit per item. So you got to sell, 100 units to make $200 in profit. And there's a lot of opportunity to get, a few returns that really eat into this total profit. So middle ticket items plus those higher ticket items give you a lot more opportunity. And Gina mentions that here as well. Higher ticket items give you more profit to reinvest to grow your inventory 100%. Even if the ROI is a little bit lower, I've moved the needle more on higher ticket items. I think there's a lot more work there. So I'm not inviting the ungating very helpful because common household brand items are dominated by Amazon. I have 63 pages of ungated items with no luck. So we can talk about this as well. Tammy, you could send some of them over to me. But a lot of times it comes down to I wouldn't say the sourcing method, but 63 pages. And when you say dominated by, so dominated by Amazon or the brand, is that it? And are you searching it from Keep a Product Finder? Okay. Yeah. So we'll talk about this as well. Maybe I can make a post on this in the community with a little Loom recording talking about some of these, because a lot of times with ungating, which maybe we'll talk about this tomorrow when it comes to supplier sourcing, is sourcing in a certain direction that puts you in a better opportunity to be ungated. Um, because there's a lot of brands where, it looks like a great opportunity and you're gated. And also there's a big trick here that I'll write this one in the chat too. Taking the ASIN to Seller Central. Sorry, it's all capital here. I don't mean to do that, but so take the ACE into Seller Central to see if you're approved. Selleramp sometimes is a little bit off. You could be ungated, but Selleramp says no. So always take the ACE into Seller Central. That's the first thing I would do to make sure that there is a discrepancy there. But we'll touch on that one too. Last one here. There's some water. I'm approved for a brand. um, but I find a product that does not have the same quantity, for example, a pack of markers. I find the exact kind of markers with 22 count, but I can only find an ASIN that has the same markers. So that's kind of a tough situation, Michelle. So if you're sourcing and you find, like, let's say 22 pack, let's see, let me write this down here. 22 pack is the listing. Or no, let's say, yeah, and supplier. Here's the number one thing you could do. Contact the supplier, even if it's an OA supplier. If it's a really big supplier like, Target in the US market, it's a little bit hard to get them to provide, a 22 pack. But smaller suppliers plus wholesalers, if they carry the brand, chances are they can also carry that 22 pack. All right. Excuse me. So contact the supplier is the number one thing to do. If not, keep it in the backlog and source it a little bit more down the line. All right. Felipe, my Amazon seller account is pending. Got my LLC, seller permit. Let me keep a. So Felipe, you don't need a business license. You don't need an LLC. You can sign up as an individual, which is a good thing. At some point, can you speak about once you have found a product by reverse sourcing? 100%. That's tomorrow, Tammy. So we're going to dive into supplier sourcing tomorrow and go all through that as well. So, all right, we're going to leave things there. We're going to keep it 45, 50 minutes so everybody still stays
Uh-huh.
engaged with everything. Yeah.
Hi, Jay, it's Nikki.
So, Nikki, how are you?
Fine, fine. I have one question.
Yeah, shoot it. Let's
Um,
do it.
let's say, okay, I am ungated in say toys. Um,
Okay.
but the subcategory would be, I let's say, plushies.
hmm
How do I like? I would go to different stores and whatnot and scan the toys, but then I am not ungated in it. So I'm trying to figure out a way. Um, how do I know which plushies do I need to purchase?
So when you're gated in a subcategory, typically any
Uh-huh.
product within that subcategory qualifies for ungating. So a lot of times what happens is it's not too common to be gated in let's say a category and a subcategory, but if you are, you have to get the subcategory, like you have to be ungated in the category and then you'll probably be gated in the brand. But any product within that subcategory will work. Excuse me, sorry.
Okay.
That
No
makes
problem.
sense. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Because I was trying to figure it out. I'm like, I don't understand what's
Yeah,
happening.
you can send me a screenshot too. We'll try to dive into it in chat and messages. All right, let's dive into supplier sourcing. And this is the other half of the battle when it comes to selling on Amazon. First, we want to find a profitable listing, and then we have to find a supplier to make it profitable. Okay. Now, something really important that I want to mention is that if you're selling in the US market, or let's say you're selling in the Canadian market from a different country, maybe you're traveling, or maybe you're selling from the UK in the US or from Canada in the US, you want to make sure you have a VPN so that way you get the suppliers in that local area because you're going to be using a prep center to send the inventory to. So you need a VPN and you could change the VPN to different locations like New York, Miami, or particular states and other countries and so on. Okay, so it's really important when it comes to supplier sourcing. Okay, and this is specifically going to be for OA supplier sourcing, how to find suppliers for when we're selling online arbitrage with Amazon. Okay, that's the model we've been focusing on just a little bit. Okay, so here is a potential listing, right? We have this Scanza large pouch confectionates limoncello almonds with a zipper, 24 ounces. Okay, it's selling for $26 at 100 sales per month. Now, there's many ways to play around with supplier sourcing, but this is the good news. It's as basic and as simple as this to start your search. You take the title of the listing, right? You copy it. And a pro tip as well is that instead of just copying the listing into a Google search, you can play around with different words and terms in the title. You could maybe leave out the second half of this, leave out whatever 24 ounces and just see if anything from the brand pops up. But typically 90% of the time to kick things off, you're just going to copy the title. Okay. Then you go right into Google. I already posted it here, and you're going to post the title into Google to get a potential search. Now, this is super important to learn and understand when it comes to supplier sourcing. You're going to type the product in because you want to find it for a profitable price that you can sell on Amazon. And according to our Selleramp, our max cost for, $5 profit is $8.72. Now, we don't need to sell it for $8.72 to be happy, right? That's 57% ROI and $5 profit. That's great. That's the settings that I have on my Selleramp. But, if I bought it for $10, even for $11 or $12 in the beginning, in the early days to get selling volume, that's a win, right? If I can find it for 11 to 12. So I know in the back of my mind, I'm shooting for a potential supplier that I can buy this for 12 or 11 to 12, okay? So when I go back into search for suppliers for it, the biggest tip to note is that 99.99% of the time, you're never just gonna get the buy cost profitable off of face value, okay? Now, again, this is a 16 ounce, not a 24 ounce, or else it would have been the best possible price. But like I mentioned, it would be too easy, and what would happen is if everybody can buy it from the supplier at the same price right in front of them, I guarantee you this price would not be $26. It would tank to 24, 23, 22, 21, all the way till it's unprofitable. So the best part of supplier sourcing is looking where nobody else is looking and also going through the extra loops and boundaries that nobody else does. So outside of using AI, which I'll talk about in a second here in a little bit, supplier sourcing is just a lot of gritty work to try to make the product profitable. That includes coupons, discounts, that includes bulk orders by reaching out to the supplier, which I talked a little bit about in the secret little video in the prior module. But there's many ways to do it, but your first step is, okay, do I have something to work with, right? If I want to get this down to $12, if I want to get this down to $11, if my buy cost from potential supplier, which we have a few of them here, again, it's not the same exact product, but I'll talk about that in a second. But BJ's, this one, nuts.com, Gumballs, they're all carrying the brand. Doesn't mean they're carrying the specific product. Typically, the product pops up here, as well as down here, which we'll talk about, but they're carrying the brand, okay? You wanna make sure you have something to work with here. Are they carrying the brand? Are they carrying the product? Ideally, yes, because you put the title into Google, but also, is their price gonna be close enough where if I ask for a bulk discount, if I use a 10% coupon code, a 20% coupon code, a gift card, whatever it may be, am I gonna get close enough to my $11 or $10, right? And here's the thing too, this is a pro tip when it comes to supplier sourcing. Don't stress yourself out if you cannot find a supplier after going through page 9 or 10. It might just be a case scenario where a big retailer had a 20 or 30% coupon and they run it quarterly or they run it once in a while, where you have to just check back at another time. Save the listing in your sheet and come back to another time. It's a really big thing that I see people get frustrated with, and I was there too, but I learned it over time that leads become profitable again, okay? So what you do is just a simple Google search to try to find all the suppliers that are closest to your profitable price. Now, I don't really recommend buying from the brand directly a lot of times because they're gonna limit your order quantities. A lot of the bigger retailers with OA limit your order quantities. That's why I love bulk orders from smaller suppliers. But there might be an opportunity here, right? If they don't limit order quantities as much, you can see here they're selling at $17. Of course, we'd have to click onto the supplier's website, see what kind of coupons they have, see their order quantity limits, and so on. But off of face value, there's an opportunity there. A 20% discount or 25% discount or a 10% discount gets us closer to our buy cost. And you're literally just doing a search after supplier to see opportunities that get close to where you want to be, right? So we have this potential supplier with Costco. You go down and down, go to page 2, then you go to page 3, and so on, right? Again, a lot of this and the best listings, best products are always found on page 2, on page 3, on page 5, on page 7, or the best opportunities are always found when you're using discounts, using coupons, using bulk orders, and just going around the extra work. You have to think of what would the next guy not do? And that's what keeps this price at 26 for a long time. I don't know if it's been there for a while, but that's what keeps pricing and profitable and sustainable, okay? I want to show you another example here with this listing. So we have a first alert product. What I would do is this fire alarm, I would copy it, copy the title, and throw it into Google. What's going to pop up is, based off of Google's algorithm, exactly what I searched in. So I need to find profitable products. This needs to be profitable. If I buy it for 30, or let's say 32, I'd be comfortable buying this for 33 or 34, because 20% ROI, especially in the early days, is really, really good, especially considering that it does 300 sales per month. If I could do 300 sales per month and I can capture, let's say, 40 or 50 of those at $7 profit, that's a pretty good client in my catalog, as I like to call it, okay? So if we go back here into Google to search for the supplier, we're gonna look for suppliers that are closest to somewhere near our number, okay? And again, the smaller suppliers, the better. The ones that are less bigger, the less opportunity they will have to tank, okay? So we have a ton of them pop up here, and this search just goes step by step to go through, this supplier, Walmart, go through First Alert, which is the brand, go through Lowe's, go through Ace Hardware, go through Zoro, and trying to see if we can find something close to profitability for it, okay? I want to dive into this next one, and then we'll talk about AI and the usage with that a little bit, okay? So here's another one. This is a pet product, right? It's a leash for a dog, and it's selling at $21.42. Selleramp's telling me if I want my perfect buy cost, it's $5.59. But if I had to guess, I'd be comfortable buying this for 8, maybe even 9, right? 18% ROI, trying to get some sales volume. This is not the best possible listing with volume, but let's say I'd be comfortable at 8 because it'd be at 33% ROI and $3 profit. If it had more volume, I'd be ecstatic, okay? So I'd copy the title just like we did with the other ones, and I'd throw it into Google. Again, like I mentioned, you can cut things off of this title to potentially spark a different search in the algorithm with Google. Maybe if you copy half of it, maybe you copy just the front end of it, maybe just this right here, and see if you get different different options proposed to you. But again, you're gonna go through the entire search when it comes with it anyways, okay? So what's gonna pop up right here, we have Chewy. It looks similar, the same. You're just doing checks and balances, right? Because of course, I have to open up all of these suppliers to make sure that it's the same, making sure that I can buy 10 units or 20 units or however many units I want, making sure I can apply coupons if possible. So this is the initial check and balance. Just looking at the list of suppliers is like the bare minimum way to say, where are my opportunities that I'm going to start with? Once you click on the website, it's like doing more and more digging and extracting more information to try to make it profitable. So I would click on Chewy, I would open up them, I would go down here a little bit. Looks like PetSmart selling over at $25.29. And again, this is the same in every single market. PetSmart's a big supplier in the US. If you're selling in the UK, maybe a big pet supplier will also carry the product in that particular market. Same thing with Canada, same thing with Australia, EU, and you name it, right? So I would open up PetSmart typically because I know they run discounts, I know they run coupons, and this also comes over time knowing that potentially these suppliers have discounts, have better buy costs than what you're going to see based off of face value, especially when you get to smaller suppliers. If I have a small retailer that I can build a relationship with, maybe it's like someone that no one else would know, like animalwiz.com, I know that they potentially also carry this brand. I know they give me a 25% discount on every purchase, and that's where the bulk OA side of things come, which I talk about in that little Google Doc at the bottom of this module and the last module, okay? So a lot of opportunities when it comes to it. It's just about digging and sourcing. Now, I want to mention really, really quickly towards the tail end of this is utilizing AI. I've used ChatGPT, I've used Claude, I've used software to potentially find suppliers, and it does a good broad search, right? It does a similar kind of effort such as Google, but it doesn't really take it to the next level as far as reaching out to the supplier, maybe in the future, or getting discounts, getting coupons, seasonal discounts and coupons. So there's still a level of work that needs to be done when it comes to it. But of course, you can use it in tandem. It's exploding, and it's going to be super effective forever when it comes to Amazon. Okay, so there it is when it comes to supplier sourcing and the bare minimum of trying to find and extract products to find them profitable, and ideally get them at a profitable buy cost, and then buying that inventory to send into a prep center or your home, then to Amazon to start selling it through. So there we go. All right, this is the little secret video on the bulk OA document that I have here. Now, I mentioned it here, but bulk OA is a sweet spot between OA and wholesale. I think it's by far the best way to build out an Amazon FBA business. in 2026 and so on. And it's never been easier than right now. So I want to highlight a few points that I talk about, some of the example bulk OA suppliers that I want you guys to focus on as you go through with sourcing, and always keep this in the back of your mind, because this should be always on every single lead that you look at. Is there an opportunity for you to get it in bulk OA? And for everybody who's doing wholesale or who wants to kind of build out a wholesale business, this is one of the best ways to kind of split the difference between the middle, skip the hard part with wholesale, skip the hard part with OA, and try to hit it on this angle. Okay. So number one right here, this is a really good example of a bulk OA supplier. Now, I've never purchased them from them before, so of course you have to vet them, understand if they're trusted, and so on. But this is obviously hand in hand with the niche. We have a small electrical product. Obviously, there's a lot of electrical retailers and wholesalers who supply the items in bulk. So what you would do here is you would reach out to this supplier, right? Obviously request a quote or a purchase order of 50 units, 70 units, 80 units, see if they actually can supply that. Because, with regular OA suppliers like PetSmart, Walmart, the big ones of the world, even in Canada, even in the UK, or anywhere around the world, it's very, very common to purchase 5 units, 10 units, 8 units, whatever it may be. But with a bulk OA supplier, these are literally everywhere. I purchased bulk OA from the US, Canada, the UK, and Australia to sell in Amazon US. Okay. So you'd reach out to them, send a short email, give them a call, and try to buy in bulk. Now, here's another example here. This is a completely different industry, in the bike industry. Okay. Another good supplier that doesn't look like it's super, super fancy there on their website. They have a decent looking website, but they typically have a contact email or a contact number where you would go down here at the bottom, you'd contact them, you'd ideally get this price down a little bit more and hopefully get a bulk order in. Okay. 30 units, 40 units, whatever it may be, get a discount and take a lot of the headache off of regular OA. Okay. Now, this third one right here as well, we have another supplier. This is in the tools industry, or tools and automotive category. So this is another opportunity of a supplier that I've never heard of. A lot of people never heard of, but there might be a lot of profit inside of them. Okay. So this is the little secret video for bulk OA. I want you to go through this, start to get a good understanding of it, and feel free to shoot me a question on it or talk about it in the community with other people or make a post on it. So there we go. We're going to kick it off with this listing. Now, if you guys have noticed from yesterday, I have about 8 listings for the US market to reverse source. And I talked about it a little bit in the community as well as on the call. So some of these might even be profitable, to be honest. Maybe we'll find it profitable on the call right here to kick things off. But we're going to go ahead and do supplier sourcing for these. Okay. And there's going to be 3 different types of supplier sourcing that we talk about. One of them might be new. I mean, I've said it a few times now, but it's still kind of growing in popularity. But we have regular OA, bulk OA, which I think is the greatest opportunity for Amazon in 2026 and beyond, and then wholesale sourcing as well. I'm going to talk about one tactic that has always been my best tactic when it comes to wholesale sourcing. But above all 3 take volume, and we'll talk about it as we go through. Okay. So we have a listing here. We know it's quality, right? That's kind of your first step in the Amazon process, is making sure we have a quality listing, gated or not. I know we want to ungate it to sell right away, but gated or not, we have to make sure we do all of our checks and balances, which again, this might be a little bit fuzzy or blurry if you're kind of new to the Keepa side of things, but you'll pick up on it really quickly. So once you confirm, okay, I like the way it sells, I like the price it sells, I like the competition on it, I like the product, I like everything about it, then we're going to go into supplier sourcing side of things, right? So like checks and balances that we're doing through the whole process. Now, supplier sourcing process is actually super easy. Okay. Now you can kind of just click this Google button and it'll pull it up into Google, because you're literally just copying the title of the product and you're putting it on over into Google. A pro tip with this for a lot of people who've done this a lot already is that you can change what you copy and paste into Google. And this is especially relevant for wholesale. Now, we're going to focus on regular OA for now, and I'm going to explain the 2 as we go through it. But you can change the title of what you copy, and this kind of picks up different stuff on the algorithm, right? So you can copy just the first part of it. You can copy maybe the first part of it and cut out the middle, because the Amazon listing isn't typically the perfect title. Sometimes there's like extra stuff added in there for advertisement. So if you change, if you copy different parts of the title, maybe you might be shown a different list of suppliers right off of face value. So that's also really, really important for wholesale, using different like buzzwords and trick words to make different potential suppliers get shown pop up. Okay. So I copied the product title right into Google. Now, if you're selling in the US market from overseas, which I travel very, very frequently. So if I do this and let's say, for example, I'm in Thailand and I'm looking for suppliers for the US market, I'm going to be showing a whole heck of a lot of suppliers that aren't going to make sense because I'm overseas, right? My location is going to show me those type of suppliers. So you can use a VPN. They're like $6 a month, maybe $9 a month, to do different locations. And we'll talk about that for wholesale as well, because that's also very, very powerful. All right. So I copied the product title, and what you're going to be doing is toggling back and forth between the listing and the product. Obviously, you want to have like a memory snapshot in your head that you know exactly what the product is. But again, you're going to have to go through a few verifications and checks to make sure we're dealing with the same exact product. And this one is like a two-pack bundle of two different products into one, which is a massive opportunity with Amazon. And we have one that looks like it's peanut butter flavor and one that looks like it's chicken liver. All right. So, and the ounces are 10 ounces each on both of them. Okay. So, when it comes to regular OA, what we're looking for is obviously the pricing not to be profitable right off of face value. Now, that's going to make a little bit of like, it's going to sound a little confusing because we want to buy this profitable, or at least somewhat profitable, to make money on it. But if you see it profitable right off of face value, meaning you searched it up and right away it's like bingo, buy cost in this product is going to be, let's say $7 right away. And it's like, okay, well, the Keepa chart is consistent, so we could sell it at $7. This, I can guarantee you one thing. If you look up the product and you have one supplier that pops up right in front of your face, and the buy cost between the two products, the two pack is $7, I guarantee you the selling price isn't going to be 21, because a lot of other sellers, right, in the marketplace are also going to be jumping on that listing. So everything you're doing, and this goes for Amazon listing sourcing as well as supplier sourcing, is trying to get more and more wherever people else wouldn't look, right? So the more niche you can find it, or the harder you look to make it profitable, and some of the other stuff we talk about with bulk away, the better, because that tells me longevity and that tells me the product won't tank. And the more you do that, and of course it takes repetition, but that's what kind of makes it worthwhile. Okay. So I got the product title in here. I'm going to start searching right away. Now, just doing this so many times, I know off the back of my head, I've never done this for this product yet before, but I know that PetSmart's going to be an option, at least for the US market. This goes again for the Canadian market, UK, AU, EU, whatever it may be. The big retailers in the niche, you know them off the top of your head, right? You drive by them on the highway, you drive through them, whatever it may be. You maybe shop in them. You're going to know right away. They are the big retailer for a pet product. They're the big retailer for a healthcare product. Same thing in the US for all the different markets. So I know right away, because I've purchased from them many times, that PetSmart is the big player in the industry when it comes to pet products, right? They have good discounts, they have good BOGOs, they let you buy in bulk, which is the best case scenario. It's essentially like a wholesale opportunity. But I know right away that, PetSmart's going to be a massive opportunity. So this is obviously a two pack across two different products. So I'll have to open up both listings, but I'll click on this one to open up PetSmart to verify it's the same product. And I'll click on the other one to open it up and verify it's the same product, right? That's kind of the first check and balance. We'll just deal with this one for now to kind of go through it to see what things look like. So you can see here we have 10 ounces. We have the peanut butter flavor. I'll flip back and forth between the listing to make sure it's right. It looks like it's pretty right. We're going to go rapid fire here. So it won't be always 100% right. So what you're going to be doing is, this one was $6.39, and this one was $5.11. If you take the combination of that, it's $11.50, right? And if I put that into Selleramp at the current selling price, it's negative ROI. That would be no fun. Even as far as in the early days, if you're ungated on it to get selling volume, that's no fun to sell anything for negative ROI. So off of face value, it's not profitable. So that's actually a check, a good sign for us. But I know off the back of my head that PetSmart has so many opportunities when it comes to BOGOs, deals, discounts, and you could buy in bulk from them. So it's like the whole nine when it comes to it. Okay. So I could see here already. They have online, save 20% off on your purchases. Online only, buy two, get the third 50% off. Okay. So, and this goes for as this product as well, the other bundle on the side of things. Okay. So you'll have to add, let's say 100 to the cart or 20 to the cart of this one, as well as for the other one. There's no supplier negotiation or anything else with this. It's literally just purchasing it, sending it to your house or your prep center, sending an inventory and doing it over again. And that's the biggest benefit of OA is speed and the ability to be able to test small. So if we could save 20% off, and let's say, for example, we're sending this to a prep center that has no sales tax. So that means the buy cost is the buy cost. It's going to be free shipping. I know it. Just it's how it works. PetSmart frequently runs 20% off on everything on the website. So we're in a pretty good spot here, right? So we have $11.50 of the buy cost. I'll pull up a calculator here. And that's going to bring us down to, let it load, 1150 brings us down to 0.80%, which means you get a 20% discount. Brings us down to $9.20. So we're already in a much better position than when we first started, right? We're at 920. Now, the ROI when it comes to using a prep center is 3%, 32 cents profit, which is honestly not bad when it comes to your first leads in your early days of selling through for volume, right? This is not bad to start getting some volume, some sales history to build up over time. It has really good volume and demand on the listing. This isn't too bad. But also remember, this listing also had a buy two, get the third 50% off. Okay. So for example, we're going to get, that works out to be, I think it's like 16% off on the entire listing because if you buy two and you get the third 50% off, let's do the math on it. So you buy two times two, so that's 1272. We take 6.39 divided by 2 plus 1272. That doesn't make sense. Let me know too in the comments. But so basically, for 3 units, it's going to cost us $5.30 rather than $6.30 because of that deal. Okay. So the average is out to be like 16% off extra. Okay. So now I won't do the actual physical math because you can kind of do when you add it to cart and see the whole way. But basically, our total buy cost, and this is going to be the same for the other listing, which is like the friend of the pack, right? Because we have to buy both of them to send this in. That means that our buy cost, instead of being $9.20, it's going to be around like $8.50. Honestly, it might be a little bit cheaper. So that takes us to 12% ROI and a dollar profit, right? 12 months into the business, 18 months in, is this something you might jump on and buy? Probably not, right? Maybe you want to shoot for a higher than 20% ROI. But in the beginning, this is 100% buyable. And I swear I didn't draw it up like this. Like, if you guys are ungated, just obviously jump on this opportunity if you're going to be doing OA in the US market. But this is the regular OA method, right? You're going to be using discounts, going to be buying from regular retailers that anybody can buy from and source from and work through getting orders. PetSmart allows you to buy basically as many as possible, but other suppliers don't, right? So if you go to shipped in stock, PetSmart lets you buy, I don't know, 100, 200, 400, like a million units. They're basically a wholesaler in that case, right? You can buy as many units as you want, which makes it super competitive. Okay. And of course, the price doesn't always stay at 21, drops down to 19 and drops down to 20, but it's still a really good opportunity and everything checks out there. So that's the regular OA side of things. Now, I want to focus on bulk OA really quickly because this is a newer opportunity that almost nobody talks about in the industry. I don't think anybody talks about it. And I think by far it's the best opportunity that's ever existed with Amazon. And that's regarding wholesale, that's regarding OA. And obviously, brand direct is the ultimate level, but it's not always easier said than done. So, this is the bulk OA opportunity. I'm going to copy the product title and I'm going to throw it on here into Google. Let's see what pops up. So what's going to pop up is a bunch of these suppliers, right? We got Northern Tool. You can see here, we got Acme Tools, which is a big retailer. We have Foster Shop, which I never heard of. That's going to be important. We have Shields. We have Walmart. We have Decents. I never heard of them. We have Safford Equipment. Never heard of them. But you can see here, they're all trying to advertise, the same exact product, right? We have to verify it, of course. But the idea with bulk OA is not buying from Acme Tools that everybody can buy from, right? That big retailer where you need discounts. We're actually going to be focusing on the smaller suppliers here. And that might be a Foster Shop, that might be a Thesens, that might be another store, to be honest, as we continue to go through the chain. You can tell here they're a little bit more on the middle size, I would say, because their website looks a little bit thorough. But the more old school you get, and this goes for wholesale as well, when it comes to clicking on a website, the more mom and pop you get, the better it actually is. So they're advertising this price at $54.99. And if we look at the Amazon listing, if we bought it for $54.99, we're super unprofitable, right? We're in the business of making negative money, right? But the biggest key when it comes to bulk OA is basically threading the needle between OA and wholesale. And I'll write that down here so people can see that. We'll call it threading the needle between OA and wholesale, right? So a lot of these smaller retailers or medium-sized retailers, they're typically buying directly from the brand, right? Because they build a little relationship with the brand, or they're working with an authorized distributor that carries many, many tools and products and toys from the brand or from this kind of industry and equipment. So it's super, super trusted, almost way more trusted than buying from smaller wholesalers because these smaller retailers aren't really in the business of reselling 100 units. But if they have the opportunity to, they'll jump on it, right? People probably buy one or two or so on, right? So if we're buying at $54.99, super unprofitable. But the biggest benefit and the biggest thing to do when it comes to bulk OA is finding 4 to 5 of these suppliers and literally as simple as calling or sending an email and asking them, can they fulfill bulk orders, right? And some will say no, some will say yes, like every other lead in the world. And you might have an opportunity at getting 10, 20, 25% discounts on the product cost to buy 20, 30, or 40 or 50 units. So it skips the hard part of having to go through checkout page, having to go through gift cards, having to go through, deals and BOGOs and discounts, which are also, awesome opportunities as well. But it puts you into the wholesale side of things without having to have an LLC, without the bulk orders, without opening up accounts, without giving you a lot of stress on a lot of these leads, because it's like buying in bulk without the headaches, right? Which is a big benefit. Okay. Now, okay, a 25% discount here probably wouldn't work out too well. You would need something much, much more. Maybe on this one, they can offer a bigger discount, whatever it may be. But if you can somehow get the product cost to, let's say even 39 or 40, right? With a new account, and let's say you're ungated on this opportunity, like to be able to buy at $39 and to buy 20 or 30 units at bulk without having to go through a wholesale account or without having to place a million orders is such a big benefit. And this is by far, I've been doing this for so long. And what happens is a lot of these retailers start to build a mini relationship with you, a personalized relationship, because nobody else does this. Now, not many people do this. And all of a sudden, they want you to buy more products in bulk, just like a distributor, right? So they'll start to send you a list of other products that perform well. If they carry other products within the brand, you could ask them, hey, what else can I sell from this brand? Or what else can I, do you carry this product in your catalog, right? Chances are, if you want to sell another still product and they don't carry it, you might have the opportunity to ask them, hey, can you also carry this product? Can you also carry this one from the same brand? Because they're probably buying from the brand and have access to the entire catalog. So this is by far bulk OA is such an efficient method to kind of thread the needle and skip the hard part of both. So leave some comments on that if you guys have any on it. We can touch into it a little bit further, but we're going to roll into wholesale now really quickly. Okay. So we have some people doing wholesale. I know Tammy's doing wholesale as well as brand direct. So this will put really good perspective on it when it comes to wholesale. I won't really touch into this listing too much, more so just touching around a wholesale process. Okay. So you can go through the reverse sourcing method, right? Clicking on people's storefronts, kind of like we talked about yesterday, seeing what other sellers find products. You could do that to find quality listings, right? You still need to build a really good catalog of quality listings, regardless of what method of selling and supplier sourcing you're doing, right? Because you want to have good opportunities. In fact, I even had a process for about 6 months with my team on a daily basis where we just sourced listings. We didn't even source suppliers. We would do it in bulk. We do listings, then we would do suppliers, and we called it leads without source sites. And that way we were open to buying OA, bulk OA, or wholesale, or even brand direct with that. And we would try to hit it on all avenues. So there's a big opportunity with that as well. So when it comes to wholesale, my number one way of sourcing, and everybody will eventually grow into this or at least add some of it onto your business, is going through the Google Maps route, right? So when it comes to, there's two ways to really do it. I've had a lot more success than one way, and I'll write both of these ways down. But we'll say number one, sourcing by the product. So what these two methods are going to mean is sourcing by the product, which I've had the most success with, or broad sourcing. Broad sourcing is let me find a wholesaler, let me find an account, and then let me see what they can carry that's profitable. Okay. So again, we could do a simple Google search. Google Maps is by far the best method when it comes to finding wholesalers, at least in my opinion and what I found. It's a super simple and free process to use, even though there's a million softwares out there. So a broad method is literally looking up wholesalers, distributors, suppliers in a particular category or niche, grocery, healthcare, beauty, you name it, by the state, by the town, whatever it may be, and giving them calls, trying to open up an account, trying to get their catalog and see their catalog and list of products and see what you can sell that's ungated and see what you can sell that's profitable, right? That's the traditional way of doing wholesale, okay? And broad sourcing, it's good, it's effective. You can hit on opportunities and gems. Of course, you have to kind of know what you're looking for when it comes to what a wholesaler is good, what a wholesaler is bad, and the sourcing process. But Google is the only way. I wouldn't say the only way because there's other softwares out there for it, but Google is really the way to make that work and to make that worthwhile. Regardless, it takes a lot of volume, right? You could change up the wording here and say distributors in California, right? If you're very broad, you're going to get a broad list of distributors in California, right? We'll get Los Angeles distributing, international distributors, and you go through them one by one, emailing, cold outreaching, basically on the sales side of things, business to business relationship to get their account. Now, of course, you need to have an LLC when it comes to wholesale. And you need to present yourself as a valuable client to them, right? And wholesale takes a little bit more money to get started with because the order quantities are much higher than the order quantities with OA because you don't have a minimum with anything, right? So the Google sourcing is really, really quality when it comes to broad sourcing and finding a bunch of opportunities. You could be in this rabbit hole for years, right? There's tons of categories, tons of subcategories, tons of brands to keep it more and more specific. So healthcare, let's say healthcare wholesalers in Montana. I'm not sure. We'll pick a random place. And again, this is transactional for every single marketplace. So healthcare wholesalers in Montana, which is the middle of nowhere in the US. Sorry if anybody's from Montana, but they have prep centers out there. But you look up these suppliers and you have a few opportunities that pop up, right? Again, I don't know if they're good, I don't know if they're bad, but a lot of it comes to the decision making of what's quality, what's not quality, and then just calling, emailing, trying to get their price list, and then scanning it on that back end. Now you can use scan softwares to do that. I don't use any of them anymore because I don't do so much broad sourcing because it's a lot of you have limited resources as a one-man team and it can take a lot of time. But one relationship could change your life, right? With wholesale. But more so, what I want to emphasize here is the regular wholesale side of things when I like to call it targeted wholesaling, right? Where you're sourcing by the product. So for example, if I have a lead right here that I love, right? I love this Shimano. It's a bicycle product here. It looks really quality. Selling price is great. Volume's great. Let's just say the buy box rotation is great, which I'm not sure if it is, but let's just say it's great. It has good buy box rotation, to be honest, with smaller sellers. So everything looks good. What I would do is I would search up Shimano wholesalers. I wouldn't do it by the town or the state, which you could, but sometimes a little bit more niche for this. I would say Shimano wholesalers, wholesale distributors in the US, right? You can even use this as well. Nothing pops up here. Let's see what else we got. Suppliers. Okay, so we have some potential suppliers that are popping up in my area. I'm in Boston. So we have a bunch of suppliers popping up. These could be retailers, these could be wholesalers. Obviously, you have to go through all of them and vet them really. And again, you could change the wording to get a little bit more specific to make sure you're getting all wholesalers and distributors. But also, you can obviously just go into the all tab and see what pops up here on just Google, right? Bicycle Warehouse, they look like a retailer. A lot of retailers also have a wholesale department, right? That's important to note too. I'll put this down here. Lots of retailers have a because they realize that if people do buy in bulk, right, they have a wholesale department, which is the best retailers to find, because then it's like just doing wholesale the easy way. We have this supplier again, liquidation. I don't recommend doing liquidation for wholesale, but this is a potential supplier. Sometimes they'll have distributors on their website, which is a little bit harder to go through because they usually require a lot of purchasing or big accounts. But you can see there's a bunch of distributors here, profitable or unprofitable, or quality or not, who knows, right? You can find all of them down here. This is by far the much more effective way when it comes to wholesale sourcing because you're super, super targeted, right? You're going into the supplier knowing that they carry the product. Might not be profitable, but you know that they carry the product, okay? So a simple script, instead of calling them and trying to, prove that you're going to be a valuable client, I've done this so many times, is say, hi, obviously it'll be more detailed. We're looking to open a wholesale account. We see that you carry Shimano XYZ. We're looking for, I don't know, 500 units on a monthly basis. Now, what this is right here, this is literally just psychology, right? And you can do this as well when it comes to bulk OA with retailers, and that's why I love the opportunity with it because they're much more consistent on approving it or purchasing it. But because most wholesalers obviously have a tough time opening up the accounts if they're even profitable. But this sentence right here, of course, will be a little bit more detailed in a script. And you can say the same thing on the phone, but this shows the supplier money, right? This tells them right away, this guy is serious because you can imagine how many people try to open up accounts with this supplier, this wholesaler, and they have clients like gas stations, grocery stores, whatever it may be, or even retail stores, and people never buy from them, right? And what that means is that's a waste of time. People are opening up accounts but not spending money, and they want you to spend money so they can make money and vice versa. So by telling them, hey, we're looking for this product and we're looking to buy 500 units a month, and if it costs $20 a unit, right? He's calculating in his head already, okay, these guys are going to spend 10,000 units a month on one single SKU, on one single product. What could happen if I open up the rest of the catalog? It just intrigues them a lot more. And again, this is a psychology thing of something I've noticed on calling and dealing with a million wholesalers at this point is there's just so much more opportunity when you kind of be a little bit more specific. If I emailed them and said, hey, hi, can I get your price list and open an account? How many emails like this a day never mind from even Amazon sellers, especially from Amazon sellers if they, they know, do they get, right? How unmotivated is he going to be like, yeah, let me get you an account so that way you can not message me again after this? Like they know you're going to try to scan the account, look for opportunities, and never talk to them again potentially. But if you're a little bit more specific and they get a little bit more motivated and they know, okay, I have to have competitive pricing. I got to give them the best we got for this opportunity. So this is a very valuable method. I'll kind of leave things there, keep it a little bit broad. But regardless, when it comes to wholesale sourcing, when it comes to bulk OA sourcing, it just takes a lot of volume. Wholesale obviously has the highest barrier to entry because even though I made it seem really simple, hey, give me 500 units and it'll be super profitable, even though I made it simple, but it takes so much volume when it comes to sourcing those, creating a good system around categorizing it, making sure you're doing follow-ups and calls. It turns a little bit into sales when it comes with the business, where OA is really just not so much sales because you're not convincing people to sell to you. You're kind of going through the checkout process. But again, you guys know I recommend piercing the market in the industry with OA, then slowly building on to wholesale to have a good balance and mix. Because if for example, a lot of people don't come in with $10,000 of inventory into the business. Never mind. So you don't want to spend 10,000 in one single SKU unless you have 50K or 100K to spend into the business. So it's kind of a broad view when it comes to supplier sourcing on both of those. So I'm going to dive back into live call here, see if there's any questions in the chat, and then I'll open it up to some questions if anybody has them. Okay. So Tammy says, can you talk more about the snowball approach? I think this is where you and a member call it referencing scaling. Could you expand on that a little bit on that one, Tammy? And Claudia says, I like the idea of bulk OA. Yeah, like, I mean, I haven't made too many true videos on it, but I truly think like for a pure beginner getting into it, having a balance of bulk OA and regular OA is like the safest and best way to build up the business in the early days, especially you have like sub $3,000 in capital. All right. Yeah, let me know on that, the Tammy, the referencing scaling on this. I'll touch on it in a second. And Lewis says build a moat, and it's exactly what you're doing, right? But also, Tammy says, can regular OA purchasing help with ungating process? 100%. So the way it'll help with the ungating process is getting selling volume, right? So when it comes to purchasing from a regular or a bulk OA for ungating, here's the thing. I made a post on this in the community today, but ungating is so inconsistent in the Amazon space, regardless if you're doing wholesale, right? So I'll make a kind of a little bit of a write up on this. So regardless if you're doing wholesale, let's say regular OA or bulk OA, ungating is inconsistent. And I hate it for it to be like this, but it's always been like this with Amazon, right? I've provided, for context, an invoice, a letter of authorization from the brand, and I've gotten denied. I think Tammy also touched on this as well. So, like, a lot of times you're dealing with a robot, an AI, something like that in the back end with Amazon. There is no detailed process. Now, of course, does wholesale has better odds of getting ungated? Yeah, but when we say better odds, it goes from maybe 10% to 20%, especially if it's a small wholesale supplier, because Amazon's common response that you're always going to get is we can't verify the supply chain or the wholesaler. So a lot of times when people are doing wholesale and they think they're buying from a wholesaler, it's more trusted, more better with Amazon. Regardless, it's not, because they're going to say the same response. If it's a smaller wholesaler versus a bigger retailer, they're going to have that same response. So the worst part about it is you can't get ungated, with obviously a lot of retailer receipts. Stuff like Target in the US has worked a lot of times. Surprisingly, they're super inconsistent on the ungating process. That's why I always try to steer away from it. But the best way to help with ungating is selling these OA leads, right? That you can find from whatever. If you're auto ungated in it and you don't have to go and spend $2,000 or $3,000 to hope, because you have to buy the inventory, you spend a lot of money into it, then you have to hope to get ungated. And if you don't, you can't return that inventory with wholesale 99.9% of the time. With OA, if you buy this from a big retailer, you could just send it back, right? 90-day returns or 30-day returns. You could say, oh, it didn't work, and I'll send it back. But if you buy $2,000 to $3,000 worth of inventory and now you're still gated on it, you're stuck. And that's why I kind of lean towards OA a lot, especially in the beginning too. If you find 3 to 4 products to start to get ungated or to start to get some selling volume, you get a $2,000-$3,000 in revenue. Then you get to 5K a month, 10K a month, 20K a month. Now maybe at 30K a month, you add a little bit of wholesale into the business. You have consistent OA leads, regular OA and bulk OA, and you start to build some relationships with the suppliers. That's like this flywheel effect that you're hitting on every single angle in the business to do regular OA, bulk OA, wholesale. Eventually, you add on brand direct, which is awesome, and then you scale it out to be a real e-commerce business over time. But that might answer a little bit of Tammy's question as well. I'm not sure, but all right. Any other questions in the chat, or anybody want to unmute to shoot some questions?
Well, okay, I have one for you in reference to the snowballing. What we were
Hmm.
talking about is the delay in receiving funds from Amazon, and then actually going back to purchase more on an order. And I think that's where that conversation came
Hmm.
in. And I thought it was called snowballing, and my perception was that you go back and you put more money in, just to keep buying, and then that's how you sort of like grow and you scale.
100%. All right, let me
Mhm.
dive into it. So this is going to be a really good perspective. We'll call it snowball effect too for everybody when it comes to starting. So let's say, for example, you start an Amazon business with $2,000, which you can start with 1,000, you can start with 1,500. But let's say you start with $2,000 and $1,800 of that is going to be for inventory. Okay, so this is, I've said it a few times, but Amazon is unique in a sense because it's the inventory business, right? So what's going to do your work for you is not you working, not you on a phone call with a client, not you selling a deal or anything like that, or not you, whatever it may be. What goes to work for you is the amount of money you have in your pool of capital, right? And this is why the hardest days are always in the beginning, because your pool of capital is the smallest it's ever going to be. You're gated on a lot of stuff. You have limited, let's say, resources slash knowledge. We'll call resources slash knowledge. And you're trying to thread a needle of making this pool of capital larger, right? But the problem is to turn around the amount of money right there, to have $1,800 become higher, we're hoping at, I don't know, let's say 20% of an ROI to get that back, right? Which might, what is what, about $300, I believe, maybe a little bit higher or less. So now you're hoping that in 1 month, I now have, let's say, $2,100, right? Obviously, we have some software costs, which might bring you back down to 2,000 or something like that. But obviously, as you get better and better ROIs, you'll be able to build a bigger cost, right? That will turn into 2,500 rather than 2,100. But what happens is now you have $2,100 to play with. Now it's not like a blank, an easy, like movable number. It's not like, okay, I had $1,800 in my bank account, on June 1, and now I have 2,100 on July 1. This is, I think, a lot of things that trick up people when it gets into the business is because money is always flowing in this little snowball, kind of like Tammy mentioned, is that when this money is coming back after you sell it, right? The revenue, the money goes into your Seller Central account, then it gets to your bank account. You're already purchasing the next round of inventory. So, and this is what makes it really hard in the beginning is because people think of profit pulling and taking money out of the business when you're trying to do the snowball effect, but also trying to pull out money. So, for example, if I wanted to pull out money, let's say a salary or some sort of income from the business in day one, and I wasn't looking to add any more money, and I made $300 in profit in month one, and if I pulled out $300 and I'm back to square one with 1,800, now that would require me to find much better ROI leads to try to build again, right? So if you're always pulling from the beast, then the beast is eventually going to get beat up, right? And get less and less. But what happens with the snowball effect, considering the timing it takes to sell through inventory, come back into your bank account, you want this to turn into 3,000 after you roll over inventory once or twice. Then you start to get ungated more. And then eventually it turns into 5,000. And then eventually it turns into 10,000. And you have a big sum of money in the business. Now, the good news is it's your money, right? If you stop the business right now, okay, great. I have $10,000 in capital I can put into my bank account, I can use for whatever it may be. But the bad news is if you don't stop, well, you won't be stopping because that is your source of the business. You can't touch it really because you need it to do work for you, right? Or else, obviously, there's many things you could do when it comes to leveraging a credit card and having the credit card be the capital of the business, or even like an Amazon loan, which I don't want to dive into too much because those are massive opportunities as well. But now, instead of making 20% ROI on 1,800, we're going to make 20% ROI on 10,000. And what this does is it brings us $2,000 in profit. So if we wanted to pull out, let's say, $300 in profit, like just for example, like the same as month one, now we're still at 1,700 that goes back into the business. And now we have $11,700 to go into the business. And that pool of capital that continues to build up becomes like a massive giant, a massive valuable thing. And that's why when people scale with an Amazon business, the number one bottleneck eventually, once you get through on gating and leads, becomes capital. You start to look around and say, how can I get more money? Right? Credit cards, Amazon loans, and so on. Because if I had 100,000 and I had the leads to do it, all I have to do is hit the buy button a little bit more with wholesale or OA. And now I'm in a much better position as far as my monthly profit. And of course, you have to stay organized and have good systems and logistics and have enough leads in the back end to make sure things are organized. Because if you have leads flying around, inventory flying around, and you don't clean things up, it's going to be pretty hard to keep the profit at a high level, if things are kind of flying around everywhere. But this is the goal, to get this flywheel, this snowball effect to be higher and higher, so you have a lot of capital into the business to play with. And again, there's Amazon loans, there's credit cards, which can kind of add to that pile of money. But yeah, that's kind of what I mentioned when I talk about the snowball effect. Let me know, Timmy, if that makes a lot of sense on it.
Yeah, yeah, it does, because it seems as though I am putting more and more, into buying products, but not actually, seeing the return, or not the returns. It's
Mhm.
like the money that I put in. And so I'm just
And
eventually, hopefully, when the increase in ROI, that will all, turn around.
yeah, you're 100% right. The biggest factor in that is the ROI, right? ROI is everything with that. And right now, you're in the days of dealing with some suppliers or brands where you have the 10% ROIs, even if it's break even, where it's hard to see that pile over, right? Because you're getting selling volume, which is still a win, though, right? I think that's the biggest thing I want to emphasize, that it is still a win getting selling volume within 3 to 6 months of the business, right? Because if we just zoom out really, really quickly, and I try to say this so many times in the community and to everybody, if you zoom out really quickly and you look at a year, 2 years, 3 years. I know it's a long time away, but think about where you'll be in 3 years with the amount of money in the business, the amount of capital, amount of leads, and so on. It's like, okay, I can relax. I can let the shoulders rest a little bit because I'll know I'll be getting 20, 30% ROI leads, 40, 50, and a much bigger pool in the business. So it's still a win to just be getting selling volume, even if you don't see that capital turnover, unless you're starting with like 4 or 500 and you need to get there in the beginning. So ROI is that main factor, and you get there with more leads, more opportunities, and starting to cut the fat in the bottom of your catalog to focus on profit rather than just revenue and selling volume eventually. So you'll get there. It's just about kind of stifling over the early day hurdles, with obviously on gating is another issue, but getting to the ROI leads. And that's why, again, I emphasize OA a lot. Not because it's 100% the best business model with no stress, but because ROI when it comes to wholesale versus OA is typically much higher with OA, because you have discounts, you have BOGOs. A lot of times, majority of the time, you get products much cheaper with OA because they're able to sell one-off discounts or coupons to get sales, because retailers aren't made to be selling to resellers. But wholesalers, the early day ROIs are very, very low. Sometimes you might even see them selling the price, like basically the same price as Amazon. You're like, what the heck? How's anybody doing this profitable? But you might need to buy $20,000 worth of units or 30,000, which makes it really hard to get into. But that's why I recommend, if you want to turn over your capital, build that 40, 50, 60% ROIs. Always the business for that. And that's kind of how I balance out my account right now is I might have BOGOs or one-off opportunities that really pick up the ROI in the account, but then I might have a wholesale lead that does 20 or 50% ROI, but I know it's so consistent. So I keep selling it, and over time it might turn into 25%. So yeah, I hope that gives a good perspective on it. I saw a few other questions in here. Gina said, having different credit cards with different payment dates can help you manage your purchases on different cards to correlate with dates that Amazon pays you. This is also such a good mention right here as well for Gina. So almost everybody gets into the point where you have multiple credit cards, right? Now, I'm not saying this is great, and I'm not in the topic of like, debt versus debt. Obviously, your debt here is actually money in the business. It's the inventory that you own. It's not just like, spending it and whatnot. But having these multiple credit cards allows you to give you like a 30-day payoff, or let's say a 0% APR card for 12 months, which again, I'm not a financial advisor. You have to be safe and super responsible with what you're doing. But I will say personally, I would never have grown to where I've grown without having these cards to not have a payoff for 12 months outside of the minimum payment, because I allowed to continue to pool in money and also utilize somebody else's money, which is the bank, to put in more money into the business and not have to always pay it off on that monthly mark outside of the minimum payment. So that's a really good point there. All right. Hilda says, Amazon rejected my invoice for a product. I found a different authorized distributor, but they told me they didn't sell on Amazon sellers. However, I see the product listed by various sellers. Should I pass on this product? So this is going to be super, super common, Hilda, especially with wholesale, right? Now, I don't want to say you want to lie or deceive, but one of the biggest roadblocks you'll get is we don't sell to Amazon sellers. This goes for the brand, this goes for wholesalers. A lot of them are old school. This is going to happen so often. So, the way you have to do this is you have to change the pitch and the way you approach them. A lot of times when I contact wholesalers or suppliers, well, not only a lot of time, every single time, I never approach them as an Amazon seller. If they hear that, they have had so many bad experiences or they've heard of other people in the industry have bad experiences with Amazon sellers, so they run away. I've never heard of a supplier where I've called them and said, "Hey, I sell on Amazon. Can you send me your catalog?" They've never opened up an account. And I used to do that in the beginning because I didn't really know any better. So you have to call them and approach yourself as, "Hey, we're a wholesale distributor." Don't even give them details yet of what we're going to be selling until they ask you. A lot of times I tell them, "Oh, well, we sell locally. We have wholesale vendors if we want to, but we have about 60 or 70% of our business online." I don't tell them specifically online. I could do Walmart, I could do Amazon, I could do on our own website. So it makes it a little bit easier than just saying, "Hey, we're looking to sell on Amazon." So that's super common. But as far as passing on the product, if it looks like it's consistent, the Keepa chart looks good. I bet you a lot of those sellers, if they're buying wholesale, they're probably buying from that supplier and just not telling them that they're selling it on Amazon, right? So their way of saying we don't sell to Amazon is kind of just like a smoke and mirror, right? All right. Did we talk about VAs yesterday? No, we did not. So we got to talk about that today really, really quickly.
Hey,
Um,
Jay, can I comment on the last thing that you just talked about? Because that was one
yeah.
thing I always wonder is that there was a wholesale distributor, and one of the questions on the application was to check that you do not, you agreed that you will not sell their products. And I'm thinking, well, you're not actually the, a brand. So
Mhm.
how is it? Do you verify that, or, you know?
So, like I said, a lot of times it's smoke and mirrors, but I will say if they have like an agreement or like a checkbox that says verify you will not sell on Amazon, I stick away from that, right? It's a little bit different when you approach them and you say that where do you sell your inventory, and then you avoid talking about Amazon specifically. But if they ask you, do not sell on Amazon, you have to verify. You have to probably pass up on that distributor unless you try to talk to them, negotiate them, because they probably have people that buy from them, but maybe after 6 or 7 months they allow on Amazon, right? So you don't want to do that because remember, these wholesalers typically have relationships with the brand. So if you are starting to sell on Amazon and then they find out the brand, maybe they have a 50-50 shot if they actually look at their Amazon listings and they see that you're supplying it, they could take down your inventory and you might have a bulk amount of inventory stuck at Amazon. So I wouldn't do that. I mean, I'd more so rather approach them and not tell them directly about Amazon. But if they have that, I'd avoid it. That's a good one though. All right. Let's see. Discounts from Card Bearer or others help too. Absolutely. There's a lot of websites. I don't dive into gift cards too much as far as for my own business at this point, but gift cards are a really good opportunity on the bigger retailers to be able to bring down buy costs. You can do this by getting 5%, 10%, 15% discounts with credit cards. This also helps with that, along with stacking coupons and discounts on websites for regular OA for that case. What strategy you suggest to find more leads since I'm now ungated on many new brands, storefront stalking, keep a product finder sourcing, etc. So this changes a little bit based on the business model that you're doing, Reginald, but I would recommend storefront stalking. So even to this day, I have basically my team. I want you guys to take it from me. About 90% of the time is storefront stalking, I would say. And just because there's just so much, it's so much more efficient on turning out opportunities and leads, gated or not, to find more opportunities. So I would recommend doing storefront stalking. If you're doing wholesale, it's a little bit different, but I would recommend storefront stalking 100%. All right. Nozier, all right. Inside Selleramp, I can't see the buy box rotation graph. Is that restricted because I'm on an unpaid version of Keepa? Yes. Well, no. So if you're talking about on Selleramp, on sellers right here, let me click on this seller right here. If you're talking through Selleramp, you're not going to be able to see buy box rotation. They show you like a glimpse of the Keepa chart because they're integrated, but they don't show you the full entire details here. So once it pulls up over here, we'll give it a second. They just kind of show you flashes. I guess it won't work, but here at the bottom is when they show you the buy box rotation. So regardless if you have the paid version or unpaid version, you won't be able to see that, but you need the
Sorry,
paid
Jay.
version. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I'm doing that even when I open just the page of product, and when I put the mouse, I cannot see who is the buy box. I see just FBA FBM. They don't tell me this is this seller win the buy box, this the other seller with the other buy box.
Did you have you clicked on this little feature right here on the right? You'll probably need because the paid version of Keepa, I think, brings in these two bottom charts, which you'll need. I really recommend getting. But If you click on this little box here on the far right, you can toggle it on and off. It says pink one, it says buy box. And if you click it off, it goes away. And if you click it on, it goes on. So check that out. Make sure you have that on. If not, send me a screenshot. Maybe it's the paid version situation, but I recommend getting it anyway.
Yesterday, I saw you when you put the mouse on the magenta chart. He show you who's buying who is winning the buy box every time,
Yeah.
and so you can see the rotation. For me, just I see FBA or FBM. That's it. I can.
Try try to click this on, Nozier. This where this little toggle button here on the right where it says buy box. Go check this out after and send me a screenshot. You can click it on and off. You see how it clicks on and off and it goes away, and then I click it on and it goes back on. Try to
Okay.
do that, and that might be the issue. If not, it's a paid version for sure.
Okay. Perfect. I
Good
will
one.
do.
Good
Thank
one.
you.
All right. Gina says research cards and offers, create a schedule to use their money to pay your advantage and pay off monthly. I think she's answering Bolanta there. Thank you, Gina. Um, do your VAs reach out to distributors and brands on your behalf on the phone? Do VAs reach out to distributors and brands on behalf of the phone? All right, let me talk about it. Let me talk about VAs really, really quickly. We'll talk about this too, as well as in tomorrow, I believe, as well as the day 5. But for everybody who doesn't know what a VA is, right? This is a virtual assistant. Now, these are super popular for an Amazon FBA business. Let's say popular for FBA. And I think a lot of it came to life with FBA, but this is popular for any business. And basically, a virtual assistant is essentially just an employee that's hired from overseas, most commonly, right? Because salaries are much cheaper overseas compared to the US, right? If you hired somebody from the US, 20 bucks an hour, 17 bucks an hour, maybe even a little bit more. And it's hard to kind of make ROI on their salary. But a lot of VAs, which are basically from the Philippines or I think South America, Central America, maybe in Brazil, other places like that, their wage or salary is much cheaper, and it's easy to find through a lot of the other platforms and softwares, which I talk about in the paid program as well for everybody who sticks around for that. But what you're essentially doing is you're hiring an employee, right? And this is something you don't do to just hire and think that they're going to do sourcing on your behalf, because this requires training, right? I think a lot of the mistake is made that you think that people think that they're hiring out work in the business, and eventually you are, right? I don't source on a daily basis for my Amazon business because the VA does that. But this took hours and hours of training to basically implement your ideas and strategy and the way to source the right way to them, right? So like any other business, you're just hiring an employee, all right? And now there's different roles that they can tackle, right? We can get like sourcing, which is the number one role. We can get like admin, which are probably the big two ones. And you can have financials if you're really, really growing. But you have VAs who a lot of them are kind of understanding of Keepa Product Finder, reverse sourcing, a lot of the other metrics. You provide them with logins to your account, or you can make another account, give them access, and you have an entire process with them providing leads on a daily basis, which you can hire them for part-time, full-time. This is something that I think is one of the most important things when it comes to scaling a business, because this is also a good example of everything you do in the business isn't something you're going to be doing 6 months or 12 months or 18 months from now, right? Maybe 6 months. But I hired my first VA at about the 10th to 11th month mark. It might have been early, but I was going to travel full time and I wanted to make sure I was keeping up with sourcing. And the ROI on a VA is big, right? If you have a part time VA and you're paying them, I don't know, $300 per month, right? Let's say 2 to 3 hours per day, one or two leads can literally, as long as they're ungated and obviously a good opportunities, can pay for salaries for 6 months over, right? 6 months of salary or even less, or obviously you can pay them much more depending on kind of your structure with everything. But sourcing VAs obviously became really common with Amazon. Admin VAs, when you grow into more and more and have different parts of the business that you don't want to manage, like shipments and errors and invoices and tracking and so on. But VAs are a massive opportunity. As far as wholesale, for Tammy, she asked, do VAs call, do they call suppliers? And my answer is no for my business. But a lot of Amazon businesses and sellers that I know personally have very high skills with wholesale. They still call Amazon. The VAs will source. They'll source and they'll scan catalogs. We'll say scan catalogs, source suppliers, maybe even email outreach, right? But when it comes to actually negotiating pricing or negotiating opening up an account, you do that process, but it allows you to kind of swap that out. Now, there's many, many things you could do. With Amazon is growing with like Claude as well as with a VA to kind of have more output with a smaller team. But you want to try to stay as lean as possible. But the number one thing I have to say is like, you learn first and then hire. Everybody who I've met in the Amazon space, way before I had the community when I was first getting started, tried people who I have met have tried to hire to get out of the learning process, and they no longer sell on Amazon for that specific reason. Even people who did 20, 30K a month, 50K a month, because once they had issues with their VA, they kind of just blew up, right? They like didn't know how to train a new VA. They didn't know how to manage a VA. They had too big of expectations. They didn't know what they were looking at. They were buying bad leads because they don't know what they were looking at. So that's super important when it comes to the VA side of things. All right. We'll dive into this tomorrow as well as, or maybe the last day probably. All right. Steven says your max purchase on Selleramp is much lower than mine. I'm sure it is due to the other fees you have listings that I don't. How do I confirm all of my expenses to include on Selleramp to accurately reflect my ROI? So what I want you to do, Steven, is send me the screenshot of your Selleramp settings that you have set up on the back end, and we'll see how it compares to mine. It might be the inbound shipping cost because I have a prep center fee on there as well as a miscellaneous fee, which feel free to shoot me questions on that. But we'll see how it compares to mine and which one is wrong. Typically, it's the inbound shipping cost on how much the expected price, the expected shipping cost might be, and that's probably why it's different. But let me know on that. What's the best way that you found to incentivize them? So, Lewis, the best way I found to incentivize VAs is by far bonuses. Um, but this is also just like leadership skills too. Like you kind of growing to this over time is like motivating, understanding that they're buying into something a little bit bigger than just an Amazon seller, an Amazon account, right? You want to work towards bigger things with the business, bigger revenue, salary raises, getting into bonuses. There's many stuff you could do this. It's kind of like a business slash leadership kind of thing, which I'm not perfect at myself, and I'm growing into. But I took my VAs, I flew my VAs as well as myself to an island in the Philippines this past year in December. So that's like the ultimate motivation. Again, that's 4 years into the business, which I'm sure everybody here will get there. And the goal is to get past there. But obviously, that's really good for motivation too. But that's another one. Here is the systems building masterclass. And systems are super important when building on FBA business. So that way you're not always working inside the business, rather outside the business and doing those 4-hour work weeks or 1-hour work weeks that everybody wants to build to, okay? But first of all, you want to take this to the bank. The more that you systemize, the more that you'll thank yourself later and feel like an actual business. At the end of the day, Amazon FBA is a business, regardless of what you're looking to do it for, whether it's 5K, 10K in revenue, 100K per month. It's a business and you want to treat it like it from day one, and systems are necessary for it, okay? So the way we're going to do this is we're going to break it down into 3 of the most important topics or categories that I feel that need to be systemized when it comes to building this out, okay? So we have product sourcing and leads as number 1. Number 2 is inventory management and replenishment. And number 3 is prepping and logistics. And don't worry, I'll explain each one of them as we dive into every single one of them, okay? So we'll start with product sourcing and leads. The first thing you want to do is you want to systemize the suppliers that you buy from, whether it's a retail supplier, a wholesaler, the brand eventually, it doesn't matter. You want to have a good process around a good communication with them, understanding their discounts, understanding their coupons, understanding, other opportunities on their website that you can find, or other opportunities from that supplier you can find, see if they carry other products within the brand. You want to create an entire process around this, because as you grow in the business, that way you have 10 or 15 or 20 websites or suppliers you can go to find leads over and over again. So this is a big one to first systemize out. Then second, you want to have an organized lead sheet, okay, for ungated leads and gated leads. I've said this so many times, but as you're struggling with ungating in the beginning with Amazon, as you might be right now, or you're bound to be if you're just getting started from brand new, this is super common. You have to build out a list of quality listings, whether it's gated and ungated. The list is going to look like a whole lot of gated or restricted items on Amazon, not that many ungated, okay? But over time, as you build out this sheet more and more and get selling volume on the business, you'll have much more of those gated leads turn to ungated. And that way you have a list of 200, 500, 1,000, even more of leads in the business. And every work that you did, every sourcing session, every review session to find leads, or every session that eventually a team member that you hire who does that for you as well, turns into something valuable for the business that you could always dive back into. So this is a super important one to start right from day one. And if you haven't yet, I would get started with it right now, okay? Now, let's dive into inventory management and replenishing. So replenishing is essentially making sure that you're staying in stock and buying that inventory again from that supplier, whether it's a retailer, wholesaler, brand, you name it, right? So you want to make sure you're in stock, because this should be treated just as valuable as if you found a new lead with the business. Because if you're staying in stock on a number of leads and buying it on losing opportunities of sales, that's a good client that pays you every single month, okay? So first, you want to have a process around checking inbound shipments and making sure that inventory is selling through. Now, what I mean by this, right? Amazon FBA is a physical business at the end of the day. We have products that we're shipping inbound to Amazon, whether it's through the prep center or whether it's through your home. You want to make sure that your shipments are getting checked in at Amazon. All of the units are there, making sure that the timing is right. If not, you could follow up with seller support. If you create a good process around checking this, 2 times a week or once a week to make sure that you never have losing inventory, you never have delayed shipments, that keeps things really clean and makes money coming back a lot faster, okay? And then with inventory selling through, by being able to track those listings to make sure, you bought 30 units because you thought that 30 units would sell out in 3 weeks. You want to make sure that your timing is exactly perfect. You're staying priced competitively. You could check leads. You could change the pricing maybe 3 times a week, 4 times a week, creating a system and process. And of course, there's softwares for this as well that we'll dive into. But this is really important to create a process around that to make sure that, okay, all of your inventory that you're purchasing is selling through, that we could buy it back and do it again and again, okay? Now, rolling into the next one, restocking, timing, and alerts. This is one of the biggest things that I see beginners, even veteran sellers, even myself, make mistakes with or don't have a pure process around this, which I'm developing by the day. But you want to make sure you're always staying in stock with these leads. Like I mentioned, every lead is essentially like having a client, having somebody who pays you every single month. So this is just as valuable as finding a new lead or 2 new leads, because you have a product that's selling really, really well in your portfolio, right? In your catalog. You want to make sure you never lose stock, never lose sales opportunities, making sure you just purchase once a month, purchase, twice a month, 3 times a month, whatever it takes to stay in stock and making sure you have alerts and timing. It's the best way to do it, okay? That's a big one. That's a really, really big one that I want you to emphasize, all right? Now, next, let's talk about prepping and logistics. Again, we're in the physical fulfillment side of the business, even though we're not manually doing it if you're using a prep center, but it's important. So number one, overall organizing frequently, okay? There's not too much we can do physically to make sure we're on top of things, but when you do little audits of your entire system and process, whether it's communication with the prep center, communication with if you have boxes or material in your home to ship all the products, making sure that you're overall organized on a frequent basis, because this could drag on and on if you never really check your process and say, man, I'm just so scattered, right? So keeping things tight and neat through every part of it, all right? Same thing with your prep center, just checking in with them, saying how's everything going and so on, and having high communication, okay? Now, for self-prep, this is really, really important. If you're shipping inventory out of your home or out of your apartment and you're shipping FBM or shipping FBA there, you have to have a good process around ordering material, making sure you're never losing boxes or never losing tape or supplies, making sure you have a good proper inventory count, as well as shipping schedule, making sure that the timing that you're prepping the products and shipping it out is on a really good schedule. Now, I always preach doing Amazon FBA completely remote because it's the biggest thing to do it, and using a prep center, which you can do FBM with a prep center as well. So a lot of the principles I would say here don't really apply when it comes to a prep center, but just keeping high tabs on them for communication, making sure that the invoices are correct, how much they're charging you, and just creating a process. It could take 2 hours a week to making sure that all, these two are really in a really good point, okay? Now, like I mentioned, prep center communication and turnaround schedule. The biggest thing is speed with Amazon, speed with FBA, making sure your inventory goes out and in as fast as possible to get paid back out, to pay yourself and reinvest back into the business. The faster you do that, the more the business grows. So having high communication and making sure that that turnaround schedule, even if you have to kind of be on top of them a little bit, is worth it. So creating a good process around that as well, okay? And all of this leads to scaling, okay? This allows for scaling. Now, I'm not going to say it guarantees that you scale if you systemize everything, but it allows for scaling. I've been to the point where I didn't have systems for any one of these, maybe systems here and there, and I'd run into so many roadblocks with the business, and I'd grow to, now I'm at 50K per month or 70K per month in sales, and I was like, wow, I am scattered, running around like a madman, like a fireman, as they call it, to put out all these fires and try to continue to grow. So these systems and processes in each different department and angle allows for scaling. So these are the big ones to focus on as you're building out your FBA business, and I want you guys to hammer home as we're going through it. So there goes with the systems masterclass. Now we'll roll into the next one. So familiar faces on people showing up every single day, which is awesome. I should have came up with some sort of reward. But essentially, day one, we kind of talked about planning. We dove into some people's businesses, just like, general questions. Day two was really into like listing sourcing, how to find quality listings when it comes to sourcing, as well as how to identify them. Day three was supplier sourcing. And day four is kind of pulling it all together with systemizing, delegating a little bit and organizing the business. So that way, everything flows smoothly. And that way you're not, always working in the business on a day-to-day basis. You're more so on the outside as things are starting to scale, and it puts you in a much better position. And I know people are kind of just getting started. So regardless, this is going to be like high level information to kind of look back at in 6 months or 3 months, or just kind of dive into it now. Okay. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be sharing my screen, and we're going to go, as always, we have the little document here that I use to write notes for the call. And when we bring up certain situations or topics, but also I'm going to be using this Miro board right here to dive into some of the topics about systemizing. And then I'm also going to be writing down some notes as we go through. All right. So we're going to do this for like 15 minutes, not that long, to be honest, because I know this is kind of the point where you scale into it, but this will also should be like the call that relaxes the shoulders a little bit in the early day fight with sourcing leads, everything, and realizing that, okay, like this is eventually what you're building up to with an FBA business, and this is what everybody will get to. So this will kind of take the stress off of things. Okay. So I'm going to start here with the Miro board. And then in the meantime, as always, shoot as many questions as possible, whether it's about your own FBA business, general questions, basic questions, or ones about like what I'm going to be talking about here. So we can dive into it, and then we'll open it up for like people to, unmute and go at it. All right. So here we go. Systemizing changes the game. Now, essentially, what systemizing means is just organizing and making sure that tasks within the business are repeatable. Now, this is probably going to hit people on a lot of sweet spot. I know a lot of people who are in the early days, you feel like a crazy fireman, right? You're going to every single different part of the business when it comes to leads, suppliers. You're putting out these fires. And by the end of the day or the end of the week, you're saying like, wow, I made a little progress. I made a little bit of progress backwards. I digressed a little bit. So you feel like you don't really know if you're making progress, or if what you're doing is building to something long term, right? Things feel a little bit one off. So systemizing really takes this into, okay, I wanted to start Amazon FBA, to now it's a side hustle, to now I'm building a 7-figure business where I can just relax and start to scale. Okay. So we're going to dive into it step by step. Number one, we're going to talk about systemizing with sourcing and leads. And I'm going to be using this little text box down here to write notes about these specific topics. Okay. So when it comes to sourcing and leads, majority of the process that I do on my day-to-day basis, and that all successful Amazon sellers do, is creating a process around it. And I know in the beginning, you're looking to find ungated leads, just start to get some revenue to try to pierce through the ungating situation and the opportunity situation. But here's a few things that I want everybody to do when it comes to sourcing and creating a little system around it. Okay. So your goal is to create a master lead sheet. Now, this document, what this is supposed to be is this is supposed to be a valuable document, literally that's valuable to the business, to your Amazon business, to your Amazon storefront, that you have and own forever. So the work you do in day 1 or day 30 or day 45, when you're sourcing leads and you can't find quality ungated leads, but you find quality gated ones, you always want to save everything in a master lead sheet. So this might turn into being like, seasonal opportunities, right? You can even have like, let's say gated opportunities. Open this up a little bit more here. Gated opportunities you can have saved. I have many things where I call it like one-time purchases a little bit, right? Where it's like there's a good discount, good BOGO. This could go for wholesale as well. But you want to have this master lead sheet to really understand that, okay, this is this document that I live and die by, and I'll always have a full replenishable amount of leads 6 months into the business because I did that work a whole heck of a long time ago. So the master lead sheet is basically the no-brainer side of things when it comes to it, okay? Also, you want to create an entire process around suppliers. And this is for OA or wholesale, okay? Especially for, honestly, OA. Over time, you'll start to understand what suppliers you can buy bulk OA from, which we talked about yesterday a little bit, buying in bulk from suppliers, or ones that have seasonal discounts, seasonal coupons, allow you to buy in bulk, allow you to, ones that cancel orders. Same thing with wholesale suppliers, right? You kind of, nurture down that process to understand who you have the best relationship with, who you can get 10% discounts with, who you can get frequent orders with, how long it takes for that supplier to ship to the prep center, or how long it takes to ship the product to your home to send to FBA. So it's really about making these micro systems within this big one. And literally, it just starts with Google Drive. So I'll write this down here for everybody to kind of see. But like, of course, there's a lot of fancy things that you can do in the business when it comes to organizing and keeping things pretty. But everything starts with Google Drive, right? And I'm using the same process even to my point of the business at 7 figures that, okay, you have Google Drive, You have folders, you make other mini folders within folders, store documents, store sheets, and work off of that one master document and sheet. All right. So these are the two main things that I wanted to focus on when it comes to sourcing and leads. You want to make sure you have a master lead sheet, and you have a master lead sheet essentially for suppliers, understanding, who the communication is with, what their process is, what discounts they have. All right. Number one, getting back to where we were going here, it comes down to replenishing. Okay. The biggest thing with replenishing, which is just as valuable as finding new quality leads, is staying in stock. And this is extremely hard. Obviously, I've talked about it many times when it comes to sourcing suppliers, finding a process, but you essentially want to create a system around this. This means basically reordering schedule and understanding your timing with the supplier. Again, it doesn't matter if it's an OA supplier, a bulk OA supplier, or a wholesaler. This is one of the biggest things that you want to systemize. Even if you have some sort of basic schedule, which I did post a calendar in the community if anybody saw that in the modules of the 5K challenge, but you just want to have some sort of basic schedule to understand when you're purchasing XYZ lead, when you're looking to spend more inventory by the end of the week, when you're looking to whatever hit a certain revenue goal, or a certain spend goal by the end of the week. Because honestly, the understanding of how much money you're spending is far more important and being on top of leads than tracking revenue. And I know, trust me, I'm a victim of it as well. I love to kind of sit there and look at your revenue, look at you doing, however many thousands of dollars of sales in the month or hundreds of dollars of sales, whatever it may be, even your first sale. But you want to make sure you're getting into the point where you're tracking how much inventory you're spending at what timing of the month and being frequent on that kind of stuff. All right. Now, the second side of things, second part of this, I guess I could say, is looks like it's freezing up here a little bit. You guys still see it? Everybody?
Yep.
No?
Yeah.
Yes? Yeah? All right, let's let it load. This thing is freezing up. All right, 1 second. Sorry about the Wi-Fi. It doesn't want us to learn. All right. All right, so the second part about this is inventory management, okay? Understanding how much stock you have. So I want to put this into perspective for everybody just to get a good idea of timing and how long it actually takes for inventory to check in and sell through. So I'm just going to give a broad timing. And if you're already selling, you kind of feel the pain of this sometimes. But inventory, by the time you purchase it, it doesn't just automatically go right up to, goes into fulfillment centers, goes to FBA centers, and becomes available for customers to buy. So here's what it looks like. By the time you purchase inventory, right? We'll say purchase inventory, right? Whatever. From there, from this point on, this is when the timeline starts. It might take, I would say, 5 to 7 days to arrive. Then from there, it should take 1 to 2 days to prep. And then from there, it has to go over to Amazon, which could take, 2 to 3 days. And then from there, it has to check into Amazon's fulfillment center, which is on average 7 days. Sometimes it could be a little bit longer. So if you add up all these days, it could take about 14 to 21 days, hopefully earlier, sometimes a little bit later, but on average, 14 to 21 days from the day you purchase for inventory to be alive and available to sell. Now, I don't say that to scare anybody because obviously it's a normal process part of the business, but I say that to emphasize how important it is to be on top of this to understand how to stay in stock, right? So for example, if I'm buying the inventory right now and I have a month worth of stock, I need to essentially purchase more inventory about a week, 1 to 2 weeks after sales happen. And you're always going to be, in stock a little bit on top of that. I would say you're always going to be a little bit overstocked, but you always have to be ahead of the curve. So that way you stay in stock, because again, this is just as valuable as having a lead. So, there's a lot of nitty gritty that we can get into it when it comes to inventory management and replenishing and making sure you have systems around knowing when to restock, having a calendar, knowing timing and whatnot. But just know on a broad scale of things, as you build out the business and have 5, 6, 7, 10 leads in the business, this becomes more and more important because you have more logistics going on, more opportunities, more leads to stay in stock with. Again, they could be from the same supplier or same website, but it becomes more and more important over time. Okay. Now, this last one right here, logistics and shipments. Okay, so we know there's two ways to do Amazon FBA, right? There's two ways when it comes to logistics side of things, right? Self prep versus prep. Now, this is very, very different as far as logistics. And I know that self prep can be a little bit cheaper because you're saving the per unit that you ship in. And for everybody to get some context who's completely new to Amazon FBA, obviously we're in the physical product side of the business, right? We have physical products that we're dealing with that we're looking to buy and then eventually sell in the marketplace. Okay. So that stage of the process goes from supplier to a prep center to FBA, then the customer. Okay, that prep center is basically that middleman who puts the product according to how Amazon wants it in little bags, labels, you name it. Okay, now you can swap out that prep center for your home or your apartment if you have the capabilities to do it, right? So there's two different logistics on this side of things. The prep centers charge you a little bit of a fee, like $1.50 per unit, $1.20 per unit, maybe a little bit more depending on the relationship you have. But they charge you, okay? Supplier, home, supplier, or prep, FBA, and then the customer. Now, if you're doing self prep, you have to understand a little bit more than what you would have to do when you're doing with a prep center, okay? And that self prep could be like, materials that you have, right? Boxes, which inventory is in stock slash at your home, right? To be able to be on top of making sure that inventory is going in and out on a frequent basis. And again, it could be a little bit hectic because sending a lot of boxes to your house. I know Tammy talked about this in the last few calls. It can get a little bit crazier. Somebody else, I believe, was talking about it as well on how, if you're using self prep, it can get a little bit crazy with having all that stuff. And I've been there as well. I've done self prepping. Obviously, I do FBA prep center now to do the business completely remotely, but it can get crazy. Now, if you're using a prep center, it doesn't just clean your hands, right? But what it does is you have to have high level communication with the prep center to make sure things are going out on time, just checking in. Hey, how's the shipment for XYZ product going out? Okay, yeah, it got prepped in 1 or 2 days. That's good, right? Anything else, right? Maybe, using their software, let's say their software slash sheet to make sure that you're logging the correct amount of inventory or which inventory is coming in. This is a system in itself, right? Now, you might be saying that, well, Jay, you're kind of just talking about a lot of different, different parts and aspects of the business. But the reason why I bring this up is because every single aspect of the business, literally to the T, as you bring it down and you peel back the orange peel, has a system within itself, right? All of these processes within the business, currently for my business, are delegated and systemized. Communication with the prep center is systemized, right? Tracking inbound shipments is systemized, right? I have a team member who has a good schedule around it, with whether it's a calendar checking in it on a bi-weekly basis, you name it. Same thing with inventory management. We're getting low on stock. It's systemized. We know exactly when to order, when to send more inventory in. So that way, I'm not kind of scrambling for new leads or new opportunities. I know to kind of stay on a consistent schedule. Same thing with sourcing and leads. We have a master lead sheet on the back end where I can pluck from for any time, for seasonal, for one-time opportunities. Maybe I become ungated over time. And same thing for suppliers. We know a supplier carries a certain type of niche. If I find a lead without a supplier, I can go to that supplier, and this is bulk OA, right? This isn't just wholesale. This is bulk OA, and ask them, hey, you guys carry the brand this XYZ. Can I also sell, NutriCost or something like that? Can you also sell this SKU from that product because it works for us? So this is what we're going to really kind of dive into a little bit today, I guess, as well as you go through the modules in day 4 is just systemizing and bringing everything together in the business to make sure that you're not just running around like a crazy fireman. And I know it's a little bit more long-term longevity, but the earlier you do this, the better it gets as you build things out. All right. So I'm going to dive back into the call here. Look if there's any questions in the chat. And now we can kind of open it up to messages here in the chat, or open it up if you want to kind of raise your hand or just, unmute. And I'm going to be using this document to write down some of the topics that we talk about if anybody has any topics. I'll look at the chat really quickly to see if there's anything. Gina said, if you want to use a prep center, choose one in the tax-free states, offset the taxes, and it almost becomes a wash as far as the cost. This is so important. So I'm so glad that Gina mentioned this. Now, this isn't relevant for wholesale. It's so relevant for OA, okay? So I'll say this. Tax-free state prep. Now, I will also say this as well in the community because everybody's here. I have a partnered prep center in the community. Now, it's not open for the challenge because everybody would be bombarded for those who don't stick around for after the challenge to stay in the community. But I have a partnered prep, which is a pretty good benefit. for everybody doing mainly OA. Now, this is as well for wholesale and brand direct too. But the biggest thing for wholesale and brand direct, as you have a reseller certificate and you have a tax permit, um, you don't pay sales tax. This is super important, right? You should have sales tax exempt as long as you're registered with your state, which I could talk about with anybody in their messages as well. This is why it's a little bit extra of a hurdle with wholesale. It's nothing to do. It's just like a document that you provide to the supplier, which they ask for, the wholesaler, and you don't have to pay sales tax on wholesale because you're showing that you're buying the inventory to resell it. Now, there's tax-free states for OA, right? Because with online arbitrage, if you're buying and sending inventory to Connecticut or New York, especially in the US specifically, then you might be paying 6% or let's say 7% of, and sometimes it's like I think or 10%, I believe in California get even bigger. So if you're paying $1 a unit, well, more so like let's call it 1.50 a unit, for prepping, well, depending on how many units you buy or how high ticket of an item that is, that will literally offset the cost of this, right? Just if you're looking at it for face value. Now, if you want to get even more detailed about it, when it comes from like time versus cost, you're saving yourself a whole heck of a lot of time to be sourcing and working on more important tasks in the business rather than kind of prepping. And it might be valuable to pay somebody, to be able to just do it. Because again, with a prep center, there's no monthly cost if they're good, right? So there's no like warehouse fee. All right, there might be like a storage fee if you have inventory being left over for a few months, which is not too common. But there's not like you're not paying a lease, right? Like there's no lease. You don't own a warehouse. There's nothing like that. Um, no lease and anything. All right. And I've met a lot of people in the industry who have gotten their own warehouse. They've rented their own warehouse. And so far, everybody I've met has absolutely hated it. Okay. Everybody says this is like chaotic. It's hard because you have to manage a warehouse, issues, logistics. It's much easier to just pay somebody $1.50 per unit, nothing else, to kind of ship things out. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Gina. That's something really, really important to pull up there. Okay, how about Prep Center in Canada? Okay, so now as far as sales tax and details like that, I don't have the specifics on it as far as paying sales tax based off of where you're sending inventory to Canada. I do believe there's a few people in the community who are in Canada, selling in Canada, and have a prep center. It's more of the same. I've talked to Canadian prep centers because I had inventory going there at one time, and I've spoken to a few of them. So I don't know the differences as far as taxes or anything like that, and the best possible prep centers. But one day I'll have a partner prep center in Canada as well as UK for the community. But that's something that you can send over to me. And we could dive into it, Dirk. We can see if we can qualify them, see if they're good, see if there's a good opportunity with them, and the pricing works out, and so on. Right? Can you go over the necessary tools for prep from home? Yes, so I'll run down this really, really quickly, Annie. And also, this is going to be opened up pretty soon when month one opens up, which is Saturday. So you'll be able to see it there. But when it comes from prep from home, typically what you'll need is you need like a label printer, which you could just use a regular printer and just cut it out. You need like tape, scissors, kind of like the regular necessities, as well as poly bags, FNSQ labels, which you can find from Amazon. But this will be, I won't dive into it too much because you'll find this out on Saturday when month one opens up of the program. So you can go through those modules there to kind of see what the necessary and how to prep products as well as how to send shipments. So yeah, so stick around for that as well. You'll see that. Tax-free states are Delaware, Montana, Wyoming. I'm not sure where else. Google it as I am in Canada. Okay. Also, so that we have Oregon as well. Oregon's another one. And I believe New Hampshire is another one too. So we have Oregon and New Hampshire. Montana is the most popular. I don't know why. A lot of prep centers out there in Montana. The partner prep center is in Montana. That's good to know. I'm exempt. It's the prices for bundling boxes, bags. That seems to be the cost more than I expected. Yeah, so this is very, very normal. So with prep centers, for everybody who's interested, if you sell 2 packs or 3 packs or something like that, or large items, you're gonna get extra costs. All right. So most prep centers either do two things, right? They bake in all the costs in $1.50, or they have a cheap cost plus add-ons, right? But ideally, you want your price for prepping to be under $1.50, especially if you're doing OA. When it gets to more and more units, then it gets cheaper as you go over time. So it definitely can add up, and that's why it's really hard to make lower ticket items work under $20 with the prep center unless you have a lot of volume going in. That's a pro tip as well. We do not have any tax-free promises in Canada. Thank you for that, Gina. So for Canada, it's basically just vetting and seeing who has the best possible pricing because there's no tax-free there. Dr. Lane, do you buy material in bulk? I recommend it, John. I used to do self-prep. I recommend buying in bulk. There's Uline is a really good opportunity for boxes, tape, material. But also, you don't want to overbuy. I'll say this as well. Just because you want to have that money for inventory or other parts of the business. There's been obviously opportunities where you can get like 10 cents cheaper or 5% off or 3% off. But again, you want to have that money for inventory and the most important side of things. Thermal label printer is worth the money 100%. This is basically a label where it's like a stickable label that comes on and you can apply there. I don't understand the tax exempt model, but I don't see any reason why you still use tax represent. So basically, Gina, so the tax exempt model. So in the US, right, when you have an LLC, right, for wholesale, all states have this thing in the US where you can get a sales tax certificate. Sales tax certificate. Where you're basically telling the state items are for resale. Okay. Now, what this means is, and this is why states this is why online arbitrage charges sales tax because they think that you're the end consumer, but we're not, right? In online arbitrage, we're looking to resell the inventory on Amazon. So if we were to get charged sales tax, which this happens with OA, as long as it's profitable, it works out. It doesn't matter too much. But if we were to get charged sales tax and then we resell the product, and then the customer also gets charged sales tax. That's called double tax, right? And the way wholesalers get out of that is because they have a sales tax certificate and they show the state essentially. They're showing the supplier because the supplier needs it for their audits, for their information to save. You're showing them that look, these items are for resale. Okay, and essentially, then you're only getting then only the customer is getting taxed when you sell it. So you can save a lot of money there. So I didn't know that Canada doesn't do that, but the US does it, which is a massive benefit. So yeah, and let me know if that doesn't make sense to anybody as well in the chat. So essentially, as an FBA business, a repurposing sales center for specific brands or niches. Work with this. Also take this business model and apply it to new business, your own. So basically, essentially, Amazon FBA is a repurposing sales center for specific brands and niches. So I think I got what we're saying here, Joy. So basically, Amazon FBA is essentially you're being a distributor, right? An online distributor. If you want to pull it in the most basic sense possible. Now, again, there's many ways to do it with online arbitrage, wholesale, brand direct, but you're the middleman between the inventory, but to where the customer is getting the inventory, right? So, we have a brand, we have a distributor, we have a customer, typically, right? But a lot of times in the supply chain, we have like a retailer, right? Then a customer. Well, typically what happens is you swap out retailer and it's you, right? And you're the online retailer in the side of things when it comes to this with Amazon. So you're essentially just being that online distributor or that online retailer for the brand. Obviously, not like in partnership or have some sort of negotiation with the brand unless you're doing brand direct, which is completely different. But it's taking things physical and bringing it to the online space, buying for a profitable cost and selling it on Amazon at a higher cost. All right. Some prep centers will give you a different rate for wholesale orders. You need to call and ask. Absolutely. So you can negotiate with prep centers, bring their pricing down. Your pricing will go down over time as you send more inventory. Is the same as in the UK about tax. So I don't know 100% sure. So apparently Canada doesn't have any provinces when it comes to having tax free. So I would look into this for the UK as well. I can also do some digging because I'm going to be looking for a prep center pretty soon for the community for UK, which would be pretty huge. But from all I know, I don't think that they have tax free areas in the UK or provinces as they call it to not have to pay tax or any other sales tax because I know there's VAT tax and so on. So I'll have to look into that, Selena, and actually just get an answer for everybody in the UK and Canada. All right. Any other questions? Anybody want to unmute here? Maybe dive into something about their business, leads, listings, general questions, anything? Anything at all, or in the chat. Good. All right, I would put a thumbs up emoji if you're good.
Hi, everybody. Jake. So question about one of the documents. I think it was like on day 2, and you had a document that it gave information on determining which route you wanted to go, and I haven't been able to access that document.
So, were you able to open it up, but it's just blank?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I've been having a little issue there. So basically, the situation there is that's a mirror board, and the information on that document is like micro somewhere on that board. So I don't know how to figure out a solution for that, but it's there. But you just have to like super zoom in and scan around a little bit to try to find it. I think Daniel was also going through this issue, and he was able to find it. You just got to play around with it like crazy to
Yeah,
and
and
I
now
you
it
know
seems like the first day I saw the very, very tiny text, but then as I kept playing around with it and scrolling, and then it went away, and I haven't been able to get back to at least the small text.
All right, I'll see. Well, I also could just send you a screenshot. Maybe I might put in the community
Yeah.
as well. Other people are
Okay.
dealing with it. Yeah, I'll try to send like a few micro screenshots because like the Miro board is like an ocean of you can just be going on and on forever. So it might be in
Okay.
the next town over and trying to find it. So all right, I'll try to send some screenshots on there. But okay. So good one, good question there. And if there's anything else as well, like the quizzes, if you guys want to post the quizzes in the community or send them to my messages, I can break them down as well. I know a few people have been doing that as well as with leads or suppliers or honestly just anything. So, all right, cool. Good there. If everybody's good, throw the thumbs up or unmute, either or, thumbs up or mute, and we'll see where we are.
I got a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, like, what's your specific system or workflow, or however you like to call it, when you do an order, right? How is your how is your system for tracking it? Do you copy and paste the order number into like a spreadsheet, or
Yeah.
what's that system like?
So I have such a basic process, and it's the same exact process that I've been using since like day one. And I'll talk about how it works in combination with my team member, my VA on my team, how it does it. So I'll go ahead and place the order, whether it's a wholesaler, whether it's an online arbitrage order. And there's a few things that I'll track and specifically. Now I have multiple tabs, and I do it by the month to kind of track inventory spend per month. And things on there will be like date, it'll be product name, supplier, which also everybody gets access to that sheet as well on Saturday. But date, product name, supplier. I have Amazon listings, so just have to dive into it, check it out. Spend cost, units, hazmat. I have a hazmat question on there just so to make sure I know like okay, is it a hazmat product or not? And then also we have invoice. So I have a section for the invoice, and so what happens here is my team member pulls it, goes and finds the invoice, whether it's sent via email or whether it's from a supplier, and then logs it in here. So that way, literally every invoice or receipt, it doesn't matter, online arbitrage or wholesale, I have it. I have it for the past 3 years or so. So I'll have that there, and everything will be logged. And then, as far as like shipped or not, what I do is it's super simple. I literally just have a section where we highlight it green if it's shipped. If it's not green, not here. And I really haven't had any issues when it comes to like, sometimes we would have like delayed shipping and I would have my team member reach out to them, which you can do as well. It's kind of an easy swap. But I would have my team reach out to them to see any if there's a delay on shipping. And then that's pretty much it. I mean, you guys will get access to the sheet. It's like kind of like on a very, very easy level to I keep it super simple because it works, and I did the same process when I was at a lower level in sales, and it was still super simple there as well. All right, you said is it meltable? Yeah, so I don't really dive into meltable too much, just because we'll talk about this really quickly for everybody when it comes to leads. This is as far as the US FBA centers, but meltable leads essentially there's a certain time period. I think it's April to October, I believe. You can't have inventory that's meltable at an FBA center, or else they'll require you to remove it. So that typically means like gummies. I think chocolate is another one that's meltable. Anything that you could think of that's meltable is typically at risk. Some supplements that are gummies, but you can't have. Okay, there we go. August 14th to January 15th. Okay, I think it used to be April. I'm pretty sure it used to be April, but Gina says August 14th. I'll get a clarification for everybody too, just to make sure, because that would, I've never dealt with it before, but that would suck to have inventory there and be like, oh no, now it's meltable. But I don't track it too much. I don't deal with multiple too much, not too many products in that niche, but that's also something you can kind of check off there just so you know when it comes to buying. And then Kamari said, do you think a VA is the best option to start with sourcing for OA? So, no. So, I definitely do not recommend hiring a VA early on. So, I think a VA should come in at more so at like a revenue point when it makes sense financially to bring them on, because hiring a VA is really like putting fuel on the fire. And we'll talk about this tomorrow as well a lot. We're going to talk about VAs and kind of scaling things up with the business. But if you hire before learning the process of online arbitrage and just Amazon FBA in general, it's going to be really, really difficult to be able to train them, see what they're looking at, coach them, and guide them in the right direction if they kind of have no idea with what they're working with. And a lot of VAs obviously come trained, but not trained in your criteria, your tactics. And everybody who I've met, I said this once before in a call, that have hired a VA before learning OA or learning sourcing themselves are no longer selling on Amazon. So that kind of speaks to the volume of that. But yeah, we'll dive into VAs as well tomorrow too, which will be huge for everybody. Sorry, Selena, I have no experience in the UK. Okay, down a little bit. Want to learn the skill? Yeah, 100%. Lewis said it best. You want to learn the skill yourself first. Trust me, you'll get to the point where you have sourcing delegated. You won't be doing it. You'll just be making buying decisions, which is important. Do you have any good lead providers that do offer share quality leads, or do you discourage the use of leads? So I don't know of any softwares or quality softwares, at least I've heard of some stuff that do like share leads and share leads to the masses. You know, obviously I'd recommend just bringing things in-house. That's kind of like the agency approach, like trying to like pay per leads, which I'm sure there's like essentially there's probably an opportunity there. I just haven't heard of a trustable supplier to do it. I'd more so just have like hire a VA who's like in your team full time to be able to source for those opportunities, source for those leads, and that way, you can always have replenishable opportunities and not rely on like an agency or something like that. So I don't discourage it, but I'd prefer bringing it in house. And I don't know any software like this. Who knows? Maybe as a community continues to grow, maybe there's something I can work on here for everybody. I think would be a massive benefit, but we'll get there. Okay. All right.
I
Yeah.
have a
So,
question, Jack.
yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Is it normal for on a application, a wholesaler application, for them? Oh no, a direct brand application for them to ask for a financial statement?
Mm, like, did they word it like? Can we have a financial statement?
Well, okay, so I was approved for a brand direct, and it says approved. I haven't, so well, someone called me initially just to, get an idea of what, I'm doing. And then online, it says in their portal, it says that I'm approved. And on the side, it says required documents. And one of them says financial statement.
Okay. They didn't specify too much, I guess, from them on their end. So we might want to get clarification from them. But if they're asking for like past prior inventory purchases, that's not too unnormal at all. You could definitely provide those. I don't think they would ask for like a profit and loss statement or a revenue statement from the business. So that would be pretty interesting if they're doing that. I haven't really heard of that, to be honest. But also double check if it's for like net 30 or net 60, which this is like kind of like high level wholesale and brand direct talk. But basically this is like getting a line of credit with them for 30 days or 60 days. So typically
Uh,
they might ask for specifics when it comes to that, because obviously they're kind of loaning you out some time there to pay off for that inventory. So I would get some clarification on what they're looking for, but not totally unnormal, but maybe the wording is a little weird.
Yeah, I kind of figured they wanted it because of credit, but I selected, COD. So
Yeah,
then, I was
interesting.
kind of confused to why they would ask it, but that may just be something that's just a general tab in their portal.
Yeah.
And I really don't have to upload anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I would get some clarification on that. That's kind of interesting, like with that wording with it. But I guess it depends too on the size of the brand, maybe, or the wholesale supplier. But that's a good
Yeah.
one too. And we'll dive. We'll try to tackle that. Try to tackle see it. All right. Arbisource, never heard of it. John, not sure if anybody else has. You don't know who to trust. yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard with the lead list and stuff. I'm telling you, as the community grows, hopefully we can add something awesome or something to opportunities are endless, you know? But all right, there we go. So that's pretty much it there. I see if I turn this on before it takes me down here. But any other last second questions in the chat? Unmuting the mic, anything? If not, if we're good to go, I think we're good to go. I'm going to save this one as well, along with the other videos. There's 3 other live calls, which a lot of everybody here have dove into all of them. Could be good refreshers too. But everybody good on everything on the end? Good. W daily meeting. I know the daily meetings are great. I mean, these are awesome. We just keep these going forever, honestly. But all right, we'll
Yeah,
wrap things up. Go ahead.
I have a question for you, and I'm not sure if I may have read this incorrectly, but were we supposed to schedule a one-on-one with you?
No. So
Okay.
yeah, I didn't have that there. I mean, that would have been interesting, I guess, for the challenge. I might have been a little bit too hectic with all the people in there, but
Okay.
yeah, maybe down the line. So what you
Okay.
might have seen it. So what you might have seen is for information for everybody. So everybody in the paid group, which people like John or Sonia's in there as well, like Tawana as well, like who stay beyond the trial. The whoever has the leaderboard with activity and showing up every day. Basically, we do a one-on-one call for 45 minutes to an hour at the end of the month. So that's might be what you saw, which has been pretty cool. To like when I record it for training for everybody. So that might open up as we get more members to do like 3 one-on-one calls a month, but we'll see. But all right, cool. All right, good to go, everybody. As always, all right, I appreciate everybody for jumping on. Tomorrow will be the last one. We're going to be pulling it all together, diving into VA stuff as well as everything, and then keep it going from there. It's always good to get everybody in here and gather in. So there we go, and I will see everybody tomorrow as well as in the community chat. Keep asking questions. I'm going to be posting like crazy as always. So let's build your next 6 months. You're going to hear me say this once or 1 million times. You have to think long-term with Amazon FBA and that you're building this foundation for this forever business. I know you want to chase profit and revenue in the early days, and we're going to go to attack that, but you want to build out 6 months because it takes a lot of the stress off of things, and that way you're building the foundation and building blocks of the business, okay? But first, I have to touch on it. You want to take this into perspective because, of course, I want everybody in the challenge to stay in the paid mentorship for $149. And I want you to put this into perspective truly as you're building out this business, regardless of where you're at brand new beginner stage or at 10K, 20K, and so on. It's either risking $149 a month for a daily mentorship with me or the $1,000 to $2,000 to $5,000+ of money that you have to spend into the business, right? So it's not so much risking $149 with the program and me, obviously. It's more so think about what you're risking on the back end, because I've had so many people that I talk to on a daily basis inside the community, inside the free community or outside of things, who talk that they want to try out the business first, which I totally understand, see if it works, and then invest more or then invest into training. And that's just so dang risky, okay? And even worse, which I did myself and tons of other people have done who didn't end up continuing with the business, 6 to 12 months of failing and what if, right? So that's one of the worst sentences or words that you can kind of read when it comes to building out the business, is spending 6 months of trying to figure out on your own, doing the same thing over again, maybe doing everything wrong, and then quitting at the end of it and saying, what could have been with Amazon FBA? Could I have built a 7-figure business, a 6-figure business, an 8-figure business? Who knows? So you want to think the risk and reward of what you're really risking versus what's really at stake with the business. And again, we're building the building blocks, right? Nothing is forever when it comes to investment, but we want to invest to build out the building blocks with the business, okay? So let's map it out. And this is assuming that you have the information and resources, right? Whether it's with a mentorship, in the paid community, paid group, and so on, okay? So number one, what you want to do is you want to identify the main issues/hurdles, okay? So you seriously just want to see, even if you're at the brand new beginner stage, is what are the main things that are blocking me from getting to my goals of 10K, 20K, 50K, 100K, whatever it may be with scaling out the business. So it could be sourcing more leads, right? We're just kind of laying them out here. Number 2, acquiring more capital, getting more money in the business, credit cards, loans, so on. We'll talk about it. Number 3, the information or understanding. Do you feel like you have the startup capital? Do you feel like you have the motivation, maybe some time for sourcing? You just need to have the right direction and tools to make it happen. And number 4, not having the time/resources to scale. And here's a little bit of a hint and a trick. There's a solution to every single one of these without you having to be directly in the business, right? When you get to 2 years, 3 years, 4 years in the business, there are a lot of things that change when you're in the first 6 months of the business or the first 12 months when you're doing everything yourself, right? You're the pizza shop owner, cleaning the shop, making the pizza, turning the lights on, paying the bills, paying the employees, whatever it may be. It changes as you build out an Amazon FBA business. So all of these have solutions. But the first thing you want to do is identify the main issues/hurdles. If you think for the next 6 months, what are the main things that are going to keep me from getting to 25K, 50K, or 100K, or even 1K or 10K per month? What are those things? You want to choose it and understand it and decide it and try to come up with a plan around it, okay? Now, number 2, you want to commit to the most important tasks. These go very much hand in hand, identifying the main problem and then committing to the most important tasks. So there has to be a certain level of work/suck, is what I like to call it, that happens in the beginning. I went through it. Everybody you see online who posts screenshots or posts big numbers, YouTubers, you name it, there's a certain level of suck that everybody has to go through and just getting punched in the face, okay? The selling volume, the selling for volume, the 20 hours a week of self-sourcing, and so on. And when I say the selling for volume, you'll hear me say this a million times in the community and just in messages as well. The beginning, the early days, even up to 6 months, you want to sell for volume, not for sales, not for profit, not for a ton of money in the business. You want to gain Amazon's trust. The 20 hours a week of sourcing, even more, and so on, okay? That has to happen in the beginning. You have to understand that before we dive into the next thing, okay? So I want you to focus on the most important tasks that will move the needle and make progress to get to that point, to that point below. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this, but the 80-20 rule, where they say the 20% of your input turns into the 80% of your output, your effort, right? Typically the thing you focus on the most does all the results, or the least focus on all the results. That's exactly what I want you guys to think of. If it comes to sourcing, if it comes to education, it comes to supplier sourcing, whatever it is, invest all of your time there, because if you got 5x, 10x, 20x better at that specific thing and change that bottleneck in the business and really just focused on it and give yourself an extended period of timeline, you are going to win, right? There's more people that you can ever imagine in the Amazon FBA space who are building that out. So I want you to understand, commit to the most important task and just double and triple and quadruple down on it as much as possible. And eventually you'll get more resources that can help with that and help with other parts of the business, right? And number 3, grow accordingly with the business. This is super important that I think also helps relieve the stress in the beginning or even within 12 months of being into it. So this goes for every business on planet Earth, not just Amazon FBA. Your day 1 work will not be the same at day 365. Like I mentioned with the pizza shop owner, that you're doing everything. So this is what happens as you scale with the business and what you're going to grow into, right? Not sourcing for 40 hours a week, a year or 2 or 3 years in, just not how it happens. So eventually you'll get into VAs, which is virtual assistants, hiring an employee or a team member into your business. I know for some people that's crazy. It was crazy for me as well. I had no experience, no knowledge, no nothing about Amazon FBA, business, e-commerce, anything. And I got to the point where I now have 5 VAs. I flew to the Philippines to work with them, have a retreat, have a vacation. It's mind-boggling. That can happen in a few years, right? And it's a lot cheaper than you think. People think it's definitely not like the Western world of a salary. So it's so much more affordable, okay? Number 2 is wholesale or brand direct. If you're doing wholesale now, eventually you'll scale into brand direct, then maybe even Walmart eventually and other platforms to get to become a real e-commerce business. But at the OA side of things, you can eventually add wholesale onto the business, right? Placing bulk orders and getting those a little bit through a little bit more consistently. Then eventually brand direct, working with brands directly to be their exclusive or one of their distributors on the online marketplace. There's many, many opportunities with that. That's why Amazon's really going to hit on every single avenue, okay? Then lastly, systems/softwares or more capital. So with everything in the business, those little tasks that you're doing on a day-to-day basis, you can systemize it, especially with AI out there nowadays. There's so many things I'm going to be bringing into the community and the group when it comes to AI agents, softwares, tools. So that way things are automated with a click of a button rather than doing them yourself. Same thing with softwares, right? In the beginning, we have Selleramp, we have Keepa, but eventually you grow into a profit tracking software. You grow into a software that reprices all of your products like BQL or SellerSnap or one of the other ones, Aura. And then also more capital, right? So whatever you have in the business, whether it's $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $10,000, you will scale with that as you access and you have comfortability. You have a credit card. Now you have a Capital One Visa, and then you have a Chase card, an Amex card, whatever it may be. If you're overseas, you might have a credit card out there as well. But if you're not, you'll also have a solution being overseas, selling in the US with Amazon loans. It's one of the biggest opportunities that I've taken advantage of, and I know millions or thousands of people at this point who have also taken advantage of it. Amazon actually offers a loan through your account, all integrated through Amazon Seller Central, where they give you, whatever the amount of money it is compared to your sales volume and revenue. They inject into your bank account. You can use that for inventory and for the business. So everything that happens in the early days, the near term stuff, right, eventually opens up. You have a team to do sourcing. You have other business models to scale into and to diversify. You have systems to be able to automate a lot of things. You have more capital to be able to pull out a lot of money in the business and still keep feeding the giant and feeding the engine. So you really want to understand that, all right? And now, you want to ask yourself right at the tail end of this, as you're building this out and as you're going through the questions, whether you're writing them down or thinking about them in your head, will my plan get me to the goal that we made in day one? Remember in day one when we were focusing on 2 to 3K profit per month, 50K, revenue per month with OA or wholesale, with the goals and the things that I'm focusing on with my plan, will that get me to day one? Whether it's, sticking around and joining the mentorship and paid program, or just focusing on a specific task and whatnot, will that get you to where you want to be? And that opens up things a lot easier, okay? Now, the next phase of this is diving into the first month of the paid program to kick things off and get as much progress as you can in the next 2 days. But there we go when it comes to building out your next 6 months. And I'll see you guys in the next one. But here we go. So what we're going to go over really quickly is this little budgeting guide document that I played around with. I figured it'd be good for people, regardless of where you're at with sales and type of business model with wholesale versus OA. I think it would be good to get a little bit of a roadmap and see the numbers on paper a little bit. So maybe I'll highlight some of these budgeting guides, and then we'll dive into our document that we've been using here, which is basically like a whiteboard. I've just been taking a bunch of notes as I talk, which don't make too much sense, but they make sense when you pair it with the call. So we'll be using this. And if anybody wants to volunteer, like literally anybody, doesn't matter your starting point or position, you can even just comment it in the chat. And we'll do like a little bit of a roadmap with your next 6 months based off of budget, based off of goals, planning, and then we'll see how we can kind of work it up. And as always, put messages in the chat on anything that you have with literally anything in the business, because a portion of the call is always tailored towards the topic and roadmap and planning, but also open to anything and everything. And today is the last call of the 5K challenge. So as many questions as we have out there, as many leads, breakdowns, anything, we want to shoot them out there. So go ahead and do that, and then we'll also dive into VAs and then open it up for basically anybody to chime into. Okay. So let's go over the budgeting guide document just a little bit. And now, again, this is something I just played around with. It's not going to be something that you live by or marry. It's really just used so you understand, okay, what could be my expenses with the business? What could be my revenue goals, my profit goals, and get a really good understanding. Because I think, to be honest, one of the biggest reasons why that a lot of people, I wouldn't say fail or stop pursuing Amazon FBA even 6 months or 9 months or 3 months in, is because of misconception on revenue, profit, and kind of what numbers look like, because it can get a little bit confusing. So I want to put it into really good perspective on everything. Okay. So we'll start with a budgeting situation of $1,500 per month. Now, you can be in a different point. You could be in 10K. You could have 10K of starting capital, 2K, 5K, but we'll start with 1,500. And then we'll also talk about one where I highlight wholesale here with 5 to 7K. And again, especially as well for like someone like Tammy, you can use this as an idea for your next 5 to 7K of inventory and kind of have a roadmap and plan with that. Okay. So let's look at it a little bit. So we have an expenses for softwares like Selleramp Keepa on your Selleramp or your seller account. These are $100 per month. Now, I don't think that you need any other softwares. Obviously, you can get stuff like Sellerboard, which tracks your profit. I'll talk about that as well in a little bit. You can get a software to make your life a little bit easier when it comes to changing your prices automatically with AI, with Amazon. Like there's other softwares you can use, but you grow into those, okay? And also, the paid group, if whoever else stays on the inside, $149 a month. So you can put it kind of in perspective, like, okay, these two expenses, $250 a month. And now where are we at? And that's $1,250 left over for inventory. Now, here's the deal. If you're starting with $1,500 with $0 as far as a reinvestment into more capital, which I'll talk about, then you don't want to kind of push it right to the brim, because you have to pay for the softwares for the next month and potentially the group for the next month. So you might be spending probably $1,000 left over to put into inventory. Okay, so I say more so $1,000 with a $250 buffer, and you want to think about this for your entire business, regardless if you're just starting or you're 6 or 9 months in. Your buffer will get bigger and bigger and bigger as your business gets bigger. Now, I'm not saying like, have a ton of money just sitting in the bank account or on the side, because, of course, you still want to have it reinvest into the business, but you don't always want to be at like 99% pushing the brim and paying yourself minimal, because that's what we do, right? We try to pull this profit out a little bit, capital out, to kind of get the fruits of our labor, as they say. Okay. So that's kind of your position. So a goal with a $1,500 budget. This is like the realest goal that I could have provided. I'm not going to, persuade anybody to say you're going to get 100% ROI leads and make millions of dollars in the first 3 months. I've said it so many times. The first months of the business are about gaining Amazon's trust for ungated products. Again, wholesale in OA, you're building to try to get products ungated to have a more and more healthy account. So I would say the goal at the 3 month mark, right? And this is goal considering that you're spending money on softwares and let's say that the paid programs, you have less money in the account, $675 to $1,350. Okay. 15 30% ROI leads. That would be a really good goal or a really good target to be able to shoot for. Now, again, that's gross profit. If you take out some net profit, then you could be on a little bit of the lower end, but it puts you in such a good foundation and establishment. And then you're setting the building blocks for scale in months 3 to 12, which is really where things to start to pick up with the business. You guys, as you know, I made a video on Keegan, which is a member in the community, and talked about how his months, his first 3 months were something like, I believe it was under $1,000 across all of them. He even had a lower third month that he did in the second month. And now he's at the point where he's at 10K per month and then 15K in August. And we're hoping for 35K by the end of the year. So, like, you can see how the scale really picks up exponentially in those months, right? So that's kind of one of them. But I also want to jump into the wholesale side of things. And again, I don't say that if you have 5 to 7K that it's 100% wholesale. Of course, it's your preference and what you would like, because you can do 5 to 7K with OA as well and be in a really good position. But we'll dive into these numbers here as well. Okay. So $100 a month for your softwares, like normal. There's other softwares you can use when it comes to wholesale to take it like to be a little bit more efficient, but you don't have to do it if you want to be really gritty. Then mentorship and paid group. Then you have $600 to $6,500. I'm going off of the $7,000 number left over for your inventory, for your expenses for inventory. Okay, so this kind of goal, what things would look like. Status at 6 months. Okay, so rather than 3 months, I say 6 months. Now, the reason why I say 6 months, and I write a little note here, is because turnover time is longer, okay, with wholesale. It might take 3 weeks, might take 4 weeks for inventory to check in or to arrive to your prep center or your home, and then it takes a little bit longer to sell through, just because lead times with wholesale are typically like 100 or 200% longer than it comes to with regular OA. You can have products at your feet with OA in 1 to 3 days based off of who you're buying from. So I want to kind of map out that timeline a little bit more, starting with $7,000. And of course, could this number turn over much, much faster? And maybe you could be at 8,200, 8,400 to 20,000. Absolutely. But I like to just have like a realistic set of like a baseline to be like, okay, if I'm focusing on the first 6 months to be in a really good position with the business to lead up to my next 6 months, then maybe that's something we'll expect. So I'm not going to kind of, blow the dream out of proportion here. But there gets a little perspective on that. So feel free to play around with this. You can also kind of just make a copy of this, put it into Google Drive, play around with the numbers and do some estimates, because that's what it's all about, right? We want to look towards the future with everything that we're building and kind of get excited with it, and know that, okay, I'm chasing 20K in profit, 25K in profit in total and a month at the end. Okay. Now, I want to touch on VAs a little bit, virtual assistants, and then we'll talk about your next 6 months for specific people. If anybody wants to volunteer, just put it in the chat and we can maybe build out a plan, like an interactive dialogue here on somebody's 6 months, so people can see like live implementation of what are we going to do kind of here. Okay. So first, virtual assistants, VAs, right? This is a very, very popular topic in not just Amazon or e-commerce, but the online business space in itself. And if you ever had another online business or another business, virtual assistants are growing in popularity, and it's basically just an employee at a cheaper cost. So we talked about this yesterday a little bit, but when it comes to VAs, you're hiring from overseas, you're kind of arbitraging the cost of living and the cost of wages and salaries, to give them a really good opportunity to work remote, obviously, but it comes to a much cheaper cost for the business. So it allows for a higher ROI, right? Like, for example, if I had to put it into perspective, if we had on a team member who did 40-hour weeks sourcing in the US or in the Western world, even the UK or Canada, a minimum salary at $20 per hour is going to cost you a few $1,000s per month, which will probably cripple the business within 6 months or, of working on it, unless you're dealing with the best possible sourcer you've ever seen in your life. All right. That's just kind of the reality with it. So when it comes to hiring a VA, which is entire program and modules for that, as you guys will see, as people stick around. But when it comes to hiring a VA, the process is really just about communication, we'll say training, and goals, right? And It's not too complex outside of it. Obviously, there's a certain level of leadership skills that you have to learn, which I'm not perfect at. You know, you're going to be learning every day because it's kind of a different endeavor. But the number one priority thing that I want everybody to know that I think a lot of people mess up on is to learn first. And I've talked about this a few times, but I said everybody who I've met who have hired VAs to do sourcing for them rather than learning how to source are no longer selling on Amazon. And that's more than 5 people that like I have a good relationship with. And the reason for that is because if something goes wrong with the VA, if they don't perform well or you don't have good communication with them, maybe they get another opportunity, another job, then your business is kind of done. It's reliant on that. And also you have to know know what you're shooting at for leads and like criteria and everything else like that. You have to hit goals and whatnot. So it can get a little bit complex, but if you know everything like the back of your hand, you can create a really good process and platform to make the VA a mini you because typically sourcing is just really time consuming, right? And especially when you get past the early day fight, which I've been talking to with a ton of people in messages, about those 3 to 4 months. Doug's one of them talking about selling for volume, selling for ungating and such. But once you get kind of past that hurdle and opportunities start to open up and your plethora is bigger and bigger, then sourcing is just a timing fight, right? I literally don't want to sit here for 8 hours per day and source opportunities. Obviously, you'll do it if it's thousands of dollars in profit and so on, but it just becomes a timing issue where you can then delegate that task to a sourcer, which is the number one task and number one role that you will end up delegating in the business once you learn first and master it. Because without that, then delegating this will literally just delegate your business by crushing it. And trust me, like I said, I've seen many, many people do it. And it's common if you kind of go that route. So sourcing is the number one, role that you'll pick up, right? So we'll call this the number one role like slash hire that you'll do. The second one, which won't come for anybody anywhere near, let's say, until you get to about 30K per month, more so about 50K per month, is the number two hire is an admin. Okay. And an admin essentially does all the little stuff within the business that you really don't want to do, right? So outside of the sourcing side of things, it's like could be checking financials, it could be saving invoices or receipts, it could be supplier communication, whether it's wholesale, whether it's bulk away, it could be saying, reaching out to the supplier to see if there's a longer shipping time. They could be if there's lost shipments within the business, they could be doing reimbursements with Amazon. If you have, let's say, a violation on the account, they can, go ahead and submit a case for the violation. It's just keeping the business really in tight and organized. And again, my first hire was obviously sourcing role. And I made this hire, I would say, a little bit premature. I was at around 35 to 40K per month. The reason why I made this hire for full transparency is because I left to go and travel the world full time. And I realized that I would have a little bit of a time trade off. And I had to make an agreement that, okay, I wanted to have a sourcer so that way I don't lose an opportunity with leads. And now, again, this hire could be anywhere between, I've seen as low as, $3 per month. I'm sorry, $3 per hour. 4 or $5 per hour, but obviously a much lower cost than it would be hiring in the Western world, which is really hard. And again, this could be part time, this could be full time. Of course, everybody starts off with part time. You test a few trials with VAs and employees, and you work them into full time and so on. So it's a lot nearer term than you think. But the biggest thing with this is, you have to. It's a team, right? This really takes the business into something bigger than you, where you're not working on the weekend, you're not working. Not that you have to work on the weekend anyways with Amazon, but like you're not working 24/7, but you're still making progress, right? And that's really, really important, I feel as if with the business. Okay. So that puts it into perspective a little bit of a crash course when it comes to VAs and some goal budgeting for the next 6 months. Now, I'm going to check the messages. If anybody volunteers, we can do maybe a little bit of an interactive roadmap. If you want to put some details about your starting position with capital, goals, business type, everything, maybe we can put some notes on here. But I'm going to open up the chat here and see what we got. Okay. So, Tawana, okay. If I invested into software, third party profit, 2,400 at a one time payment, do you add that into your monthly budget? So, you could. Do you mean like on a yearly payment, Tammy, or is it a one time where you just paid that and now you have it for life as a subscription? Because I have heard of third party profit a few times, which I actually haven't used them or anything. And some people have brought that up to me as well. I'll put a note here.
Okay, yeah. It's a that's an annual payment, but
Okay.
the first payment, I did, paid up front. And with a whole bunch of, just other education things that I paid maybe like up front. And I'm wondering, uh how do I include that? Because actually all of that would put me in the red just from the beginning. all of the
Mhm.
education stuff that I've done and, like the software and everything. So
Mhm.
do I even add that in the monthly budget or do I just, save that to the end of the year to deal with, or how would you do that?
So I consider that like a one-time sort of thing with the business. So, I
Mhm.
would put if you have like a total profit and loss of the business, or even if like an annual one, I would just like push that to the front as like let's say January or February, and I would consider that like negative $2,400 payment or loss in that month, which kind of decepts like breaking it out a little bit, which you could do over the monthly basis. I guess it's totally up to you, but it's not as accurate because it is essentially built out over the course of a month. But in like your monthly profit and loss, it makes it a little bit harder. But to be honest, I've done both. Like I pay for seller board up front,
Mhm.
and I think it's like $180 for the year or something like that. So
Mhm.
I've broken this up over the course of 12 months just to like get a good idea of what profit wise. But then also like I have insurance for the business, which
Mhm.
no one has to worry about this. No one take a sigh or anything like that. Once you get to a certain point with the business, you can get like insurance, which is like $40 per month. But then also I pay this like on a I pay it up front, but I consider it as like a loss every November when the insurance payment comes up. So I don't have a detailed process on this. I guess it could be up to you based off of how you pull money out of the business. But I know the right way to do it from talking with accountants and other people is to just like have it, whatever month that it gets subtracted from is when it's kind of considered as that loss or expense in the business, if that
Okay.
helps. Yeah.
Yeah.
And same thing with education and stuff as well. Like if it's a however you pay it, I guess if you want to intertwine with accounting purposes, is kind of how it should be treated on the balance sheet or like the profit and loss for the business. But all right, that's a good one. All right,
Yeah, because
next.
I
Oh,
would
good.
probably start, with the software as well
Hmm.
as the education, probably in the whole, um,
Hmm.
probably about $7,500
Hmm.
before even, any profit. And so, when I sort of like did my math, it just didn't look good, and
Hmm.
it wasn't really accurate with trying to see what, the numbers are looking like now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm really I'm really glad you brought this up because I want to touch on this really really quickly because um it's kind of like a perspective view on this, because like you said, you've been selling now, I don't know the exact timeline, but with third-party profits, with softwares or for investments into education, you had about a negative $7,500 loss. Now, the bad news is, you're at a loss for the business, right? Which could be alarming. But the good news is, you know, you're building this for 20 or 30 or 40 years, right? So when you think of like the initial loss, like the profit that's yet to come with the establishment with the business revenue, because I know how hard you're working and how much footing you have under you now because you have a ton of knowledge in the business, is like you pushed a lot of the loss just to the front to be able to have a smoother path down the line with the business. And that loss isn't annual reoccurring, maybe third party profits, but whatever the investment into education isn't annual reoccurring where now you have that kind of overhead on your business. It's more so it paved this pathway now for the next 5, 10, 15 years much easier. And honestly, you can also kind of view this as well as like with a VA, which I used to do in the beginning. This might kind of twist the perspective for people. But I would say sometimes if I paid a VA 1,000 USD per month, let's just say 1,000, which could be high, and then all of a sudden I fired that VA next month, but we found 10 replenishable leads. In that month, yeah, I lost $1,000 to pay for the salary of the team member. But now that VA's production is going to generate $45,000 in revenue for the next 18 months on these replenishable leads. And it's the same exact way you can kind of perspective it with education or third party profits that allows you to get to revenue. Is like that was pushed to the front, but then it lays out and not guarantees, but pushes you in a better position for success for the future because you don't want to analyze it of like 1 year versus 1 year. And that goes with every business, right? If you look at any business, any retail business, any physical business or online business, you hear about the early days of how like people pushed to invest into the business themselves and so on. And then 6 years from now, right, they're the champion of the world, right, with all these successes. So that goes kind of that's extremely, extremely normal. But it's hard to look at the forefront. And then when you look at it in the future, you're like, wow, I got here because of that. So I hope that gives good perspective on it too. I know it's a little scattered in that response,
Yeah.
but
No, I mean that definitely makes sense and gives
mm,
me some relief knowing
yeah,
that I,
100%.
set myself up maybe better for the
I'm
future.
glad you brought that up. Yeah, I'm really glad because again, you
Mhm.
like you said, you set yourself up like for years and come. As long as you're, if you were forced to stop the business, if you only give yourself a timeline of 1 year success, then yeah, then you'd be like stressing out. But if you give yourself 15, 20, 30 years, which is a long time, even 10, 7 years, the ROI on that comes over like, puts you in a really good position when you build it out towards that. But that's a good one. All right.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, Tawana. So if I invest, oh, here we go. Next one about the budgeting situation. Example: would it be 1,500 euros just in the beginning to get started spending that much, or every single month? So just in the beginning. So I'm glad you brought this up as well. So this is like the initial startup capital. This is your pool of money, and this what becomes like your pool of money in the business that you want to add on to, right? When you make profit, you reinvest into the business, and eventually you pull some out. This is like what starts your pool of money. Now, I recommend investing slowly, which I'll talk about, I think, here in budgeting number 2, is being able to slowly invest more money into the business. Maybe it's in 3 or not. But if you're able to start with $1,500 and then, like, let's say you have other income from a job, a business, whatever it may be, and you could slowly put in capital into the business, like $200 per month, $150 per month, it helps feed the beast. Now, I know that's kind of hard to work through when you're just starting and you don't have the groundwork under you with the business, but the more you feed the beast and you pair that with information or doing it right, the bigger it grows. So you definitely don't have to invest $1,500 a month, or else that would be quite hefty over the course of the year. But if you had the ability to and you had a good startup capital, it would just feed the beast even more and allow you for more growth, as long as you had kind of like the doing it the right way with everything. All right. Okay, next. We'll go down here a little bit. I would love to volunteer. Okay, Tammy wants to volunteer there. Having a VA is great. Gina says, having a VA great, but if you don't know how to teach them, you're wasting your time and money. You can't monitor the results if you don't understand the process. Compare your Amazon investments to what you would pay to buy a franchise or brick and mortar. Amazon wins every time. So I'm so glad you mentioned this, Gina. This is like some of the best advice in the chat, especially. But she said it best. Like, having a VA is absolutely great, but if you don't know how to teach them, it is literally just throwing money in the fire. There's no chance of success if you're kind of just having them take the wheel or take the keys. And I've also met people who have tried to have their VA run the entire business. Also doesn't work out well because of how you can imagine. But also 100% too, if you compare it to like an Amazon FBA retail business compared to like a brick and mortar business or a retail store where people would come and buy in, creams here and there, or buy a few products, Amazon wins every day of the week, especially the fact that it's a virtual business, or not virtual, but remote, online, and much more scalable. So that's a good one. All right. Is the $1,500 a month because we're doing wholesale, or is it both? It's both. So actually, for wholesale, Yona, so I recommend $1,500 per month for OA, right? And for wholesale, I recommend $5,000 to $7,000. Can it be done with 3,000? Yes, maybe with a more extended period of timeline of success. But the training is more of a factor here when it comes to kind of the investment and pairing that with it. But I recommend 1,500 for OA. The more the merrier, as long as you kind of have the right tools with you to build things out and the resources. Can you do it with 1,000? Absolutely. Can you do it with 700? Maybe, right? Depending on your timeline of success and your accuracy and success. But it gives you more of a buffer to fail, I guess you could say, with 1,500, and it puts you in a much better position to roll that capital over more and more. I'm not going to say start with $200, because after your software is, you're in trouble a little bit with your inventory investment. But all right, I have to go back because I'm not aware of how to find OA, so I might have missed this class. Yeah, so I'll send you over some information as well, Yona. But tomorrow, month 1 of the paid group opens up, and there's like an entire guide there on OA as well, which I'll send you some of the information, but it'll give you a good perspective on it. We're just talking about who we're buying from, whether it's a retailer or whether it's a wholesaler or a distributor. So there we go. All right, now I think it's the last one. So who wants to go? First one to raise your hand, Tawana or Tammy, and we'll do a little bit of a roadmap. So whoever raises their hand first. Either or anybody else, whoever raises first. Okay, Tammy can't raise her hand, but I'll take that as a raised hand. So we'll do a little roadmap here, Tammy. And for context for
Okay.
everybody, what we'll do is we'll start with like a context of your business, where you're at, revenue, amount of money in the business. We already know that you have $7,500 invested in like the prior, but let's just go on strategy and everything, like take it from the top. So we'll call this Tammy's business. And Tawana, we'll do you right after as well. Tammy's business. Let's do it. Okay. Let's do it. So we'll start with money in the business. Like, how much money do you have circulating right now across inventory, across sitting on the side, across everything? How much do you have available to spend, as well as maybe money in inventory? We'll break up the two.
Okay. And this doesn't include anything that I may have already spent.
No.
Okay.
We'll start
All
from
right.
today.
So Okay, so $7,500.
Okay. So now this is money. This is different from the money you have currently in
Yes.
inventory, or is
Mhm.
this okay?
Yeah, because when I started this journey, I started with probably about 15
Okay.
K. And so, yeah, that's what I have left. So, in as far as inventory is concerned, in that $7,500,
Mhm.
probably about 2,200 is what I've
Okay.
spent. Mhm.
So
And I'm glad
2,200.
you mentioned earlier when you said, because I thought, I needed to spend the whole 7,500 in order to see some traction. And
Mhm.
I've been kind of like slow, just buying product as I could, or thought it was, a good investment,
Mhm.
and everything was moving slow. And so I was wondering, was that which was the right thing to do?
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up as well. So, one of the biggest pieces of advice that I want you to take, even outside of this roadmap that we're going to do and across everybody, is understanding to never move the needle on your criteria when it comes to quality of lead, with speed, with competition, knowing how well you can sell it based off of how much money you have available on the sideline. So,
Okay.
I'll tell you an example from my business. Because of course, is it better? Are you progressing more in the business with having $7,500 out there in the field? Of course, right? It's a better pool of capital if it was all in profitable, perfect inventory, and if life was euphoria and perfect. But I want to take into my example because I make mistakes all the time, and and that's kind of why I share the stories. But so, for example, I would say about this was a year and a half ago now, or about 13 months ago now. I got an Amazon loan for $39,500. Now, I don't want to dive into this too much, but basically, an Amazon loan is done all through your Seller Central. They base it off of your revenue and they give you an opportunity. They have partners that they work with and they give you an Amazon loan at a really good interest rate because typically Amazon businesses aren't too favorable in the loan side of things if you go outside the business, just because it's a little bit different than a traditional service or basic business. So I got a good loan in the business, $39,500, and I had an 18 months of payoff, right? And the interest on it was very, very little. And as far as the payoff, the ROI is infinite. It's really, really good because it's low interest. And if you invest all this money into inventory at 30% ROI, you pay for the loan 3 times over within 1 month, right? So it's a really good opportunity with Amazon, which you guys will hear more about. But I received this capital into the business, and I had a lot of capital into the business already as far as investments in inventory. But I had, I would say, a good base of leads at the time when I received it. And what happened was I forced my hand a little bit, I would say, on about $20,000 of that 39 and a half. Now, I didn't put all of it into inventory day one, even though you want to have a goal to spend it. But I forced my hand on a lot of that capital that I had available with the loan. And what happened was these became slow moving items and that I didn't love, or they were seasonal that I bought beforehand. I knew they were going to sell maybe in 4 or 5 months, but I bought beforehand because I received that injection of capital, right? I kind of had like the googly eyes when I got the money. So what happened was this crushed $20,000 outside of this loan for about 6 months, 6 to 7 months, and it didn't improve. I didn't have the performance that I wanted to with it. And this goes to kind of your example here, Timmy, is that you have $2,200 in inventory, and you're kind of you want to itch to spend more to get more of that money in the business. But if you force your hand a little bit on that extra 5,000 to put into, let me just get it out there. Let me just, even if it's a little bit slow moving, even if it isn't great. And now, again, the strategy with ROI in the beginning, you'll take a lower one to get selling volume. But if you force your hand on the quality of leads or categories you didn't want to work in for that, it does a lot more harm than it does good. Then I'd rather have that money sitting, waiting to fire. So that's my painful experience that I will not let anybody do in the community. If I have to talk about it, make an entire video on it. But yeah. Okay. Sorry I interrupted you there, but we're good there. So we have that money in inventory, money in the business. And just to confirm, business model, we're going 100% wholesale and indirect, right?
Yes. Mhm.
And how many suppliers would you say you have right now that are viable? Not just opened up accounts, but ones where you're like, okay, like you've purchased from them before, or like you're ready to fire a purchase because they have available products in their catalog. How many opportunities would you say?
I would say 6 strong suppliers.
Okay. So I'm glad you mentioned this, right? So I want to also kind of bring this one into a story as well here. So I met somebody in the Amazon industry a few years ago, and I believe he also shot a YouTube video on this. But he became like a $450,000 per month seller with 100% wholesale. Okay. So he's 100% wholesale. Like there's obviously a very good, considerable position. And to put this into perspective, he had 3 wholesale suppliers. Now, again, this is different for every person, it's different for every account and so on, and your strategy and whatnot. But the number one piece of advice I want to give you based off of understanding you have $7,500 to spend, but you have 6 available suppliers. What I want you to do is, and this is a big one, is I realistically, that entire $7,500 can get taken up by 1 supplier or potentially 2. And I know that it happens with leads and whatnot. So instead of going broad on the search side of things, we have to stay diverse and making sure your money is getting maybe pooled around between 2 or 3 suppliers. But you want to focus a little bit more on going narrow, like because 1 or 2 relationships, considering that, think about it. Each supplier is a relationship, right? And most of these relationships won't be profitable day one or nearly profitable once you open up accounts with them. It usually comes in day 6, 7, 9. I mean, a month 6, 9, or 12, or 24 months, right, into the business. Wholesale is a very longevity business. Thinking long term. So there's no possible way you can spread the $7,500 to make each one of them happy. So a big pro tip that I want you to take when you come to like future sourcing is try to invest everything into 1 or 2 suppliers when it comes to quality. Even if like one leapfrogs the other, you have to kind of put 4 or 5 of them on the back burner. No, maybe like follow up with them in 6 months or 12 months once you have more money. But just try to focus on 1 to 2 suppliers. 2 would be perfect. 2, try to spend that money of inventory. Does that make sense, Tammy?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Okay. So that's a big one. So we got suppliers, we got 6 suppliers. We want to try to cut this down to maybe 1 to 2. I mean, 1 to 2 would be ideal just to stay diverse and make sure you have 2 to kind of split from, because if you're all in on one and something goes wrong with the relationship, then you kind of have none. So 1 to 2, we're 100% wholesale and brand direct. And what's a revenue goal? I would say revenue goal and then profit goal as well for, we'll call it 6 months. So profit goal and revenue goal. And this is like
Mm,
not considering of what's going on a day to day, just like hypothetically, if I can hit these 2 numbers, that would be awesome.
okay, yeah. If I could hit, if I could hit 50,000, and this is
Mhm.
in what time frame? 6 months.
Yeah, 180 days.
Okay, yeah. If I can hit 50,000, and I just say maybe 15,000,
Okay.
profit. And I'm just really throwing numbers out because I don't.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't. Really have an idea of if that's realistic or
Yeah.
if I'm, undercutting myself or what.
Yeah. So here's what things are gonna look like. All right. So as far as profit margin, this would be like a 35% profit margin or somewhere in that range, maybe a little bit higher based off of revenue. Now,
Mhm.
your months 1 to 3 on wholesale, let's say for the next 1 to 3 months, not in the past, but next 1 to 3 months with wholesale, the profit margin is going to look a lot different than months 4 to 6. Well, as far as the profit margin, because discounts pick up a little bit, all of a sudden more opportunities become available in the catalog. But regardless, this is an extremely high profit margin when it comes to the business. What you probably want to shoot for, as far as a healthy business, is about 20%. And I think
Okay.
I forget who I was talking with this with literally today. I forget, but basically 20% profit margin on $50,000 is $10,000 net profit. This is like
Okay.
a really, really healthy Amazon business, even if you were in the 15% range. But I want this to important to note too, um, is that with wholesale, it's typically a lot less. Some of the biggest wholesale businesses in the world um, operate at less than a 10% profit margin. That's because they have a whole heck of a lot of money going out into the business and they have big supplier relationships and whatnot. But it doesn't have to be like that, especially in the beginning, right? You can be in that 10 to 20% range. For months 1 to 3, I probably do want to shoot in that 10% range on gross profit, net profit. There won't be too many expenses in the business, but it'd probably be honestly somewhere close to like 8 to 10%. And then as you get to months 4 and 6, then hopefully we can get to like 10 to 12% on the gross profit. And now you might be saying, well, who cares about these numbers? Gross profit, just want to kind of get the money. But this is going to give you a good idea of understanding, okay, how should we attack months 1 to 3? Understanding, taking again those leads you could sell for volume, not high ROI, high volume, right? To get selling volume through. And then think of months 4 to 6 with more ungates and starting to focus on profit a little bit more. So also, this might be sidetracked a little bit here, Timmy, but I want to mention this as well. You want to have a good balance between in the catalog, especially for wholesale, where it comes to like profit movers versus sales volume movers. And I met a lot of people in the industry who have done this where you have, let's say, 3 or 4 products in your catalog that have 60 or 70% ROI to bump up this margin. And then you have these literally that just work for ungating and that work for trust between Amazon, even if they're like 5 to 10% ROI. So you want to have a good balance in the catalog. And what it's going to look like is in the beginning, this is going to be favored, right? 80%, maybe 90%, if you can, get a lot of these. And then all of a sudden over time, it will start to try to flip a little bit more, and you want to get closer and closer to like 70-30 to focus on that everything you're selling is obviously for profit and can sell through. But in the beginning, it's going to be sales volume, sales volume, sales volume. And if you can pick up on a few profit movers that even do 20 sales per month or 30 sales per month at 40 or
Mhm.
50% ROI, you want to jump on them because it will help the margin up a little bit and give you a little bit less stress than just saying, man, I'm just putting $1 in, getting $1 out. So that's a little bit side note there.
Mhm.
Okay.
I
So
want to comment on what you just said. I mean, just it's I mean, it's like clockwork, everything you said. I've been into this now for 6 months, and I would say like the first 3 months, just not doing anything. So
mhm,
from I am eight at that 8 to 10 percent
mhm,
with volume, sales volume movers right now. And I
mhm,
just landed two other direct brands, which are going to be more of probably profit movers
mhm.
after, being here 6 months.
And that's also, I'm glad you mentioned it because that just comes over time, and as well as on the OA side of things for everybody who gets started with OA, like this is also a similar strategy, especially with the ungating getting pushed to the front in the early
Mhm.
days, is like that's also what you kind of want to have a balance for, is like because remember, if you look at sourcing, right? If you had 1 month to source all of your products for the next 12 months, first of all, you'd be sourcing all day long. But second of all, you'd be super stressed out, right? And I've done this many times as well, is what you want to do is you want to essentially work as hard as you can to replace your catalog. Now it's going to sound a little bit backwards, right? Because even your best movers in your catalog, if you can find leads to continue to cut the fat, which I like to call it, like cut the fat, or like we'll say the bottom of the catalog, you will build a bigger and bigger and healthier business. And like you said, Tammy, like, 1 month ago, you just landed 2 brand direct accounts that have better profit now. But a month ago, you weren't even thinking about having those 2 brand direct accounts because they weren't an opportunity. And now a majority of your spend might get sent there, right? So that's why I kind of also recommend having that buffer of inventory. But also, you want to make sure that, like, okay, what is sourcing going to look like over the course of 12 months? Because between now and December, I guarantee that you open up at least one more account, right, Tim? Like probably much more than that, as long as you're spending enough money with the other ones. But you want to make sure that like you don't think too nearsighted with leads. Again, that's also goes hand in hand with forcing your hand on stuff. But the more you can push towards cutting your bottom of your catalog, even if it's good ROI, even if it's replenishable, you might think, wow, this is great. I make 20% ROI. I sell 500 units per month. This is awesome, right? You might keep it in your catalog for a lot. But who here would take 30% ROI at 500 units per month with the same type of lead? Everybody, right? So the more you can do that to kind of emphasize like the winners become even bigger winners, then that's when things really start to topple over faster and faster. And then you become bulletproof. Like your catalog could lose 4 or 5 winners. And it becomes really established. This is a little bit of a side note, but to also put it into perspective, I don't know if anybody is familiar with the stock market, at least in the US stock market. But there's a the famous the famous one, which is the S&P 500, right, which is essentially like an index of like multiple stocks, is that this is it's a team of others. It's basically just multiple stocks within the S&P 500, right? All the big companies in the world, like Amazon, Facebook, or Meta, all the big companies in the world are in this. And you want to think of your Amazon catalog as your portfolio, right? Like, okay, you have sacrifices you make in the beginning, 1 to 6 months, but the better and better you can make a better portfolio, which you're not going to be trading like stocks out of your portfolio, but it's also how you want to perspective it. Because if one of these, if you have 500 quality leads and you lose one, and you're at four, and you lose one, and you're at 499, you wouldn't even blink in your business, right? And same thing goes for like a relationship with a supplier. If you lose a relationship, it would hurt, but you can move on to the next one because you have other ones in your backlog, and so on. So you always want to be in a capital position where you don't have enough capital, right? The more and more you keep pushing having more capital, puts you in a better position. So sorry again, I went off the tangent a little bit there, but okay. All right, now I guess we'll kind of, I mean, we jumped around a little bit, but is there one thing, Tammy, that like you have a question on or uncertainty on that, like if you had clarity on it, that would help you kind of with the process for the next 180 days?
Yeah. So I think I told you last week that I had like 63 pages of, because I've been having, just a great sales velocity. When I
Hmm.
looked yesterday, it had jumped up to 123 pages of ungated, inventory. But every time I go to, start checking a few of those, sometimes the names, like it might say G brand, well, that could be anything.
Yeah.
When I'm, Googling trying to find out exactly what is G brand, and then a lot of them are dominated by Amazon. So I feel like I'm wasting a lot of time trying to go through, all of those ungated,
Hmm.
items that they are, sending me. And so I'm
Hmm.
wondering if I should just, put that to the side and just keep using the methods that, you've been teaching, as
Hmm.
far as looking for the brands and, the wholesale, instead of, spending, too much time with what Amazon is sending me as far as ungated.
Hmm. 1000%. Like,
Okay.
seriously, I can't emphasize this anymore. Like, go brand or listing first, and then find it profitable, then find it profitable, because that is gonna drive you crazy going through list of ungates. And this is why, people have asked as well in the community of like, "Okay, should I use Boxsum for all the auto ungated leads?" Which you could, but I have there's just so much success to be had when you go brand or listing first and then try to find it profitable, or then try to, eventually maybe get it ungated, or, have it saved, because it just there's no lost time spent when you're doing that. Like, finding quality listings are so valuable, and to have a backlog of that and then go to find a supplier, it just cuts so much out of it, especially with you doing wholesale, Tammy. I mean, this is the same way for bulk away that I've had so much success on. Is like, I find a profitable product and then I bring it to the supplier and I make it proper, like, and I can ask them and open up an account. If it's not profitable at the forefront, just save it and go back to it. Or if it's gated, just save it and go back to it. But that's the same thing that everybody will notice that I mentioned with like how we did the challenge was we started with listing sourcing, and then we went to supplier sourcing. And like I said, I spent the whole 6 months with my team just doing listing sourcing. Like, we would separate the days on like listing sourcing and then supplier sourcing, because we knew even if we have 200, 400, 500 quality listings, like, we're bound to trickle some suppliers for that. And I think a lot of people run into the struggles, and it's totally okay. I've done it as well, where you're trying to do like you're trying to you find a quality listing, and then you go to find a quality supplier, like, let's say, to make it profitable. But of course, it might require discounts, bulk discounts, extra coupons, gift cards on the second or third page, and then you can't find it, and then you just move on. And what happens is that work that you did right here when it comes to finding a quality listing essentially just went away, right? You're not
Mhm.
building for that, and that's why you're gonna be like, trust me, Tammy, because you know the whole business you have right now versus in 2 to 3 years is going to be such a bigger stage with growth and money in the business and opportunities, right? You might meet people who bring you onto a deal, or might bring you onto buying inventory together, and so on. So it's like you'll be ungated in the future, right? You'll be ungated in the future. You might have a profitable supplier in the future for a lead you sourced 12 months ago. It's happened so many times for me where, we've sourced this in 2024 of April, and all of a sudden we have a supplier that carries the same type of products, and they also carry the product that we were looking to find profitable. And this is bulk away, right? Not just wholesale. So 1000% go brand sourcing, go listing sourcing, and then, Smart Scout's an opportunity for that, but then go to find it profitable. It's so much more curated and specific than just catalog sourcing, dang, on to the next, right? It's really time consuming, but I'm so glad you brought that up.
Thank you.
That was all right. All right, so that was a little bit scatter. Okay, we'll do sorry about that, everybody, but I think it was good little value and notes there. But we'll do Tawana next, which Tawana's already in the paid group, so this is good, and we've been working a ton on this. But I'm gonna answer Hilda's question before we dive into it. But let's do Tawana. As long as you're still up for it, Tawana, give me the thumbs up in the messages, and then if you can also, you can just kind of type out some of these messages like that, or some of these like responses that we had with Tammy, like how much money you have in the business, goals, as well as expenses, anything like that. So we'll do that. But also, let me answer Hilda's question really, really quickly. So, question on inventory: if you bought a bad lead that has no traction, do you initiate a return or wait until Amazon prompts you to pull your inventory after a while? So, when you say a return, Hilda, do you mean a return with the supplier? If you do, let's say you bought that bad inventory and it has no traction because the sales volume is low. Option number one, if your inventory is in at Amazon and the listing is still available, try to push it through it to sell through, even if the lower price at a break even or negative cost. because that's a lot less headache than doing a removal order to get it sent back to you and then sell it through. So I would do that first, drop the price as much as possible to try to start to draw attraction. And then I wouldn't wait on anything with Amazon. I would do that for like 2 or 3 weeks. If you're just still getting no sales, going at like even at negative profit or negative anything, then you could pull it out. I haven't done that too many times, to be honest, because it's just much more. It's much less of a headache to just like sell it through where it's at Amazon where it's already at. But yeah, and the goal is to obviously limit that as much as we can. That would be the goal. Okay, Tuan, are you there? Let's see who's messaged.
Yes, you can hear me. My
Yes,
computer is going slow.
that's okay. So, all right, we'll do these two here, or we'll do mini roadmap. So, money in the business. We'll say current money in inventory. Okay, what's the answer for these two?
Well, um,
We'll say money to
I don't want to
spend.
go high because I already spent a lot.
That's okay. Whatever number you feel comfortable with. And again, this is like right now, over time, as you get sales volume, traction, and whatnot, you can always add into it, right?
Okay, so right now, let's do 3,000.
Okay, 3,000. And do you have currently any money in inventory in leads in your catalog, like that are actively selling or trying to?
Yes.
Okay. How much would you say of that number?
I have the inventory in Amazon that is active. How much money has it made? Let's say
No,
about
no, no, how much money like is how much money is of that is worth like how much money did you spend on that inventory basically?
how much money? Like 3,000. Yeah, about 2,000.
Okay, so you have 2,000 into inventory and then you have 3,000 more to invest into like the business in total. Is that kind of am I right on that?
Yes.
So two. Okay, all right, perfect. So we basically have 2,000 on the inside and we have 3,000 to um 3,000 basically to spend, which we won't push it to the brim. Again, we always want to kind of have a buffer. So we'll say more so 2,500. So we have 2,500 to play with. We have 2,000 inbound. Now, step number one, before we dive into anything, is we want to try to get that 2,000 spent as fast or sold through fast as possible. And I'm not saying just tank the price and sell it for negative profit and whatnot, but the goal is to get this sold through as fast as possible so that we can kind of work this back into this pool of 3,000 and try to have more capital to kind of put it into more stuff. But okay, so here we at here. And then do you have a revenue goal or a profit goal? Revenue
No.
is a little bit easier. No? Okay. I'll say with these numbers for 180 days, I'll say the revenue goal would be, let's say 3,000, let's say 6 times 6. I would say somewhere in the 25 to $35,000 range, which honestly I think could be a little bit higher, but that would be a good range to hit as far as revenue. And just to put this in perspective for everybody too, which don't get nervous about this, but if you're doing $25,000 into revenue, that's going to cost you $12,500 into inventory. So there's two ways you can look at this. You could say, "Holy cow, I got to spend $12,000," which that was me when I first started as well, when it was $100. But this is over the course of 6 months, and your investment is into inventory, right? Not clothes or shopping or anything like that. So it's obviously still the money that you own. It's just an inventory. It's that buffer, that pool of capital. But also you can look at it as like once you get into the side of credit cards with the business and you're getting 2% cash back, right? That could be, $250 you get as like free money and cash back. So that's also good perspective on the spend. But revenue goal is 25,000 to 35,000. I want to do what we did just before because with Tammy, because I think this was a good way to kind of put perspective. So months 1 to 3 versus months 4 to 6. Now I know we have some leads going inbound and whatnot, but I want to try to get as much money of this spent as possible that you have available. We'll call it 2,000, Tawana, like within the next 2 weeks. Because the faster you fail or the faster we learn and start to get sales volume, the faster we can turn this over and actually make, 15% profit margin on the revenue rather than just doing it for volume. So I would say the goal that I want to have, and like, we'll grind this, like I'm hearing the messages and as well we're doing in the community.
I've been finding the
In 2
leads.
weeks.
It's just the profit is so low, and I'm like, do I really want to waste my money on $2? And I've been here 6 months.
Yeah. Well, So what's the cost of these or sell price of these items? Are they lower ticket? Are they higher ticket?
They are hot. Like I found one for about, it's selling on Amazon for about $50 to $60.
Okay.
Um, I've spent 20 something dollars, let's say 29.99 on it, but the profit is, it went very low.
Is it a heavier item, a bigger item?
It's a little heavy.
Okay.
Not
So
really,
another
but
pro tip.
it's
Okay.
it's a record.
If you're buying for 29.99 on an item that sells for, let's say, 50, your profit is probably, I mean, just from seeing it so many dang times, it's probably like $6 or $5. If it's a regular, maybe even $7 or $8 if it's a little really lightweight. But if it's like a 4 pound item or a 6 pound item, it's going to be that $1 to $2. Now, I don't recommend, even though I know I say for sell for lower ROI, that ROI would literally be like 2 or 3%, and there's no margin for error. One refund really beats you up there. So even on items that you sell for 50 or 60, Tawana, I would want minimum still like, 12% ROI, maybe like 10 to 12%, because now, like you said, you're 6 months in a little bit, and I just joined in, but 6 months in. So $1 to $2 would definitely be super low. So you're right for passing up on those. But if you're identifying because of their quality, I would still save them, because an extra supply relationship of 10% or 15% could turn this into $6 or $7. So make sure you save those in the catalog, because it could come in the future. And you're kind of already doing what I mentioned with Tammy, is like you want to work as hard as you can to replace your catalog as many times as you can. And like if this is your base, already having profitable products that even if they're $1 or $2 profit, it's a pretty good base rather than being on the negative side of things. So that's still a good selling price to focus on, like $50 to $60. But I'd want them more like in the $5 to $6 profit range, if that's possible to do. So yeah, so I wouldn't spend that 2,000 on $1 to $2 profit items, because if they're higher ticket too, that's going to be like 60 or $70, and it's going to take you a month for that to roll over. So okay, so that's that. Now, what do you? So I guess the biggest bottlenecks, like what do you? So currently, you're sourcing and you're finding ungated listings. They're just super low profit.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
So what I would do is
And
let's
they're
stick.
not selling like I have two items on there now.
Mhm.
I think about four or five of them sold already, and you can see like some of them are in people's shopping carts and they're not really buying it.
Okay. So what we'll do is this. I want to kind of change the entire focus as far as type of leads to buy and sell. And I told this, I made a post in this in the community. I always told this to Bojar as well yesterday. Is that obviously we want to focus on minimum 50 sales per month, like on leads, like minimum, I would say. But also, if you find $1 to $2 profit items, which again, the selling price or the buy cost has to be super low to even consider to be able to buy those. Like, let's just focus on volume, volume, volume. If you told me that you found a listing with $1 to $2 profit, not much money in it, but it sold, let's say, um, you know, 600 times a month, like this is 100% buyable, because the speed of you buying that product, even if you do an FBM or FBA and selling it, would be so quick, rather than hoping for like 50 sales per month or lower with the $1 to $2 profit. So this is going to be super hard to kind of change gears on, but if we can kind of try to find items a little bit higher in the volume side of things, even if they're lower profit, they're going to be buyable. When you shoot them over to me in my messages, like I'm going to give you the thumbs up on majority of them, as long as the Keepa chart looks okay. But if we can get that $2,000 spent in every single lead that has at least, to 100 to 200 sales per month, at least if we can find those type of volume listings, and like the low competition, everything checks out across the board, and there's no risk across it, even if the seller count's going up maybe a little bit, as far as sellers, then like I'm going to tell you they're buyable every single day of the week. So whatever kind of the focus was in, like, let's say the last 3 months or 6 months as far as profit or type of category or whatnot, we'll open up to all categories except shoes. No shoes or clothes, because I just don't recommend it. I know there was one of those that you were kind of selling off to the community. We'll kind of bury that, the shoes and clothes, because we know that they're a little, the consumables are easy, or other categories are easier to sell through. And we'll just try to focus on everything 100 to 200 sales per month or more, if better, and making sure that it's 100% smaller sellers, and that we can just sell through this volume. Because if we can get to 2,000, if we spend $2,000, that's a $4,000 month in revenue. And if you're at profit margin of 5 to 10%, at least it's $200 to $300 in profit, and your ungates fly up. I mean, Tammy just said it. She went from like 63 pages of ungates with a software to now 163 within like $5 to $10,000 in selling volume. So, or maybe a little bit more, I'm not sure. So, well, I want you to focus on this, Tawana. I know that was a lot, but 100 to 200 sales per month, low competition, meaning smaller sellers, not just a seller count, and open this up to all categories. We want to focus on spending $2,000 as a near-term goal in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, as far as those quantity of leads. And this will probably go across, I would say maybe 3 to 4, no, we'll call it 4 to 5 leads max. Really, I would say 3 to 4 because it's easy to manage logistically, and you're kind of staying diverse. So maybe we'll probably even say 3 to 4, 3 to 4 to 5 across these. So does that help a little bit as far as direction on maybe what to focus on, what to cancel out when you come across them?
Yes, I just
A little
wish
bit.
my profit was in like $50.
Yeah, I mean, right. I'm with you, but again, it all kind of starts somewhere, right? Like, the profit's going to be lower in the beginning because you're fighting a dragon with a stick, with ungating as well as the quality of leads and just not having the resources as far as sourcing and whatnot. But we'll also make this a focus, like these 3 to 4 or 5 leads that we find. We'll make it a focus to try to also find bulk OA suppliers for them so that you can try to bring a little bit more profit into the side of things, not just discounts or coupons or anything like that. So, and again, this goes lower with wholesale as far as ROI. So, well, yeah, the goal is try to get 3 to 4 leads inbound within the next 2 weeks, maybe half bulk OA, maybe half regular OA. You send them to me. We'll see what we can do when it comes to emailing the supplier or the bulk OA supplier, which again, it's easier to do when it's a more niche category, and see if we can get higher ROI leads and blend that with leads that are break even. Because if you find half the leads with 20% ROI and half with zero, it's still 10% of ROI in total. Because again, your catalog is your catalog. So if we can kind of try to work a happy medium there, I think it'd be a little bit better as far as get the gears turning to the through month
Yes.
6 months. But all right, hope
Okay.
that's a little bit helpful. Yeah, I know that's
I know I
scattered.
probably asked this question already, but
Mhm.
do you think not Alibaba, like AliExpress
I would avoid it. Also, before I forget,
or
the call might end in a minute.
Shein?
The call might end just in case if anybody sees it because it was an hour, but hopefully it
Because
doesn't.
I see the exact same product. They selling it pretty high because they know it's a good product. So
Mhm,
they're not selling it for like $5.
mhm. So, no. So, unfortunately, I'd avoid AliExpress, Etsy, Alibaba, all of those suppliers, eBay, because those invoices won't hold up with Amazon. And I know there's a chance that they don't request it, but it's not a sustainable model to be buying from them because even if it's the same exact thing, I've seen those products as well overseas or Alibaba where it's the same exact thing. It's just too much risk for reward. You're risking the entire revenue and future of the business for an opportunity with them. So I'm always going to push you against that. Like, and I know it's the hard answer, but I think
No, I purchased the product already from the seller, but I
okay,
just wanted to know.
yeah. So if there's an opportunity to return it, I'm seriously going to recommend returning it, just because there's so much risk that gets involved. Like one,
No, not from Alibaba, from the
oh,
original site. No.
from AliExpress.
No, I didn't purchase anything from AliExpress. I just was asking because I seen the same thing on there.
Oh,
So
okay, okay,
I
okay.
already purchased from the right place.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah, so you'll probably see that a lot too when it comes to eBay and other platforms as well. Just
Avoid it.
whatever the situation may be, like when it comes to a seller selling on AliExpress, like selling it for cheaper or potentially buying it for cheaper, we just have to like put the blinders on when it comes to those platforms and those marketplaces because they got nothing but trouble, honestly. Like I've seen so many people run into issues with them. So yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
Just
all right. Yeah, yeah, it was good. That was good. I'm glad we got that out. But also, obviously, we'll probably shoot messages after this too, get some more game planning roadmap going, and you crushed with that last lead, so we'll get some more of those ideally. But all right,
I'm trying to ship it off now.
yeah, all right, sweet. So, there we go. All right, Bojadar said getting excited for wholesale. I know, we dive into wholesale with Tammy a little bit, but it's all scale. It's all part of the business. It's fun to think longevity. All right. Andy says, "What's the best way to go about finding a brand direct relationship?" So, and I know we talked about this as well when we talked about with Tammy, but I want to make this clear when it comes to brand direct. It is like the hardest business model. Um, to do on Amazon because it has the heaviest barrier to entry, and brands are becoming more and more strict with who they're opening up accounts for and who they allow to actually sell on Amazon. A lot of brand direct accounts like won't know that you're selling on Amazon, and then to get them to allow you to sell on Amazon, it's hard to make it profitable because a lot of the bigger sellers are doing this. So I don't really want to get you distracted, Annie, when it comes to brand direct because that is like an entirely different beast and like game plan when it comes to fighting that battle with them. So but we could talk about it in chat as well, and you'll learn that as you're going through the um, the program with everything. You know, have an entire brand direct module with that. So okay, of how you can get ungated in the brand. You know, because if you get ungated in the brand, it opens up all of the products. So if there's an item that's selling for like, let's say it's selling for, you could buy it for $5 versus the item that you want to sell. Um,
Yes.
for let's say $20. Well, instead of purchasing 10 units of $20, which is $200, like that's kind of a little bit more of expensive risk to purchase that inventory. You can just buy 10 units of the $5 item and it costs you $50, to apply for the ungating. And that's one of the biggest leverage tactics you could do with ungating is to lower your risk by just finding another product, even if it's not profitable. You might even, return it after a week or whatever after you get ungated, but just do it to get ungated in the brand while having less money at risk. So this will be super beneficial. I know it's a little bit more higher level Amazon talk, but as you're growing the business, when ungating becomes a topic and you start to think about it, this will be super important. You want to do everything as cheap as possible and have as much money in your bank account rather than out there, for ungating and other things. So that's a really good question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somewhere down the line, can you talk about companies that don't provide invoices? Like, how do we get ungated? Like with Gap, they don't provide invoices.
So I will touch on this right now. It's another really good question. So obviously, some of the bigger retailers, they're even if they provide an invoice, sometimes it doesn't hold up against Amazon, right? They want something a little bit more detailed or proper according to their requirements. So a lot of companies like retailers don't provide invoices. Like it's totally normal. Now, I would say maybe 10 or 20% of the time, if it's a big retailer, let's say like Ulta Beauty, right? Maybe not CVS or Gap or whatever. And this goes for all of the marketplaces for big retailers in every single marketplace. But if you reach out to them, you could potentially ask for an invoice and they could provide it. But if they don't provide it, typically you don't have an option to get ungated with that retailer, which is unfortunate. But you can kind of use this same tactic when it comes to finding a different item. You could find a different supplier just for ungating purposes. So if you know that you can find, and here's a big pro tip as well, smaller suppliers, like ones that look a little bit more local, more mom and pop, they typically provide proper invoices or they have the ability to, right? So like, let me write this out. So like, if you go and purchase from a bigger supplier, a bigger retailer, and it doesn't matter the marketplace, whatever country, you're just gonna get a regular receipt, right? And that receipt's not gonna hold up
Hmm.
well against Amazon unless it's maybe Target, maybe sometimes. But a smaller supplier typically provides a proper invoice, everything that Amazon requires. So like we have your name, business name, supplier name, contact information, everything. They'll provide that. So you can actually try to go to a smaller supplier, try to see if they carry the product and get and purchase it. But you can also just contact them via email and say like, hey, do you guys provide invoices on our order, on an order, or can you, or something like that, right? And if they say no, then you can move on to the next supplier. And if there's no other suppliers out there, then it's one of the situations where you just have to save it and then wait to get ungated over time and then go back to the lead.
Okay.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, but typically it's one of the early days struggles.
It doesn't have an expiration date, right? Like,
The
okay.
invoice?
Like let's say if you purchase a product,
Mhm,
um, and you're trying to get ungated and you're unable to get ungated. So time passed, 4 or 5 months passed.
mhm.
Now you're able to get ungated, but the stuff that you purchased, is there an expiration like, okay, no, that you had that product for too long?
No, it depends. It depends on the category. Like, if you deal with grocery, typically, but I think
Yeah.
Amazon's minimum requirement to send inventory in is 1 year expiration date, I'm pretty sure. So
Okay.
the products that you're buying, even if it's a grocery product, I mean, they shouldn't be providing you anything that's going to expire less than a year. I mean, unless it's like milk or bread, like something that's
Yeah.
very, very like something like that. But other than that, most supplements, most like all healthcare products typically have like 2 years minimum, 2 or 3 years minimum. So you don't really have to worry about that. And the invoice has 180 days until you can use it. So you can only use the invoice or the purchase order up to 6 months. After that, they don't classify it to be able to use for ungating. So the products have typically shouldn't be a problem, but that's always something good to check as well. Like if you have it sitting, also, I wouldn't recommend any inventory sit for 4 to 5 months. Worst case scenario, try to return it. If you can't return it, try to sell it to one of the other members in the community. That's one of the biggest opportunities now. I know you joined about a week ago, but and people are just joining now. But the biggest thing with the community is having the ability to sell off a lead if you're gated, or if it's like you can't sell it through to another member who might have the better opportunity because they might have whatever, even if you take a little bit of a loss or you get rid of the inventory. So yeah, you definitely want to don't ever set an inventory for 4 to 5 months. Like either lower price, try to return, or we'll think of another solution to get it out.
Okay. Well, I
Mhm.
have 10 Gap t-shirts,
Okay.
gray, medium, men shirts. If anybody want them.
Okay. Post it in the community. Yeah, and I'll send you over the sheet as well, Tawana, where you can log it onto the sheet, and
Hmm.
then you can just like reference the sheet, and everybody can check it out, so they can see like the buy cost, the sell cost, the listing. So we'll put it in there and see if anybody jumps on it.
Okay. I'll shut up now. Okay.
No, no, no. More questions, the better. I'll see if anybody else has any questions. See, Doug joined in. What's up, Doug? All right, John. We got some questions in the chat, I think. Let's see. All right, one sec. All right. Order confirmation. Most of my questions is about the starting point. So, do we source the product first, create the company first? For wholesale, do you really need around 3,000+ to start? So, these are also really good questions. So you don't need a company to start a seller account. You can sign up as an individual. In fact, that's what I did. That's what a lot of people do, to be honest. And then eventually you incorporate as a business, LLC or whatever you want to do to have a company around it for protection reasons and such. But you can start as an individual. You just use an individual bank account, your name, you sign up like that. And then you can kind of do that down the line. I think my timeline was about 4 months after I started is when I got the business. And then when it comes to the process from A to Z, when it comes to buying and selling, everything starts with sourcing. So I'll write it out here a little bit on what it may look like. We'll call it process A to Z. Outside of organization, which you'll see me talk a little bit about through the 5 days, like you want to be organized and prepared. You want to have a Google Sheet to be able to log your opportunities and leads. But everything starts with sourcing, and particularly sourcing listings, right? Because there's multiple battles you'll face when it comes to finding products. But the first one is finding a profitable listing. And you'll learn that over the course of tomorrow's module and the day on's module, especially when month one opens in a few days in challenge. But you have to understand of how to spot a profitable product that sells well and that we like, criteria, category, everything. Once you do that, then you move to supplier sourcing, right? And then this is where we're trying to make it profitable and make it an actual opportunity. A lot of people skip this or don't really follow this in order, because I understand it's kind of frustrating if you find a listing that's profitable, but you can't find a supplier that's profitable. So those don't gel too well. But you want to do it this way because you'll end up building out a really good list of quality listings that we like, that we can buy eventually one day. I promise you, we'll come back to them in the future. So I always recommend it this way. So you'll go for the supplier, and then obviously you have to be ungated in the listing to be able to list it. Once you find a supplier, once the listing looks out, of course, send me the listing first as well as the supplier. I'll verify it. Um, then you'll add it into your inventory, and that's when you start to buy the product. Now, when it comes to fulfillment side of things, you're either going to be shipping the inventory to your home or to a prep center. Prep center, obviously, to do the business remotely. Your home to do it with a little bit cheaper, which sometimes it doesn't work out to be cheaper. But we either have prep center or self prep. And there's a partnered prep center in the community, which is not available to everybody in the 7-day challenge. But once people stick around for after that, everybody has access to the partner prep center because it was like the biggest thing everybody asked for. So you could just onboard with them, Then once you get that all settled, you're just setting your inventory there, listing it on Amazon, being at a competitive price, selling through, and rinsing and repeating, obviously with much, much more money. So yeah, that's that question. And then when it comes to wholesale, so yes, I do recommend minimum $3,000 plus. Honestly, I really do recommend $5,000. Um, but the biggest issue I think with wholesale is the cost of learning, and I don't mean like by training or anything, but I mean like the delay in time. So when you buy a wholesale order, it might take 3 or 4 weeks for shipping, and you have to place a large quantity order. In the early days, your ROI, your profit on the items are a little bit less just because with online arbitrage you can use like coupons, discounts. There's a lot more opportunity in it. Wholesale is more about longevity and building discounts. So the biggest issue with it, like I said, is just having that delay in lead time. You're buying an item, it takes 3 to 4 weeks to arrive. Potentially you have a large amount of money in one particular item rather than spreading it across a few. And the entry to barrier into wholesale when it comes to sourcing is quite tough. So like to get into sourcing wholesale suppliers, if you thought online arbitrage was hard, well, wholesale is much, much more harder because you have to find a quality listing that you're ungated in, and you have to go through the wholesale sourcing process, which is a B2B relationship. So, like with B2B relationship, is literally like, you're trying to negotiate opening up an account, showing that you're a trustable client, and so on. So, but I really recommend $5,000 because I think it puts you in a better position to spread some money around and play around with it. All right, I know there's a few other questions in here. Are there certain suppliers that Amazon will deny? Yes. So when it comes to ungating, there's many suppliers that they'll deny, just because that's how Amazon is. So for ungating purposes, the answer is yes, for sure, because they're very particular. And Amazon, a lot of their things are done by AI or like a robot, to be honest, at this point, where like they make decisions on if it's acceptable or not. And sometimes they accept it for some people, but not for the other people. So it's a little bit tricky. But also when it comes to like, you know, in like let's say IP complaints, which you guys will learn about, or let's say providing proof of purchase. If you're purchasing from, let's say, Alibaba, which is like a more not really a trusted supplier in the Amazon space unless you have your own brand. But Amazon really won't hold up well with these. Like it's not going to go too well because they have a tough time verifying the supply chain. So whenever you're purchasing from people, doesn't matter the marketplace, you want to make sure that Amazon can have a good time verifying the supply chain. And that's why sometimes some big retailers like Target or Walmart, especially in the US market, they hold up better than a wholesaler because they might have a harder time to understand where the wholesaler is buying their inventory from because a lot of times you can't just ask the wholesaler, say, hey, give me your supplier, right? Because they're buying it from somebody as well. So they will. And that's a big thing. We'll talk about that as well. And of course, every time you come across a supplier, you send it to me. I'll verify it. We'll make sure it's good. There's obviously the verifying process in the modules as well that you'll see. But that's pretty big there. All right, a few more here. The biggest mistakes beginners make. Let me dive into this one too. And I saw Keith. Keith also has a few questions, but let me dive into this one really quickly. Biggest mistakes. I know I've made a few YouTube videos on this too, but I'll say number one is timeline, capital, and we'll dive into the other one after. But number one is timeline for sure. Amazon is an inventory space. It's not a service-based business, unfortunately. So the investment that you have into inventory, 3,000, 5,000, whatever the number may be, you're putting that onto inventory and you're looking for like a 30-day turnover or a 45-day turnover. So a lot of people try to push for big profit in the beginning, which is hard because of ungating and because of, trying to learn the business. But if you set a timeline to make 10K profit within 3 months, starting with 3K, that's like a 300% ROI on all of your products and like really super hard to do. Like I never really heard of that kind of ROI in any business, to be honest. So I would say timeline is one of the biggest ones for sure, because I've seen people have a lot of success with the business and then the stress starts to kick in because they're not hitting as much revenue or as much profit that they make. So timeline's a big one. Then capital, starting with, let's say like $300 or $500. And hopefully nobody's planning to do this. And if you are, it's okay because you can still gather information and then build up to a point where you have 1,000 or 1,500. But if you don't have the capital into the business, it's really hard to invest into softwares in inventory. So that's a big one as well. I would say capital. And then this is the obvious one, but no one has to have that issue anymore. But not having information because everyone is here. And you guys have an unlimited chat bot with me, as many messages as possible and in the community. But not having as much, not having any information is literally, it's probably the biggest one, honestly, because you could have $100,000 to spend in the business, and if you have no idea what you're looking at or what you're doing or understanding how to handle situations, it's worthless. So having the right information of how to tackle leads, which nobody has to have an issue of, everybody's here. Every listing is going to be good, every supplier, every question will be good, but these are probably the big three that I see people run into. All right, let me go into a few more here. Speaking online arbitrage, yes, I'm going to dive into online arbitrage in a second. I'm going to let Keith go. Keith, do you want to unmute or dive into it? I'll let Keith, if he's still here.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Yeah, I hear you.
So, I got a couple questions. My first question is, so been doing the FBM for a little over a month now, hit really good sales in a short amount of time, off one product.
Mhm.
But my question is, I want to start doing FBA,
Mhm.
but I'm trying to understand the breakdown cost with FBA. So I've contacted several different prep centers.
Okay.
But I have like Selleramp, I have Keepa, I have Smart Scout, all that stuff, but I don't really understand, like, I guess the FBA breakdown to see if it makes sense. Like, I know with Selleramp, if I toggle between FBM and FBA, like some of the listings will show me more profitable with FBA. But
Yeah.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, what are the main points that I need to look at with prep centers and profit wise
Mhm.
to see if FBA is profitable? Like, because I'm still paying for the shipping labels, right?
Right. Right. So no,
Okay.
wait. So here's the biggest difference with this is a really good question. So the biggest difference financially with FBA versus FBM isn't really money, it's speed. So
Right.
with FBM, obviously you buy the inventory, it comes in, you can ship it out within, you list it and ship it out immediately. But you want to think of this FBA fee as swapping this with your FBM shipping fee, your label fee, right? So I don't know, on average, when I used to do FBM a lot, and when I trickle it here and there, you could be like $6, it could be $8, depending on the weight of the item and such. Obviously, the smaller items with Amazon, like like if it's like a bottle or a supplement or such, it's going to be hovering around $4, right? As it gets heavier, it gets a little bit higher. So referral fee doesn't change. What changes is FBA fee, right? You don't have to worry about storage fees; those are basically non-existent until you have inventory just like sitting there, which
Right.
ideally would never happen. And then we have the prep fee, which depending on where you are, I wanted that. What state are you in?
So that's the unfortunate part.
Okay.
Used to live in New York, which if I would have done this in New York, I would have been golden. But I
Mhm.
live in Colorado now. So that's another issue I'm battling is I've gotten about 20 to 25 distributor and wholesale accounts open.
Okay.
But there's only one big one that I've landed in Colorado because they don't really exist. So all
Okay.
my distributors are either in Florida, New Jersey, New York, or California.
On the
So
East
that's
Coast.
the other issue is, yeah, either East Coast or West Coast. So the problem is I'm finding profitable products. Like I got two brand direct accounts. Now
Hmm.
the issue is getting the inventory to me. The shipping cost is cutting into my profit to where I'm not making good profit. So
Hmm.
that's why I want to look at the FBA because if I can get prep centers closer to them, then I might be able to be profitable. I should be profitable with it.
Right. And what is Colorado sales tax free, or does it have a sales tax? Oh, you're not paying sales tax in wholesale orders, so you don't have to worry about that.
No,
But
I'm not paying sales tax, but the prep centers like I was looking at were in states like Montana, Delaware, stuff like that, because they don't have sales tax.
yeah,
But again, where my distributors are at, it just because I don't have to pay sales tax, it might not make sense because of the delivery cost.
yeah. All right. So this is kind of like a little bit long term thinking, but you're going to take with this with you for a while. But I've done multiple times where obviously the prep center is like a no brainer when it comes to logistically speaking, because it saves you a lot of time. It puts you back, outside the business rather than in the business and packaging, especially with FBM as well. But you can always run this little flywheel effect, which what I did was I had when I was, right now my business is about 40% wholesale, right? So it's 40% wholesale, 40% OA, and about 20% brand direct, give or take a little bit of the percentages. But when I was like 60 or 70% wholesale, I had a big supplier out in California, and I had a lot of inventory I was going through on the East Coast, right? But I was running the business remotely. So it's very easy to onboard with prep centers as long as you send them volume and you show you're a trusted client. So you could even run the flywheel effect of what I did for a while was I'd have a prep center out in Oregon and I'd have a prep center out in New Jersey. And I was setting inventory based off of where they were location based to
Yeah, and
save.
that's exactly what I was thinking of doing.
Yeah, and you can 100% do that as long as you're a trusted client, you send them inventory, they like you, everything like that. It's no problem, right? And you can be even transparent with them to say, look, I'm sending inventory here and here. I've even opened up a prep center one time for literally a one-time shipment that I did with a friend in the industry in Illinois for a prep center. It was like for a few thousand units, right? So you can 100% do that. If you're going 100% wholesale, you don't have to worry too much about the sales tax route. I know we talked about bulk OA a little bit, so
Yeah.
that would be there, but bulk away a lot too. You get sales tax free, which is a huge benefit too. But
That's what I actually did with the one product that I just sold. It was a back to school product.
yeah, perfect. That's great industry, great category. So, but yeah, the difference between FBM and FBA is really just speed. Like with FBM, obviously, like I said, you can ship right away. FBA, you might have 2 to 3 weeks check-in time, which you can still
Right.
do FBM with a prep center too. That's a big important thing that a lot of people miss as well. The fee might be $1, $1.50, but you think of like the transactional cost, like opportunity cost, as they say. Like if you're paying $4 for an FBA label and your shipping would have been 5 or 6 FBM, and then you're paying the prep center, $1, $1.20, which I'll talk about that in a second. But it makes sense. And especially when you're buying back your time and the fulfillment side of things, not having inventory in a home or apartment or in a location, it makes a lot of sense. So you can see I can toggle it on here, like FBM versus FBA, which let's say FBM fee was where is it down here?
So I
That's
guess
not
like that's my question. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I know my shipping labels are averaging anywhere between like $5.50 up to like $9 or $10, depending on where it's going.
Mhm. And
So, obviously some, when it's at that low end, I make really good ROI.
mhm.
When it's at the high end, I don't. But I
Yeah.
expect that. I'm trying to figure out how people calculate. That's the struggle I'm having. How people calculate, FBA, because I don't even mind. Like what I was going to start to do was prep it all myself and ship to the fulfillment center
Mhm.
just to see how the whole process works because I like to learn that.
Mhm.
But I'm trying to figure out, like, you know, if I prep it all myself, I'm still paying for the labels. So then with a prep center, I'm sending them all the shipping labels
No,
on like
so
like that's what I don't understand. Like
so
how
how it
does it
works.
work?
Yeah, so how it works with the prep is you send all of the inventory to them, and it's basically swapping you out of the process. So they'll take and then they have access to your Seller Central. So you give them access, they have access to it. They do all the shipping. You never even essentially see it other than the backend portal or Google Sheet that you have with them, understanding of like what's going in and what's going out. So they'll take in all the inventory, and what they do is they'll take all of the, let's say it's in whatever, it has to be 400 units. They'll split it off, of course, of 2 boxes or 3 boxes, the weight requirements with Amazon weight and size requirements. And they'll put all of the inventory in there. They'll put it in poly bags if you have to, which it's a little bit of more of a different story with FBA. But they'll do that and then they'll send it into Amazon. The shipping inbound to Amazon is extremely cheap. You're not paying $6 or $7 per item. You're paying like 10 cents or 12 cents because it's the cost of the box via UPS distributed across all of the units. So it comes out to like 10 cents or 15 cents when they're sending a lot of inventory, especially with wholesale, OA as well. But the shipping cost inbound to FBA is super cheap. And then that FBA fee stays flat, like at $4.13 across wherever you're shipping to customers in California or New York, because FBA distributes your inventory across multiple fulfillment centers across the US.
Ah,
Like
okay. So
they're
my
super.
shipping labels won't fluctuate then.
No, no, no. It'll be $4.13 every time, whatever the FBA fee is. So like they do a really good job at having your inventory in Montana, California, New York, Oregon, and that way things are just flat. So and also with Selleramp, like you have the inbound shipping costs, like based off of what the average is of like if a box weighs, 50 pounds, what's the average that'll cost me per unit? And right here, Selleramp has 13 cents. So going into it, like what your profitability is going to be. Like this is once your Selleramp is set up, all good go. Like you're in a good spot when you ship. You don't have to be, there's no guesswork essentially, right? And with
Okay.
FBM, like when it comes to like guessing your label with FBM, what I did before, what I learned with Seller Board, which Tammy was on that call, a week or 2 weeks ago. I brought them into the community to do like a demonstration. I would just take the average of California and the average of New York, like $4 and $10, and I would take it and put it to, $7 from average FBM cost, give or take some cents. But I knew I was still going to be profitable on either side of the things. Like, now, of course, it's not a direct split of where your inventory, where your orders are coming from, but that's what I would
Right.
do. The most accurate way to do it. There's a more advanced way to do in Seller Board, which if you stick around after the challenge and the trial, you'll see that. But like, yeah, I hope that gives a good breakdown on the of it.
Okay. So I'm paying for the shipping labels, but once I figure out whatever the FBA shipping label is, it's that price every single time an item ships.
Yeah, that's it. So you're paying. So
Okay.
The FBA is swapping your shipping label, right? So fulfilled by Amazon versus paying for your own shipping label. Because if it's FBM, this is zero. You don't have to pay an FBA fee, right? Because there's no like storage or shipping. So it's just swapping
Right.
out the $6 or $7, whatever it costs. So it works out. And some leads have to be FBA to make it profitable. If they're like $15 or $12, they're so cheap. And like FBA fee can go down to 4. But if you buy a shipping label and ship it across the country, like it could be 9 and then it's unprofitable. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It
And
makes
that's what I was noticing with some of the products I wanted to go after. They're
Mhm.
strictly FBA. And I'm like, I have no idea how people are making money off this thing. And then I figured out it was the FBA route. I just didn't understand how that broke down.
Yep. Oh, it's a really good question. I'm glad you brought that up. It's a good one.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. You could dive back into it. I want to jump into some of these here. We got, all right. Yona mentions, we'll speak on online arbitrage and where. So if you want to put in specific, like what question on online arbitrage, but to give a good broad basis on it for everybody too who's completely new to Amazon, online arbitrage and the difference between wholesale and OA, which some of you guys will obviously know this, is literally just buying from retailers versus buying from wholesalers. More majority of the time for online arbitrage, you're buying 10 units or 12 units or 14 units. But with wholesale, you're buying 100 or 200. And I know on the front facing level, wholesale is like, oh, it's perfect, less work. But typically, it's more profitable to do OA in the beginning. It's more trustable and longevity to do wholesale. But it's kind of how you penetrate the market with how much capital you have, and the difference between that. But yeah, if you want to dive into that a little bit more, and I'll expand on it. All right. Is this roadmap blank for everyone currently or just me? Which one is that, Heather? Send it to me on school. I'll dive into it to see it might be if it's a Miro board one, it might just be like you can kind of like toggle around the board and you'll see like you can kind of move the board and the roadmap might be in a different part of the board. But send that to me. All right,
Hello,
quick
good
one.
evening. I tried
You
moving
can
it
find it.
around. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to move it around and like downsize it and everything, but it still just looks blank except for the very top. It does have, the 5K challenge roadmap, I think. I
Uh-huh.
don't remember here, but that's it.
I'll go dive into it and I'll send you a video on it or a screenshot to make sure we have it good, and
Okay,
then
thank
tackle
you.
it. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, quick one on Keepa. So I'm gonna pronounce this super wrong, but I know we talk all the time in school. Bojadar. Let me know that I pronounced it wrong. But quick one on Keepa Product Finder. How do you actually start off the very first lead? I keep landing on gated categories or gate results that are not meeting the criteria. So this is a really tough one, right? And I recommend the best way to tackle Keepa Product Finder, which everybody will learn as well. I highlight it a little bit during day 2, but you want to try to get off of Keepa Product Finder as fast as possible. Now, my team who does sourcing on a daily basis use a little bit of Keepa Product Finder. I've done it a ton in the past, as well as reverse sourcing. But reverse sourcing is always going to be the breadwinner between the two. So I'll send you a little bit of a Loom recording because I don't dive into it too much in the module tomorrow, but I can also post this in the community. But it's kind of all about critiquing a little bit of the metrics on like what kind of sellers, what kind of categories, and honestly, it takes a lot of volume. So you can't really predict on what categories you're going to be ungated in with Keep a Product Finder. That's a little bit more consistent with reverse sourcing because you have smaller sellers to go after. But with Keep a Product Finder, it's a little bit more difficult to be honest. But I'll send a little Loom recording. I'll make a post in the community and I'll send it to you on some of the tools and some of the numbers that I use to try to make it better. But again, you just want to find 3 to 4 listings to spark it and then go down the rabbit hole from there with a reverse sourcing because it's going to be a lot more consistent with that. So, but I'll send one on it.
Yeah, man, that was my goal essentially, but
Mhm.
I did have a little bit of hard time to write light the spark, as you say.
Yeah, we'll tackle it.
Oh,
We'll
oh,
tackle
the
that.
name of it, so it's all fine, man. You say it correctly.
All right. All right. Nice. We'll tackle it. I'll send you over a Loom recording and I'll post it in the group
Yeah,
too, so
thanks
we
so
can put a
much.
good idea.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Tammy's having trouble with the mic. Blank on your side too, Derek. Or Derek. All right. I'll try to fix that. So, and Selena too. Okay. Definitely have to fix that then. Um, fix the mic, but I can't remember my hand. Can bring me in when you can for a question. Okay. Let me see. Tammy, are you able to unmute, Tammy?
Yeah, I am.
All
Thank
right.
you,
Let's do
SJ.
it.
I don't know what's going on with my equipment today,
Okay.
but I got a couple of questions for you. So I
Let's
am
do it.
getting a lot of the Amazon suggestions on, what products I guess are hot or whatever, for
Mhm.
sourcing. And so, what do you recommend about that? Using that.
Just just ignore it. To be honest, like
Okay.
I've seen those a ton. Yeah, just ignore it.
You do? Okay. All right. Okay. And then
Mhm.
this is a packing question. I'm still doing the FBA, but actually having everything sent to me and,
Mhm.
prepping and everything. So I've got these little bars of soap. And so it seems as though there's a million of them. They all have a SKU on the back. Do you actually have to blank out or scratch out that SKU? Or when I'm packaging a bundle and I put the actual SKU sticker on the outside, is that enough? Or do I
That's
need
enough.
to? Okay, it is.
Yeah, yeah. You don't have to worry about like you mean the UPC code,
Yeah,
like the
on the back
yeah.
of from the
Mhm.
brand.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Just put so you put them in a poly bag, right? And then you put a
Yes.
label on. Yeah, you're good there.
Right. Okay. All right. And
Mhm.
then another question: the business to business. And so I'm getting emails from Amazon about tapping into the business to business, and kind of like not leaving any money on the table. Do you
Mhm.
think that's worth it? Being only 6 months in to even try and tap into that right now.
You could, yeah, you could. It's just about toggling it on every single listing. To be honest, it's not that like difficult. I only turned B2B on about a year and a half ago, and it does, bring some like benefit of extra sales, but it's nothing like logistically you have to worry about doing in the back end. You might just get more bigger orders for like 4 or 5 units. So you can 100% turn it off.
Okay, all right, okay.
Mhm.
And then another one, the holiday prepping. So, I'm
Mhm.
spending a lot of time, still for the last 6 months trying to source, but then I know that we're in the third quarter. I may have asked this question before since we see each other all the time.
Mhm.
But what do I need to do to prep for, holiday? How do I start, I guess, preparing myself for the fourth quarter, with purchasing and everything?
So that's a really good question too. And this goes for prep center too, for everybody who's going to do the business remotely with a prep center is like, it's all about speed. This one is extremely hard to time because again, if you're playing on like let's say a Christmas route, you want to make sure you have your inventory before that spike happens in the cart. Let me show this really quickly to everybody. So, and you'll see this too as well, Tammy, but let's go back maybe potentially we'll just call it right here. Let's all imagine for a second that this is leading up into Christmas. It kinda is, to be honest, September to October.
Hmm.
But, I see how the volume's coming up a bit. You wanna make sure you have your inventory checked in and enough inventory to hold you through the Christmas boom, as long as the Keepa chart shows it, before this boom even starts to come up. So it might be like late September or mid-September to prepare in advance, and that goes for every holiday. It's all about doing it way beforehand, especially during quarter four when the check-in times are super slow and they are way overwhelmed, Amazon. It's all about like playing it safe and then doing it again with timing on trying to be beforehand. And that goes for any Mark said that the mic's muting. So the mic is let me this really quickly. All right, I should be good there. Yeah, it was Tammy's. But um just type in the chat, Tammy. But like I was mentioning, you want to be way, way super ahead on inventory coming in. And to be honest, that doesn't even just for like timing as far as quarter four. That goes for everything across the board. Like when it comes to like, okay, if the seller count is coming up a little bit, let's say competition's coming up. Well, you want to be in stock way ahead of time to be able to have enough inventory to be able to sell at a profitable price before maybe the price comes down a little bit. And that's especially relevant in quarter four. Like if you know the volume, like let's say it goes from 100 sales per month to 1,000 sales per month. And for everybody looking at this who's brand new, I know it's going to look foreign, but it's super, super simple to break down. You'll see it tomorrow. But it's you just want to be ahead on everything because the volume's going to come up a bit. And you don't want to be too overstocked, Tammy. This is a big one too, because what will happen is after December, going into January, it'll be that quarter four, like opposite of bloom, the doom. And then the volume will go down a ton, and you'll see that pricing go down, 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 and down a ton because people are fighting for each other. So you just have to be ahead, play it safe, even if it's a little bit too safe. But that's what I always recommend. And then you said, do we have to buy stock for current selling products as well as product? No, so you do whatever you want. So Timmy asks seasonal versus regular products. So seasonal versus regular. And personally, I don't really touch into seasonal products. If I take you guys into my business on a day-to-day basis, just because I don't like playing around the timing too much, and there's a massive opportunity with it, right? And especially with FBM as well. I know we were talking about that, Keith, but like there's a massive opportunity with seasonal, with Halloween, with Thanksgiving, with Christmas, and any e-commerce business. But there's products that are just evergreen. And personally, I like evergreen, right? That sell 200 times per month for 12 months. And they do it a year over year over year because I know exactly what I'm dealing with. But I've touched on the seasonal products as well. They have super high ROI, and it's a good balance sometimes, right? I'm open to it. Maybe during Christmas time, if I can sell like an ornament or a pack of ornaments for 100% ROI, you could do it. But it's totally up to you and what you kind of want to balance with the catalog. But that's a good one. Yeah. All right, let me see if I can get a few more. Marlon, what's up, Marlon? Long time no see. Just for everybody to know, Marlon was a OG in the group. So excited to see him back in there.